The fashion industry's problems have escalated, yet so has the movement to confront them. Greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise at alarming rates. Ultra-fast fashion giant Shein alone has tripled its emissions, surpassing any other fashion company. Major brands face increasing scrutiny for greenwashing and failing to disclose critical supply chain information. Investment in recycling and sustainable innovation has also taken a hit. Meanwhile, our planet is heating up. Production and even wearing of fashion is becoming increasingly untenable. Extreme weather patterns underscored the urgency of meeting climate goals. With another hottest year on record, CO2 emissions projected to rise over 40% by 2030, the fashion sector can no longer afford to ignore its impact. The economic crisis has only worsened conditions for garment workers worldwide. Rising inflation squeezes their livelihoods. Soaring temperatures lead to health issues, absenteeism, and lower productivity. Fast fashion and luxury brands alike have come under fire for fostering a negative brain print, fueling overconsumption through relentless marketing and influence. Fashion weeks got bigger. Influencers sold more, and the culture of excess expanded. There are, however, reasons for hope. The European Parliament has passed rules holding brands accountable for their supply chains, labor practices, and product quality. Additionally, 6 more pieces of fashion-related legislation were debated within the EU. First is set to take effect in 2024. And brands are responding. Major players like Tommy Hilfiger, H&M, and ASOS signed groundbreaking agreements to raise wages in Cambodia. Resale platform Vestiaire launched a smart storytelling campaign to challenge overconsumption behaviors. The Orr Foundation's Speak Volumes campaign urged brands to disclose their production volumes, bringing more transparency to the industry. The path to a sustainable future is clearer than ever. The stakes have never been higher. Time to act is now.
Welcome everyone to the 5th edition of the Business Fashion Environment Summit by Vogue Poland. It's great to see so many familiar faces actually returning year after year. For those who don't know me, my name is Zuzanna Krzątała, and I am a sustainability manager at Vogue Poland. As you could tell from the agenda, we have a very packed day, so buckle up, drink plenty of water and espresso, and stay with us until the end for what I promise to be a very impactful and inspiring day. As we have just seen from this short video introduction, change is already in motion. The EU is enforcing stricter regulations. Brands are raising wages. Campaigns are pushing for transparency and accountability. So while we won't shy away from the darker aspects of the fashion industry, we'd like to shift the narrative a little bit away from the doom and gloom. And we're here to spotlight thrilling innovations and bold ideas. Today, you will meet the people who are leading the way towards the more just and sustainable fashion, pushing the industry forward. So, fashion thrives on newness and consumption. But what if we could channel that energy into designing entirely new system? And our opening segment, the changing fashion landscape, I couldn't have dreamed of having a better person to dive into this honest, genuine conversation. For the past 30 years, she's covered arts, culture, fashion, and the politics of it all. There's plenty of politics. She actually originally wanted to be a White House correspondent, but she's not that far off. You might know her work from the New York Times, British Vogue, Washington Post, and her Green Dream podcast. She's the author of Deluxe: How Luxury Lost Its Luster, Gods and Kings, The Rise and Fall of Alexander McQueen and John Galliano, and Fashionopolis, The Price of Fast Fashion and the Future of Clothes, which was published in Poland and is now being made into a documentary. She's visited Poland once before, a couple of years ago, to speak at our summit, and she's been wanting to return ever since. It is my absolute great pleasure to welcome on stage Dana Thomas.
Thank you.
So it's been 30 years that you're in this business, really business of anticipating change, foreseeing trends. And I remember reading in one of your interviews, you said, I don't work within the industry. I stand outside of it and observe. And I wanted to start by asking you, are you liking what you're seeing? Does fashion still excite you?
Well, it's interesting. I have a Substack newsletter called Style Files, and I just wrote this week that I feel like the fashion industry globally is in the midst of an existential crisis. And it's the same crisis that I feel has hit, I've watched it hit and reshape other industries in the last 20 years. Music, with downloading of music, the media, especially newspapers and magazines, television and film with streaming, and now fashion. It's finally the digital shift is really coming to fashion. Interestingly, we just saw the announcement this morning that Yoox Net-a-Porter is being bought by My Teresa. So
I love how you were able to dig into the news this morning.
Well, this is what we do.
Right. I've not opened my phone or the news, but this is what you do for a living. You're always turned on, right?
This is it. But, and regulatory authorities are going to look at this merger to see if it's a monopoly. And there's already this monopoly case going on in the United States between Capri and Tapestry to see if that merger will make them too powerful and creating a monopoly in the luxury fashion business. And if that does, then the regulatory agencies may take a look at LVMH, 75 brands. So I feel like that we're in a place where everything is, merger and acquisition. We're getting down to just a few voices. And those few voices are being run a lot on what AI is telling them and data and algorithms. And we could see that at the shows. It really felt flat, and it felt like, somebody outside of the creative mind is telling them data says people want this. And so that's what they're making. And there's not a lot of originality. Everything seems really in a hurry, from fashion shows that last 7 minutes to collections that sail in and out of stores before you even had a chance to think about them. And it's not just fast fashion. It's, it's couture houses down to fast fashion. I also see that, fast fashion brands are now hiring former luxury brand designers to give themselves sort of more authority and raise them up a little bit on the ladder. So we see Stefano Pilati at Zara, and Claire Waite-Keller is at Uniqlo, I think. And there were a couple others that have been mentioned. And it's not just that they're doing like capsule collections like Carl did for H&M ages ago. This is like a bigger thing where they're stepping in and being a voice for these companies. And I think that that's part of this crisis, that nobody really knows what to do. Gucci, what is Gucci doing in the metaverse? Gucci's having all this trouble, and then they have a whole line in the metaverse. It's like they're throwing all these different ideas out. They don't know quite what's going to work in the fractured system that is consumerism now. And the power shift is enormous now through social media especially, but not just. The power is shifted to the consumer. The consumer decides what's in and what's out. It's not, the gatekeepers, as we used to say. And that's the same thing that's happened in all these other businesses. And the fracturing of the way that this is all disseminated. So, like you can wear clunky heeled flats and I can wear spiky heeled shoes and we can mix up trends. Anything goes, which is kind of great. But at the same time, this is causing a creative existential crisis, to be sure, because nobody really knows what to do. So they kind of do everything. And it's really, there's no message anymore. The most important one should be sustainability, but it's kind of falling out of fashion, which is very upsetting.
I mean, it's not a very loud message to begin with. I mean, like I said, fashion thrives on newness and consumption and sustainability, and it stands at odds with sustainability, which tells you, to be more subtle, to be less, to be more like thoughtful. This is not really selling.
No, and just producing things that are more mindful of the environment. The Textile Exchange just issued a report saying that the amount of polyester that is the fashion business, virgin polyester that the fashion business is using, has gone up dramatically in the last year or two. I think it jumped from I don't know, but it was a double-digit increase percentage-wise.
Yeah, we're nowhere near phasing out.
When we should be phasing it out, we're producing and using more in the fashion business. And of course, that never biodegrades and releases microfibers and all the other problems. And that's part of this existential crisis. In the end, everyone's just looking at their bottom line. So many of these companies now, most of them are publicly traded. They really are obsessed with profits and returns to shareholders to a point that they'll swap out your silk lining for a polyester one and hope you don't notice, and therefore pushing up virgin polyester consumption, as opposed to trying to be greener and more thoughtful and running a tighter supply chain, which is actually better business, and using more sustainable materials, which is a better business. I think the only way we're going to get the business, as the film said, to shift to a greener and more responsible model is through legislation and regulation.
Absolutely. I mean, like you actually called it the digital era identity crisis.
That's it.
I mean, so much of any conference you go to, and we'll have a segment on technology as well and AI, but don't you think that we just put too much belief into generative AI? That, like, do you think that the industry's obsession with data, with AI, with algorithms have impacted?
Absolutely. Now, I'm going to learn if it's impacting it in a good way. I'm going to be working on a story about a fashion house that's using AI in its supply chain to be more efficient. And it's a company that really is sustainably minded. And I think that is actually clever. I remember when I was working on Fashionopolis, which, by the way, you can get in Polish.
It's in Polish, exactly. It's like Modopolis, yes. Which was also released for middle graders, for like middle scholars.
10 to 12-year-olds in English.
The young edition. Get them, like start them young. Yeah.
Exactly. So when I was doing research on the history of fashion and reading a bunch of books from the 19th century, which was really fascinating, I found out about this really great activist in like the late 19th century. Her name was Florence Kelly, and her nickname was Pig, P-I-G, Florence Pig Kelly. And she was out there in New York, like really making noise in the garment district downtown when it was on the Lower East Side in the tenements, and trying to convince factory owners that using sweatshop labor and old machines and this old way of doing things was actually costing them more money than if they had paid their workers well, had state-of-the-art machinery, clean factories. This was, 25 years before the Triangle Shirtwaist factory fire just down the street. And she was already saying this in like 1880 something, right? Or 1890, that basically if you pay your workers well, they work better, they feel better about themselves, they're healthier, because, everybody had tuberculosis. They called it the tailor's disease from working in closed quarters. If you had, state-of-the-art machines that are efficient and that you ran a better business, then you actually didn't waste money. You didn't have waste of time. You didn't, and you made more money.
Even if you're not considering from like the human rights perspective, but just thinking
it's just good
about
business.
The profits.
And here I am writing exactly the same thing in the book now, that and I saw this, I went to see a denim factory in Vietnam where they were still distressing all the denim by hand with rasps and sanders and things that sounded like dentist drills. It was terrible. And then after that, I went to a factory also in Ho Chi Minh where they do everything with lasers and it's all clean and there's vacuum sucking up all the dust and there's guys in clean rooms running the computers like playing, Pong or no, Pac-Man was like playing Pac-Man with the joysticks. And they worked in a clean, cool environment instead of, blazing hot and filled with denim dust. And I was like, all right, which business is probably doing better business and making more money? The clean one that's treating the workers well, giving them better skills, and using state-of-the-art technology.
Absolutely.
So I feel like there is a place where technology, people are saying it'll get rid of jobs. And it's like, yeah, it'll get rid of really bad jobs that nobody wants to do. And meanwhile, we'll be paying people better and treating them better. One of the things I heard when I was at a Pulitzer Center lecture from somebody talking about climate change in the big picture, they said, we'll never solve climate change until we solve poverty, that they go hand in hand. And that's absolutely the case in the fashion industry. We will not have a sustainable fashion industry, one that's responsible and aware of climate impact, if we don't deal with paying 98% of the workers half a living wage.
And you have been very outspoken about the exploitative systems that uphold the fashion industry.
And using coal to power the factories and all of that. You have to tackle the poverty issue. And the poverty issue is created by the greed at the top of the pyramid.
Absolutely. And we're talking unsafe working conditions. We're talking wage theft. We're still talking child labor in the 21st century. And sadly, this isn't just fast fashion that we're talking about.
No, I mean, Dior and Armani are in trouble in Italy and being investigated by legal authorities in Italy for paying workers €2 an hour to make, or 50 some euros a bag to make bags that they retail for 2,500.
Absolutely.
In Veneto, just outside of Milan.
Do you think, are we seeing a turning point in how the public perceives luxury? I mean, you've already spotted that in 2007, 2008, when the Deluxe came out, your actually first book. But because for so long we've sort of associated luxurious fashion, the high prices with high quality and, high morals, you could say, but it doesn't really go hand in hand.
No. And I do think that there's a tipping point. I thought this back in 2007 when Deluxe came out, and I wasn't then, but I do think that there's a tipping point where luxury brands will get too big and be too omnipresent and therefore be seen as the like Zara and H&M, like McDonald's and Burger King, that, we can get it anywhere at any time and it's everywhere, so it's not very special. I don't think, clearly I've been proven wrong, but I don't think you can really produce $20 billion a year worth of product that you're selling and still call it luxury and still have people gaga for it when it's so ubiquitous. And I feel like we're starting to hit that tipping point in some of the big markets, especially in China, which has been the motor, the engine for the luxury growth for the last 20 years. Now, every time that happens in a market like that, Japan was saturated or, other places were saturated, there's always a new market popping up. And so they're now expanding in India. They just recently opened an enormous shopping mall in India, and everybody's numbers went through the roof about a year ago. I remember a CEO once told me, you want your numbers to go up for the end of the year, you just open a new store in a place where there hasn't been one, and you get better in fourth quarter numbers. I was like, super simple business strategy. So, and then of course, Korea is a gigantic market that's just growing and growing and growing, because these are still, I mean, they're not virgin markets, but they're still relatively new for luxury goods, and also for the increase, the number of high net worth individuals in those two cultures is growing by double digits, and it's going to keep growing. And so then they want all the trappings that goes with that, becoming millionaires and even billionaires. So they're patronizing these brands, and that's going to keep them afloat for a while. But then there's going to, I think we're going to get to a point where people are like, okay, we have enough of this. What are we going to get that's new and interesting and different?
Will we get to the point where people say, we have enough of it, you think?
And the difference, and they've already pivoted that way, is that brands are now being more, they're offering more specialized things for the ultra high net worth individuals. Couture is booming. High jewelry is booming. Luxury, Ferrari makes a family car now. What? I never thought I'd see a 4-door Ferrari with a baby seat in the back seat, but they make that now. So, and Aston Martin makes SUVs. So they're finding ways to please that ultra and high net worth consumer or high net worth consumer with things that are special still. And it won't be just, pulling a Louis Vuitton monogram suitcase through the airport. It's got to be next level. Maybe it's back to making trunks for private jets. I don't know. But they are considering this. You can stay in the Dior apartment in Paris for $25,000 a night, and you have a key to the store to go shopping whenever you want. So it's more experiences, and it's things that nobody else can have.
We've kind of veered into the luxurious fashion, but I could not ask you about the book, which has actually celebrated its 5th-year anniversary just in September.
Yeah.
And it's now being made into a documentary film.
We're working on it. We're at the point where now we're raising funding.
And
that's the trickiest part of all.
Interesting. The Polish translation does not have the fast fashion in the title. Interesting, right? But I was wondering, when you wrote it, was the term ultra fast fashion already around?
No,
I mean, it wasn't.
That's the thing that's kind of amazing. Companies like Shein didn't even exist. And Boohoo, and what's the Temu? They didn't exist when I was working on the book.
All of the Asians behemoths, and I mean,
in 5 years, I mean, they were just, I guess, starting, because I'd had, if I came out in September, I turned in the manuscript the Christmas before, so basically the end of 2018. And those companies were not on the radar then.
And I mean, with Shein churning out products faster and cheaper than ever before, we're really witnessing a race to the bottom.
It's incredible. And they don't sell in China. That's the most amazing thing. They're selling to everybody else.
So is then China buying luxury fashion and Europe is buying Shein fashion?
And America, yeah.
Is that sort of where we're at? But can the industry break out of this cycle of cutting costs, of cutting corners?
Well, through regulation. And one of the things that's interesting is that apparently Shein managed to work out some kind of deal, I can't remember the specifics of it, where they're able to ship without paying duty, because it's such low costs that you don't have to pay. And I think
tariffs, taxes.
And I think the United States government is now starting to look at that as a way to tap this down. And but California is actually leading the way in legislation, which is really great, because California is the largest garment manufacturing area in America, more than New York by a long shot. Lots of blue jeans and T-shirts, which is, in the end, though we look chic, is what most everybody wears in the world. At any given moment of the day, half the world is wearing blue jeans. And so California's passed two laws in the last 2 years or 3 years that are just really important, because if they can make it work, it's a bit like the laws in France. It can change the whole legislative ecosystem. So the first one is holding brands accountable for wage theft when they are busted in sweatshops in LA. And usually they'd say, oh, we had no idea, our contractor subcontracted, and go after him. And they would. And I talked to the man who used to be in charge of this under the in the Obama administration, the wage and labor division or wage and something division of the Labor Department. And he said it was so frustrating because, we would have local brands, big household names in LA producing, and of course they knew. He said they scrutinize every single bit of their supply chain and everything that's made. You're going to tell me they don't know where it's made when it's across the street? Mm-hmm. They know. So they weren't being held accountable. And after 2 years of trying, California passed a garment workers law that holds the brands now accountable. So if they get caught paying somebody $2 an hour when the minimum wage is $15 an hour, big gap, right? Mm-hmm. It is now the brand that has to make up the $13 difference. And actually, I don't think they have to do it on the state, maybe the state level, but definitely the federal minimum wage, which is like $8 an hour. And holding the brands accountable is a big thing, because before they're like, they got away with it, and now they don't. The second thing they just passed like last week or 2 weeks ago is that any company that makes or sells textiles in California, and that's not just blue jeans and T-shirts, but also bed linens and bath towels and curtain fabric and textiles, has to create a place where you can go and deposit it, discard it, or you can send it back to them. And they're going to do it at like Salvation Army and thrift stores. There'll be bins where you can, and the brands have to take back the clothes they sold and deal with it. That's enormous.
And we'll be discussing legislation. We'll also be discussing textiles beyond just the fashion, because, as you said, it's all textiles. Sometimes we just don't realize. And there's actually a lot more regulation when it comes to textiles in the interiors.
Or in automobiles or...
Absolutely. Right. This is not the last you'll hear from Dana today. Sadly, we have to end on this note right now, but Dana is returning in the afternoon to open the design section with a very, very special guest from the United States, which I won't reveal at this point, but you can look up in the agenda. Dana, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've started from a kind of big picture, gauging where fashion's at right now. And now we're moving into our little local contexts. Could one really capture the evolution of Polish fashion history throughout a century? Well, let's hear from our incredible Polish panelists, led by one and only Karolina Sulej. Dobrze, please can you stop?
So, as you may know already, because probably Zuza mentioned, we're going to discuss a century of Polish fashion right now. A perfect topic for an early morning. But I have amazing guests with me on the stage. Aleksandra Jadczak-Repeć, fashion and art historian. Ania Kuczyńska, fashion designer. Karolina Sulej, a journalist and fashion anthropologist, among many others. And Marcin Różec, curator, fashion writer. Hello. Okay, we're gonna start from the book, the first ever or one of the first publications dedicated to Polish fashion history and industry that was published by Institute of Adam Mickiewicz with the support of Osnowa Publishing. Some of you participated in its creation, so I wonder what was the idea behind the book and why suddenly, quite late, I would say, in 2020, someone decided that Polish fashion history is worth describing and sharing with readers. So, what do you think?
On right now or not?
Yes.
Okay. Good morning. I think that I will be the person to try to answer this question as I was the editor of the book. And of course, fashion in Poland is a topic that's really fascinating for me as a researcher, but it wasn't that fascinating to, let's say, wider public for years because it was associated with consumerism and products, not with narrative or identity or part of Polish culture, which was a pity, but it's changing right now. And for me, creating this book was all about creating a narrative and really seeing ourselves as a country with a very distinct ability to use clothing to express their political views, aesthetic tastes, and also to rebel against oppression. I think it's very important, and hence the title, Reason and Flair, a century of Polish fashion, but the reason and flair is the most important part, I think, because it draws attention to the fact that we had to use reason because we had limited resources almost all the time. Fashion in Poland, it rose in a constant state of crisis because of the political situation, wars, scarce, limited resources, textiles, the industry that was in constant state of transformation. So we had to make do. We had to really be logical in how we use fashion, but at the same time, we needed creativity as a source of survival, really. So we had a lot of ideas, grassroots ideas that were developed by people who were just, regular users of fashion on a daily basis, but also our designers, they were all about being themselves because we had no fashion system virtually. And we are still thinking about how to develop it here right now. Because in the 90s, we were, we wanted to be the best students in a school of fashion, so to say, in Europe. And so we underappreciated ourselves. We had a lot of, I would say, we were timid and we were trying to copy Western patterns of behavior towards fashion. But I think now we are beginning to see that what we have to offer, especially right now in the 21st century, especially in the field of sustainable fashion, is something very unique. And because of our experiences with the crisis, we have recommendations, we can give advice, we can inspire also Western fashion. And I really, really tried in this book to show how we recycle, how we make do, how we remake, how we restore the ways that people are intertwined with fashion, not on the level of a product, but something that is a tool and something more than just a thing that you use and throw away, more like a story. So this was the idea about the book, to show different chapters of Polish fashion and their stories, and how people, not only designers, but society at large, were involved in creating what we think of as Polish. So we start with the very beginning of Polish independence, before the Second World War. Then there's the chapter after the war, is the chapter about the war, which is my chapter because this is my field of research mainly, fashion and war. But we come bit by bit to the modern, let's say, Poland, and the modern outlook of what we have today and how we express ourselves. And for me, this book was to tell a story about Poland for Western audiences, not only Western audiences, but generally for ourselves, but also to others, to put Poland on a map. And I'm sorry, Kamila, you know that I like to talk a lot and I go into this academic mode. So I will stop now.
Okay, I'm quite happy that you mentioned all this, like this creative resilience and stuff, and that we're starting over. So I guess when you start over to create something built on a heritage, it's good to take back to the beginnings. So I wanted to ask Alexandra as well, because obviously those more recent periods sounds more familiar. But what about the beginning? Where is the birth of Polish fashion when it started? Because you wrote the opening essay for the book.
Yes, hello everyone. So this is a very important moment when our story begins, because it's the moment Poland gains independence after not being on the map for more than 100 years, which I think is a very important thing to think before we start to talk about it. The country was divided for years into 3 different regions. So what we write about is that we really want to compete with the world. So point of the reference is obviously Paris, like in many capitals in the world, but the production is really divided. It's a lot of problems connected to taxes, to economy, to what Carolina said. It's like we really have to react fast into the totally new reality, while there is a lot of people being a craftsman. It's something we lost over the years. And also this book is to remind about these very important things which we can still make work better. There is amazing textile industry. Like we have local production of linen, which is a very big economic force. Nobody knows, but nearby Warsaw there was a big company, Marcel Boussac, the same who founded Dior, new look after the Second World War. In between the war, he bought Polish company because it was the best in the region. It sold all over the world linen, which now is like a very sustainable textile. So there is a lot of things happening with this very complicated system. Obviously, in terms of trends, Paris is a point of reference because for years it was. But we have to also remember the thing which now is also a thing here. There is only a few people who can afford real fashion, like country over the years was destroyed. Obviously, after the Second World War, it's gonna be even worse. But there are many people who can mimic fashion with the local craftsmen. And we see that when we do the research, not only in the newspapers, but thanks to the new opportunities of the academic grants, we can research the real people. So the street, for example, the family archives. So we see that really on the street, you could see the people wearing beautiful clothing from the amazing materials. But it's thanks to this, like, I would say, very local small production we had here, and it was really a thing. People from London came here to buy shoes, for example, made to measure, because it was a very good quality and obviously price was very attractive. So I think it's a very beautiful story, but it's the story with many different corners.
Yeah, it sounds very promising. I wonder how we can restore that. Is it even possible? Because Paris is still obviously a point of reference, right? It doesn't seem to change. But maybe we can build on this heritage. Is there any, like, after those beginnings, is there any era that we could call a golden era of Polish fashion, the time it thrived most, and maybe it's a starting point for changing dynamics? I don't know. Marcin, what do you think?
It's a very hard question, because when you ask about golden era, I don't know if there was any golden era, but we have a lot of moments when the Polish fashion was interesting, but we need to ask what is it Polish fashion, because we can say that at the turn of the 16th century there was like a Sarmatian fashion. The noblemen believed that they were ancestors of nomadic tribal from Iran, and they wear clothing which kontur, żupan, and it was quite amazing. But in our tradition it is like very national attire, but it was probably stolen from Ottomans, and it looks very Persian, Iranian, Turkish. So it was Polish fashion or not? In our tradition, it was. Then maybe it was a golden era when the kings and aristocrats start to wear this Persian clothing as a national Polish clothing. This was a golden era, but it was fashion? I don't know. For sure, in an industry context, communism time was a golden time for Polish fashion. It was hard to buy good quality Polish fashion because of the global crisis. Following the global crisis, the debt of our country increased. So the Poland need to sold everything abroad to have a foreign currency, yes. But the fashion houses were great. Like the biggest one, like in every big city, we had like a fashion house, Pruchnik, Telimena, Moda Polska, and the designers were very happy there. Especially the leading designers, they work only 4 days in a week. They have longer vacation. They had better flats, and they have like for example, skyscraper or the building, in every floor there was a different department. So it's probably better than Dior today, or maybe similar. So in an industry context, it was a golden era. And maybe now is golden era at the turn of the 21st century, because fashion is very autobiographical. So many designers just told the stories about their heritage, about their roots, using the fashion. There is a lot of protests against the appropriation of Polish symbols in fashion. So there is now we have interesting political fashion. So yeah, there is like maybe and at the turn of the 20th century in Moda Polska, we can say modernism. It was like the Felix Manga-Jasiński. He was an art critic and collector, and he was looking this unique Polish fashion in Zakopane, in mountains, and he wrote the text that we should use our folk elements from the mountains and mix it with the trends from Vienna and Paris, and design the greatest fashion all over the world. So there were some moments that...
Oh, plenty.
Plenty, probably more.
Yeah, probably more. You were wondering what is fashion, like where we can find this little thing that is essentially Polish. It's not the product of a mix, of a culture mix or appropriation, how we would probably say today. So I wonder, what is this one, maybe not one, little thing that connects all those generations? What is significantly Polish in terms of design or approach of designers?
Hello again. I am talking from perspective of a fashion designer, so I will say that I think fashion is personal and not collective. So this is the first impression I have in general. And I don't think nowadays we should talk about what's Polish, what's female, what's this, what that, because the definitions are not existing anymore in my world, in my mind, in my way of thinking about fashion. So I have difficulties talking about Polish fashion, being a Polish fashion designer, because I believe it's an international language, right? And all the individuals and fashion designers are expressing themselves in their own way. We can talk about history, but I believe that we were colonialized somehow during all these years, and first by different historical events, and then by our minds, because after 1989 we are also somehow colonialized, right, in a liberal economic world. But what I can tell, I think every country is specific, right? And in every country something is happening which might be very precious, and there is a lot of precious things here in Poland. But I wouldn't call it like, I don't think fashion is, nationalism is not good in fashion.
Yeah, when you put it that way. But I guess, like, I think about it a lot, because obviously in those like narrative-packed marketing times, you need this kind of like hashtags for identities. It helps designers to evolve and like to be remembered. And I guess we have Copenhagen Fashion Week, which has some kind of identity. Obviously, each of designers has its own as well. And all those little fashion weeks, even if Eastern European region, they try to create some kind of identity that's going to be immediately recognized. And I wonder if we Polish people can like create a definition of it.
There was a moment, institute which was mentioned today. They asked some specialists from the marketing, what can we say? Because I believe, as Anya said, it's like, especially nowadays, we live in this big globalized world. It's why we can speak also about the Polish fashion, not about over and over again about Paris, London, and New York. But he found this kind of hashtag, which was creative tension, which is here characteristic, and I think it answers the question a bit. But it's also what we see when you go to any kind of the competition for the young designers. So let's hope it's a future. It's a very independent language of a different people. Even when we work at the Academy of Fine Arts with young students, every person has its own specific approach to clothing culture, to how you can express with clothing. And then when you go for the competition, like international one, you see the language is more or less similar. So I'm also a bit against this national hashtag. Maybe the clue is like where you run the business, because it's also a lot of advantages and disadvantages. Like there is no fashion week in Poland, like the big one, even, which really collects and connects all the market. So maybe it's the way to be more individual as well. So maybe it's the way to not have Copenhagen hashtag somehow. Maybe that's the attitude as well. But it's a very specific market here still.
If I can add just one thing, I would say that the Polish fashion is as raw as our country is. Fashion is always mirroring the economy, the atmosphere, the lots of things which are going on. And we do live in a raw country, like developing country with harsh history. And I believe this is what Polish fashion is. Poland is about individuals. We are individual. We are not collective together. We are not talking about ourselves as a nation. More, we do like talking about ourselves as individuals. And I think Polish fashion is exactly the same. There, it's spreaded.
If I may add something ad vocem to you, Anya, I think that Of course, individualism is important and your own personal story is very important. I'm invested in that. But I think that fashion in the 21st century should be all about communities and collectives. And we also see it in young designers. They tend to work together, collaborate. They tend to appreciate people who are behind the brand, who produce, who then use the brand, sell the brand. We are all about the process of explaining fashion as not something that like falls from the sky, but it's part of the system, and we should, while looking at clothing that we all have, be able to see where it came from, where it's going, and also how it involves people and how it can bring people together. I'm all for it because I think that fashion was reduced to this, let's say, language of your own true expression, and it's all fine. But we have to take care of each other, be there for each other. And for example, I'm here as a co-founder of Ukrainian Foundation, and Vogue was supporting the fashion show that we produced last spring that involved Polish designers, Belarusian designers, and Ukrainian designers that we wanted to connect so they could inspire each other, and also to give the opportunity for the refugees to have their own name, like not to be this guest, let's say, figure in Poland, but to really, really have roots here. So not nationalism, but creating a community, being for each other, and fashion as a tool of interconnection for care and health, also mental health, I think, and healing. This is something that we should, I think, invest in right now, because we are very much, I think, eloquent in using fashion as a tool for expressing art, avant-garde, and now we should really, I think, use it as a way to create better social connections, as is the I would say esprit de temps, because all over the world people are coming together, negotiating, creating new hubs of thinking, and I think fashion should participate in that.
Yeah, very strong point, I guess. You mentioned, like, repeatedly young designers, what they should be or what they shouldn't be. Are they nationalists or very individual? But is there, do they have a particular approach to heritage? Is it a history, something that, like something that is significant for them? Are they willing to explore that in their collections and concepts? Or it's, as you said, Alexandra, is like more individual kind of thing?
I would say that there are different situations. Obviously, there are, since many years, there is many projects when national heritage art, we have Ania Kuczyńska here as well, is becoming point of reference or point of inspiration. There are some brands which very often start with stories of Witkacy or famous Polish writers even. But I would say, I believe in this kind of fashion. It's also, I would say, a global trend. Look deep into your roots. But I would say also it's a niche. It's a very sophisticated niche. It's a fashion for not everyone. It's not what we really see in Polish streets, and or if you go by the sea. It's a very beautiful niche, and I would love it to be more and more visible. And it's great. It's already. And we see also with the students and young designers that from time to time they are really working well and very creative on the heritage, because very often it's a I would say very direct inspiration. I think Marcin also has a lot of examples working in a museum in Łódź.
Great exhibition of Arcadius that Marcin
that's maybe a great story to tell.
Yes, maybe there is no such a thing as like Polish fashion, yes, specific Polish fashion, but there are Polish people who designed clothing and people who are inspired by the Polish culture. For me,
Arcadius,
one of the biggest moments in a Polish fashion was when Ania Kuczyńska started to cooperate with Karol Śliwka, and she was one of the first person who showed us that the graphic design from communist time was great, one of the greatest all over the world. So for me, it's very interesting to hear what designers say, and it was like a big. Even Karol Śliwka designed Ania's logo. It was a big moment and very Polish moment. When we say about Arcadius, this exhibition, he was like one of the greatest designer in London, one of the greatest British designer, but he was inspired by Polish. For example, he designed a collection which is inspired by the Mary of God. It's like a feminist vision of the Virgin Mary. Virgin Mary wears the trousers is the name of the collection. But it's very Polish because he used Marian themes. And for me, it's like a great story about the feminist theology, about the feminist from the Catholic Church. So I don't know if it's something like specific Polish, but Polish designers telling fascinating stories about Poland.
Yeah, and I guess those stories are meaningful, for me at least. Do you agree? Because we need to wrap up, so maybe that's something that we should end with. Is it worth it to explore like national heritage in fashion still? Like, why we are intrigued by those stories? Because I believe we are, like you mentioned a few.
For me, being Polish, it's my just DNA, you know. So when I got interested in fashion, I decided, okay, so who I am and what I want to express, because my expression is through fashion. And thank you to mention this, think about the logo, but there is like so many interesting and inspiring cultural events and artists and happenings in Poland now and in the past, like very progressive theaters, which are inspiring till today many people around the world. So for me, the culture and the artisanal heritage is super important, and I believe that this is what Ania Kuczyńska is all about as well. It's always, you know, about who you are and where you come from at the end.
Totally agree. I think that what Ania said about the artisanal part and resurrecting it from history and making it modern, making it fashionable, is something that I'm really excited about, and that excited that I really want to explore the subject with Fundacja Kraina. We are having this project about connecting fashion with artisans in Poland. It's going to develop through autumn and be visible, I hope, next year. But at the same time, I agree with Marcin that there is no Polish fashion per se. There are Polish fashions all over, and it's really fascinating, and we're only beginning to discover how many inspirations, how many regions with local flair we can discover and translate into fashion. So we could keep young designers here, not to let them go to the West and, you know, work there. We should keep them here, keep them interested in what we have to say. So I believe that designers like Ania Kuczyńska, who really stick to Poland as a place to grow and be inspired, and curators like Marcin, who is all about being avant-garde with the heritage and looking from a different perspective, and also having people like Ola, who are very much, I would say that they excel at selling, at sharing the knowledge. And finally, we have fashion on universities. This is all creating this web of something very new. And we also have artists who are using fashion as a tool. So I think that Poland is, or this region, because I think of the region that we are in as something, you know, coming together very much in all of the ways, and very much in solidarity on various levels. So I'm really interested about interconnections between what is futuristic even and what's from the past and can be rediscovered, because I think we have a lot of inspiration like that.
Yes, so let's rediscover. I guess it's a like great idea to make people stay here and build this local hub, and do those connections with other places of origin, as you do in Ukrainian Foundation as well. And I guess it's for a better future. So thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
We're staying in this sort of national context of a fashion in Central and Eastern Europe, and our next panel will spotlight Ukrainian creatives whose work is a manifestation of freedom and resourcefulness. It's been more than 2 years into the full-scale invasion, Russian invasion, and Ukrainian creatives are thriving and continuing to persevere. Speaking on the challenges of running a fashion brand and a magazine in a time of war will be Maria Gavriluk, CEO of Gunia Project, VEJA Brikalin, editor-in-chief of Vogue Ukraine, Svetlana Bevza, the designer of her namesake brand Bevza, and the moderator Karolina Sulej from the Ukrainian Foundation.
So, hello again. This time, please imagine that I am a completely new person in a new role because I am here. I am really, really honored and really, really happy to have wonderful guests in front of me and in front of you, the audience. I would like to start with the women, if I may. So, please warmly applaud Maria Gavriluk, CEO of Gunia Project. Woohoo. And then, of course, Svetlana Bevza, founder and creative director of Bevza. And VEJA Brikalin, the former fashion editor, now editor-in-chief of Vogue Ukraine. I'm really, really happy and pleased to see you here. And maybe you heard from a different panel that I really do think that the regional solidarity and, inspiring each other here is very, very important. And this panel, the title says, "The fashion is an act of resistance." And I would like to share a tiny, tiny memory that I have from the beginning of the full-scale war in Ukraine. I got to meet, in a way, on Instagram, Yowa Jager, the great designer that you all probably know, and you should know. And she was doing this manifest. She was encouraging women to wear lipstick, like rose-red lipstick, even though they're in hiding, even though they're scared, to maintain the beauty of it all, to maintain their personality, their interests, to really live, and so to take care of how we look, because it gives us strength. In your opinion, what was the impact of war on fashion industry? But what's more interesting for me, how fashion can uplift, how can fashion react and be a tool for not only survival, but rebirth even. So that's a question that I am directing to all of you. So maybe we will start in the same order that I introduced you. So Maria, could you comment on that?
Sure. First of all, I'd like to thank you for being there. It's a great honor for us to be on the stage. So thank you, Vogue Polska. What I can say, it's really hard. You can't be prepared for a war. So nobody teaches you what to do when the war begins. And we were unprepared. And all of these first months were really hard for us. But then when we discussed with our team how we can show our resilience, how we can be strong, we understood that the only way to survive is be strong and to... I haven't done my lips in red, actually.
It's not your thing.
Yeah, I'm not good at that. But I understood that, like, I'm good at doing my business, and what I can do best is continue running the business, growing, use our voice as a brand to, express our ideas, speak about Ukrainian culture, and, just to keep going. That's the best thing we can do. So we understood nothing can change our plans. And even with such circumstances that we're living on right now, we understood we're gonna, work even more to, spread our ideas. And it worked well.
So I'm going to address that later, how it works, how your identity of the brand looks right now, but passing on to Svetlana.
Hello. First of all, before we get into fashion, I'd like to thank to all the Polish people for hosting more than 200,000 of Ukrainians since full-scale invasion. Thank you very much. Regarding the story of resilience and the needed feelings of beauty for women that faced the war in Ukraine. Yes, definitely. For a woman to go on and to feel confident, to have this energy, to look straight in tomorrow, emotionally, you need something that is connected with beauty. And we have a story, a real story. When war started, we designed the spikelet jewelry. The spikelet is the main symbol of Ukraine, and we did it before war. We did it in 2018. But when war started, it appeared that a lot of women that left Ukraine and a lot of women that stayed in Ukraine, they needed some symbol, some visual ID, a visual proof that they are Ukrainians and that they showcase their strong position of resilience and stand with Ukraine. But they wanted this symbol to be connected with beauty. And basically, first couple of months, our Kyiv warehouse, the access was blocked because the roads were blocked, but we had a bunch of stock of these spikelets in the office. And we faced the immediate growth of the orders from abroad and from the regions in Ukraine, even the regions in the east where there were battles. But Ukrainian women needed it and they were still buying. So our symbolic spikelets, which are the main symbol, which is the main symbol of Ukraine, basically saved the business. So this surreal situation literally happened, and during these 3 years, we increased the production of the spikelets like in times, and the demand grows. But now I hear the feedback from the people, from Ukrainians all over the world, that when they wear spikelets, they identify each other on the streets. So this is important, and I'm very proud that we did that. There was the other symbol as our metropolitan station became a shelter for thousands of people. And in 90s, there were metro tokens that for the entrance in the metropolitan. So we did these pendants in the, phrase, yes, the metropolitan, and it's still a very popular accessory, especially for the Kyivans, for the girls and boys as well, who had to leave their hometown. That's how it works. So I think that symbolism about feelings but connected with beauty, can be something very important in these times in Ukraine.
Thank you so much. Anya, passing on to you.
Hi, everyone. I have a story. I think it's quite similar to yours. When the big war broke out, we suspended our print edition, and we didn't print for a year. And obviously, since day one, we had these conversations ongoing with the team about whether we should go to print, when we go to print, and how we go to print. And while we were still doing all our online operations, and I remember one day we received an email from our head of distribution, who literally forwarded a message from one of the local newsstand distributors from Kharkiv. Kharkiv is a city that's been shelled since day one and still continues to be under attacks on a daily basis. And so the distributor had someone come into the newsstand and being kind of angry for not finding Vogue there. And to us, there was such a symbolic, I mean, it sounds quite surreal, but then when you think about it, I think on a sort of symbolic level, seeing empty newsstand is such a frightening thing. Imagine like you're going into the street and like you have an empty store, you have empty newsstand. So funnily enough, we have these questions of like where Vogue stands and what's the value of Vogue in the time of war or publications like that. But then I understood that for people sort of like to have this image of magazines basically going back to, it's sort of like a promise of, oh, things gonna get normal again. I don't think things can ever go back to normal again, but it's sort of like there's a promise that there's something there. And I think what we've nailed and the way we restructured the magazine and sort of the new tone of voice that we had to find is I think we cannot say that publications like Vogue can be a place of escapism, because escapism in a way is sort of like rejecting reality. And the way we addressed it, just the way you guys addressed it, is sort of like we are facing it full value. But we can be a beacon of hope and optimism, and stories that we can tell of people, of their struggles, of their resistance, of their way of navigating things, from businesses to creatives, is sort of like there's hope there. There's something over there, over the line, where things gonna get good again.
True, and I think that it's also the narrative of, like I said, survival or life. People can't handle war stories all the time. They have to have something to cling to, like you said. But also, I visited Kyiv many times before the war, and what I noticed is that fashion in Ukraine is a strong language. I think we talked about Polish people not yet being, let's say, invested that much in heritage and folk to wear visible signs of identity from the past and tradition. And I saw in Ukrainian streets many people being like really fashionable with their tradition, their folk tradition. And I think Ukrainian fashion is really excelling at taking the symbols, the stories, the visual, let's say, marks, and translating them into the brand or into your singular Vogue tone. So I would like you to comment upon how Ukrainian identity or heritage is woven into your brand, because it is. And I would like to start with Maria and with Gonia project.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Yes, just as Svetlana said, we also felt like the idea to showcase that you're a part of Ukraine or you support Ukraine now become a huge trend. So lots of Ukrainian people, because of our history, like because of USSR and our education politics, like previously we didn't know much about Ukrainian culture. So I was born in 1993, and when I went to school, Ukrainian literature and Ukrainian culture, we had only 2 lessons, like one time per week, and like we didn't learn anything really. So then I went to university, I studied creative costume, and it also like I thought we gonna have lots of education about Ukrainian culture, but we hadn't had anything. So Gunia started as an idea when me and my partner Natalia, we discovered Ukrainian culture for ourselves. We understood how great, interesting, amazing is this culture, and we understood we want to spread these ideas with our designs to a huge audience, not only for Ukrainians, because we understood there is a huge problem. Ukrainians don't know anything about Ukrainian culture and what we can say about people worldwide. So we understood we have this possibility to change this idea, how people, this perception of Ukraine, and it becomes our hobby, and then it grows into business. And now, because of all of the things going on right now in Ukraine, we understood more and more people want to discover Ukrainian culture and want to, discover cool Ukraine with, new modern brands that work with heritage, with we speak not only about fashion. Right now, we do have lots of musicians who use traditional instruments or voices. We do have this boom in a movie industry, the movies who speak about Ukrainian, poets, etc. So that's a huge wave, and I hope it's going to become bigger and bigger because we have lots of things to talk about. And speaking about Ukrainian culture into transferred into design objects. I think that's the way how we can showcase our uniqueness and create really special objects with, cool handworks, techniques, etc. It gives us this possibility to be different. And that's the thing that people are looking for right now, as I think.
I think so too. It's all about not only the final product, but the process, the backstage of it all, and also being a part of this huge cultural movement. Ironically, was sprung this great creative overflow, I would say. And it's a pity that, let's say, Western parts of the world are interested in our region because there's a crisis happening. But at the same time, I think it's an opportunity for us all and also for Polish people to really think, we live in a certain landscape. What shall we wear to address it? And it's important to address it because it makes us feel, proud, safe. I would like to ask about your brand now.
I totally agree with Maria that it's a great platform. The fashion is a great voice and very vital now for Ukraine to showcase Ukrainian culture that was harshly muted since Soviet times. But it's also about to preserve the Ukrainian culture among the next generation of Ukrainians. And what we did, we basically set the trend that it's cool to wear Ukrainian among Ukrainians. Now it's really cool, but then it depends just on the product. We showcase product to the wider audience abroad. I showcase it in New York Fashion Weeks. Actually, a lot of people there in America, they think that Bevza is an American brand because they just interact with the product like customers. I don't mind at all, but the thing is, it's great. If they like the product, then after they know about the story, then it's okay. But the main thing we're doing here now, referring to our heritage implemented in modern collections, we are speaking to that people that left the country as well, to the other people, to many countries that are allies, but to our own people, because Ukrainian nation is in danger again, and that is true. A lot of people spread around the world, so this is kind of a connection language, visual language. Yeah,
you're creating this tribe, so to say, without a country, because also here being refugees, but at the same time having this tool to recognize themselves, like you said. I think it's very the narrative. What are you saying that this positive aspect of it all is something that we have to underline, and this panel is all about that, to to show how the crisis can spur creativity, and another way to connect. And for a new generation also, I think is very, very important what you said, that young people right now, I think that to heal and to be creative, they need to work through the trauma and have something to just grab and cling to, right? Also when it comes to the industry, because I'm sure it was affected, like, production, getting the resources, textiles, like this whole fashion system just collapsed because of the war, or not. Venya, how would you comment on that?
Well, I think it's for the girls to answer, because they've been so incredibly agile to rebuild this pretty much from scratch again. So I think you can share more on that.
Yeah, please do, and then we'll ask about something else then.
I can say it briefly. We just discussed it on the backstage.
We had a very deep production conversation.
Oh no, shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
Before. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I can say it was super stressful because of the full-scale war, we just, all the manufacturing process was much, much harder. We have a lack of people right now because lots of people left the country. Lots of people went to army. So, and, in Gunia project, we work with specific technologies. Like we work a lot with handwork, and all of these people are brilliant. Like it's really hard to find them because also after the Soviet Union, USSR, this, the prestige of handwork was really low. So lots of people went to normal jobs as they saw, and they just, lots of these artisan technologies was just, forgotten. So we do find these people, and then with a full-scale war, lots of them just went out from the country, and etc., etc. So we faced with lots of problems, but anyway, somehow with a lot of work of our team, we survived, and we found new people, and we teach them. For example, we do have our own ceramic manufacturer right now, and most of people who work there are taught by us. So, and it's around 50 people right now. So it took us a lot of work. So yes, we struggle a lot, but anyway, it gives us, this ability to be flexible, to, to be creative, even in such, hard questions, and to think how you can do it even better. Yeah, and how you be stronger with all of the things you're faced.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to add something, Svetlana, about coping?
I would like just briefly to add that we're in the same situation, and for a couple of weeks it just collapsed. But basically, I'm sure you had the same. I had calls from my team. We were hiding in the basements or the shelters, or somebody left to western part of Ukraine. It was a stressful period. But then they started to call me and asking to go on. So it was their request. They couldn't sit and wait for something. That's what happened to us, and it's encouraged us. Of course, we faced and still facing some extra difficulties. I think that Ukrainian production is working on the edge, because sometimes they switch off the electricity, or we had one production jewelry partner, and in 2022 it was hit by a rocket. Everybody was alive, but all the technologies and equipment was destroyed, so they restarted from the scratch, and multiple situations like that. But we diversified productions partly. We tried to keep, and actually we increased production facilities in Ukraine since war started, but also secured the business to be diversified with deliveries and partly productions abroad. That's how it works.
That's a struggle, and I really do admire what you do on a daily basis, which now seems so easy, but it's so complex. And we are sitting here, but on a daily basis, you are having this huge toll of coping with situations that are new all the time, right? And I would like to maybe try and to sum up what we are talking here about. And I think that talking about Vogue Ukraine is the best way to sum up everything, because Vogue sums things up or shows them as a showcase. And I think it's really difficult, if I can express my opinion, VEJA, to be an editor in such a time. It's huge responsibility, sorry, but it is. And I really, really am very much in awe of what you do. And I would like to ask about your work, how you cope with having a task like that.
Well, first of all, thank you. But I honestly think there's people that are facing much more hardships than us on a daily basis. But I think, in a way, with every business that I've met, any people that run anything that's still stays in the country, I think there's part of the therapeutic aspect to it. It's sort of like, because everyone is sort of asking themselves, like, how can I contribute to the fight to resistance, to saving the country, saving your people? And I think being efficient in your job and just sort of like staying in the business is already part of that, and just keeping the business alive. So that's the bottom line of that. In terms of how we navigate it, I use this metaphor which I would just say is sort of like waltzing in the minefield, because obviously you don't have a notebook. We all discussed this already. You do not have a notebook how to run any type of business in the country that is war. Obviously, people have their very precise idea of what Vogue should or should not be. But then again, it evolves on a daily basis, and most of my team is there in Ukraine, so we have these constant conversations about what the mood is like, because you have to address anything you write, anything you post, anything you shoot. We have to be very sensible, and I'm really hoping, to me, that the biggest criteria, the most important one, is we don't want to be not sensible. So that's the primal criteria of anything that we run. But and this is what's great about journalism, is that it's always evolving. It's a job that always changes. And, we just did this beautiful edition, the one that we launched this year, print edition called Vogue Leaders, where we celebrate people in all aspects of life that maybe 2-3 years ago wouldn't be exactly subjects for us to cover. But anyone from, people in the government, to volunteers, to techno DJ who turn into, volunteers, to all these new circle of people. And I was looking at this edition, I was like, wow, that's incredible, because the optics has changed. We still celebrate people that do things and that sort of like push the culture, push the business, push the conversations into the future. But it's not just about stories on beautiful purses and trench coats, which I think is also part of our language and our landscape, and this is what people historically love about our magazine. But I think it showed that it can be so much more, and I think we've turned into this very big, important voice for the culture. And I think part of our job is basically to have these conversations, to just open the doors to sort of like, so how are we as a nation going to evolve? How the culture is going to evolve? And we don't necessarily have the answers. I don't think anyone has. But just to keep this conversation going and to keep that open, I think that's what we're doing.
Absolutely for that. I think we should keep on talking, because fashion is important, and talking about the power of fashion is important as a topic which is serious, right? And we cannot ignore. It's a great platform for like you said, for healing, being therapeutic, presenting what is empowering, and also for helping each other survive collectively. So I'm very, very thankful that you're here, and please let's talk together about the ways we can cope with this difficult crisis through fashion industry, but also through fashion as a language of survival and creativity. So thank you so very much, VEJA, Berekalin. Thank you, Svetlana Bezva. And thank you so much, Maria Gaviluk. Thank you so much, and keep on going, and chapeau bas to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Influencers hold a powerful yet often overlooked role in advancing sustainability. Could Instagram actually drive the sustainable transformation? Doina Ciobanu, influencer, creative director, and sustainability thought leader from Moldova, will share her inspiring story with Kara Becker.
Hello, good morning. It's such an honor to introduce Doina Ciobanu today, who's absolutely amazing at what she does. She's the No More Plastic Ambassador, sustainability consultant and advocate, but also an influencer. This is what we want to touch on very early on. So social media is obviously a very powerful tool, but do you think Instagram has the potential to drive a sustainable fashion revolution, or does the platform focus on trends and aesthetics hinder that potential in any way?
I mean, of course it does have the potential, but the reality, unfortunately, is that it does really prioritize aesthetic. I mean, even I look at myself, you know, and my wall on Instagram, I always say, is more like my visual portfolio. Whilst my stories, my LinkedIn are my sort of place for advocacy. And, you know, you mentioned also even the notion influencer, right? I feel like maybe many people agree it's become a sort of rotten apple because there's so much association when you talk about influencer with overconsumption, with sort of you sell your soul for an extra buck. And I think that's maybe why I have stepped away from that notion and from even doing work within that space, because it is a sort of very, very vague minefield. So you need to be careful of how you navigate it.
So how can you actually navigate it? How to use the visuals to teach people about the complexity of sustainability?
Well, it's funny because I would actually probably be the worst person to ask about that because I think in my journey, you know, I started being passionate about sustainability quite a long time ago, probably about 8 years now. And it started from just a personal journey. I started sharing my sort of educational path towards understanding sustainability online. And it was an interesting choice because a lot of people did like that. The way I approached it wasn't, oh, I know all these things and I'm teaching you about it. It wasn't preachy. It was, I'm so clueless. Let's learn about this together because I admit that I don't know much. But in my journey towards sustainability, I have also faced this dilemma that I can't continue being an influencer in the traditional way of being an influencer because I can't promote that much product. It does not make sense to promote overconsumption to such a degree that it earns you enough money, right, for it to be your main job. And I think that's the tricky kind of space that if you want it to be your main source of income, I look at myself, it has taken a tremendous disadvantage at my career and my earnings to choose not to engage with as many sponsored posts, with as many companies, etc. So honestly, it's a tricky one and I don't have the right answer, but for sure you can't engage with this much overconsumption and promotion of produce if you want to have an impact.
Yes, because I think, is it possible to be a new age influencer who can somehow manage to, you know, advertise product, as you mentioned, but on the other hand, like choose it wisely? I think this is something you did at the beginning of your journey, as you've mentioned. So how did you maneuver within this problematic field?
So as you said, you know, I was quite careful with the projects I worked on, but also sometimes, and I'm a firm believer because sustainability can be so puritanical. And I truly believe that we can have the biggest impact actually when there is a lot of work to be done. So perhaps sometimes it is partnering up with problematic companies if they are open to get better with you, you know? So it's easy, of course, to partner with a company that's already sustainable, but are you really going to have such a big impact in there? I don't think so. Whilst partnering up with someone, but then again, you risk in the public sphere, it doesn't look good. So sometimes when I do work with these companies, it is behind the scenes because I don't think I can associate myself publicly with them. Because one, people would crucify me, and two, it would probably even be a sort of setback for myself. Even though, again, that's where you have the biggest impact. You have the biggest impact by going in and helping these companies that are very bad at working out how they can be better.
Of course. And how did your followers react first at this little switch that was made on your blog, but also on your Instagram back then?
I was lucky because, like I mentioned, it was a very soft transition for me. And I didn't start it as a transition. It was just something that genuinely, I was traveling once to Bali, you know, remote, stunning location, paradise. I'd only seen it in pictures. And when I got there and I was faced with the pollution problem, which, by the way, at the time, it was still a lot of the pollution coming in from Europe because Europe used to export all its plastic to Southeast Asia. I realized that we don't really understand the plastic problem when we're in Europe because it's easy to talk about a problem you don't see in real life. You just know it somewhere. But when you're faced with it in such a virgin context, it really hits you. And that was when I started sharing this with my followers. I started learning about it. And it was genuinely just came out of a place of curiosity. And I think maybe that's why people grew with me as I grew. I was 20-something when that started. You know, I was still young, and I mean, I am young, but I was still at the end of my, you know, sort of teenage years almost. And now as I'm becoming more adult, my following has kind of grown and learned with me. So it was a natural transition.
And is there any advice that you could give to a person, an influencer who wants to be the voice of change, who wants to educate their followers, but they don't want to lose followers or brand partnerships?
Again, very tricky one, because I have had so many people with huge followings approach me and ask, how should I do it? Because I've tried to communicate about it, and I got a lot of backlash because, you know, people said I'm a hypocrite, etc. And like I always say, you know, we're all hypocrites because realistically, there is no 100% sustainable brand business out there. Being 100% sustainable would be to not exist, not produce, not use energy. Working online, you're using energy and water to cool down generators and so on and so forth. So if someone says to you that you have to be perfect to talk about it, just, you know, ignore them because you can have such a huge impact, but you have to be prepared to face criticism. So I think it is those big people that are more brave to sometimes just spread a bit of awareness that can have the biggest impact.
And have you faced criticism as well?
Of course. I don't think anyone in the space, even within the sustainability community.
Really?
Yeah, because sustainability is such a huge umbrella. You know, there are people that are passionate about animal rights, and that's within sustainability. But then they will sometimes go quite separate ways with people passionate about natural fibers and anti-synthetic fibers. So it's even within, or someone who is very anti-nuclear, someone who's very pro-nuclear, and all of that is within the climate kind of umbrella, you know? So even between ourselves, there is always this sort of debate. And that's why I say it doesn't matter if there's always going to be someone who doesn't like what you're saying, right? No matter the industry. So you might as well use that opportunity to say something good.
And this is why sometimes I guess people choose not to speak at all.
100%. That's what I hear from people because they're genuinely afraid. They might be passionate about these things and want to share and participate in different. It doesn't have to be sustainability. It can be human rights, women's rights, politics, exactly. But they're just scared that there is going to be this backlash because people say, oh, you're just a fashion person. Why are you talking beyond your skill?
You didn't choose the path. You chose the much more difficult one, I guess, because you're very open about sustainability, politics, everything that is very important to you and to your mind and heart, but also thinking about the sustainable fashion revolution. I think still we did a ton, but the change is still very slow. And I was thinking, what from your point of view, as you're very deep in this subject, what are the key barriers that are still keeping us from success in this field, and how influencers and people in social media can address it to help push it forward?
Well, one of the biggest problems for me at the moment is transparency. And I think that is something that hopefully with a lot of new legislation in the EU will slowly, France was the first one just recently that implemented some change, but apparently they're going back a bit on it. So again, you know, it's always, even with policy making, it's always 2 steps forward and 10 steps back. But I think transparency, and then right now my personal sort of fight is synthetic fibers. So we are at that crossroad of, you know, a place where we can make the right choice and hopefully set up a very regenerative, amazing sort of system where we support the farmers, we look after the soil, we look after our own health and future with natural fibers, or we can go the other way. So right now, fibers, transparency, and then again, and this is something we were discussing last night, for me, personally, for instance, within the luxury sector, I think we have the huge problem where luxury brands just refuse to acknowledge that they have a problem. They always kind of shift the blame towards fast fashion, but there is so many problems within the luxury sector that just don't get even acknowledged. So even at least acknowledging that those problems exist to then be able to take the first steps towards fixing them.
Yes, it was mentioned today as well that luxury fashion still has a huge problem with sustainability, and this leads to another segment of our conversation, is you being a brand consultant, sustainability consultant with amazing international brands. And for you being behind the scenes and seeing how it really works, what do you think are the biggest challenge for big fashion houses and global brands today?
First of all, probably management, because unfortunately, more often than not, at the top sit people that, not to be mean, 90% men, to be honest. And there's actually a lot of research that show that women are more emotive towards sustainability issues.
And more organized.
And more organized. So 1, it's a lot of men. And 2, it is a lot of sort of people who come from finance or from engineering jobs. And they just see the world in numbers. You know, they want to see how exactly is this going to bring them profit. And they're not open-minded beyond that. And I think that's a huge problem, because many projects I've worked with, the teams would be amazing and everyone would be very open. But when it comes to the stakeholders, they're like, what's the point? We're just going to lose money. And they don't understand you're going to lose money in the short run, but make money in the long run, being safe from all the fines, from future regulations, etc. So that is definitely a big one. But then also just implementing the supply chain change. Until I got behind the scenes on the corporate side, I did not realize just how long that takes. You know, it can take 5-10 years, depending on what you're changing. So sometimes, again, maybe on the consumer side, it's easy to be like, oh, we just told you about this last year. Why haven't you changed that?
Exactly.
Well, maybe they are working on it, but it will be happening in like 10 years.
And you mentioned also, we spoke before for an interview for Vogue as well. You spoke about like the creative teams being not very well communicated with the researchers and sustainability teams. If you can elaborate on that a little bit more, because I found it very, very interesting, because you mentioned that there are actually a lot of amazing researchers and people working for the brands. So they have a lot of things that they could change, but why won't they?
It is indeed. This was, again, quite surprising, because a lot of companies will have dedicated sustainability teams with spectacular scientists behind them, but they will make these plans and they will make these suggestions that sometimes will stay in a totally different country, in a totally different factory office, and then the design team, the creative team that makes all the decisions and implements what materials they use, etc., will be based in a totally different market. So they don't even get to communicate. And that's sort of how I'm trying to approach sustainability consulting now, is to try and bring these teams together, because in order to tackle sustainability problems within a company, you need a holistic approach. It needs to come from the core of the business, from design, finance. It's not just a slam-on sort of extra office somewhere.
And your name is undeniably associated with sustainability in the fashion industry. So do you feel sometimes that big fashion brands, they want to work with you as a marketing tool just to tell people, oh, we're working with Dojna Ciobanu, so we want to make the change? Do you feel sometimes when you start a collaboration like that it is only about marketing?
To be honest, it more happens the other way. I more see when there are sustainability projects, brands won't want to include me because they're worried that I know what I'm talking about and what they're talking about, and that I'm too loud. So if they maybe include me, something might happen. Even though I'm not that type of person, if I have something to say, I will go behind the scenes and actually try to work with the brand on making it better. I won't bring it to social media and try and cancel them or anything. But I usually find it to be the opposite.
But I love the way how loud you are. And also when we speak about being loud, I know there's a call to action you want to make today.
Yes, there is. So a little call to action. So the EU is working on this new life cycle assessment methodology that unfortunately would basically more or less set the sustainability fight probably a decade back, because what's happening right now, it's called the product environmental footprint. What's happening right now is, according to their methodology, synthetic fibers are actually the best fiber. And natural fibers on this scoring kind of methodology end up being the most damaging to the environment. So my call to action is to contact your local EU representatives and just bring to their attention, because together with the sustainability community, we have been trying to do this for 2 years. There's even been countless letters from farmers around the world, like hundreds of thousands of farmers, and so many experts talking about it, but they still haven't listened to us. So perhaps, if you can contact your local EU representative and just mention, look, there's this PEF, it's called Product Environmental Footprint Policy. I have my worries about it. Please talk to the farmers. Please talk to more experts about natural fibers. That would be it, because honestly, it would be quite damaging to all our futures, because natural fibers within that structure would basically become very expensive, rare to find, and fossil fuel derived synthetics would be the sort of go-to for everyone.
Let's do it. Let's show our power. Ladies and gentlemen, Dojna Ciobanu, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We love a call to action. Well, what an exciting, inspiring, engaging morning. We'll now have a 20-minute break, so please be back sharp at 11:40 for our next section on innovations and investments. fashion is entering a bold new era, driven by evolving consumer desires, technological breakthroughs, and a rising global consciousness. The industry is being reshaped before our eyes. With AI transforming every facet of fashion, we're witnessing a fusion of innovation and responsibility. Exploring the new dynamics in fashion will be Octavian Zając, Managing Director and Senior Partner, and the head of BCG Poland, who's a partner with Vogue Poland, to make this summit happen.
Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to see so many faces here today. And I have this privilege of introducing you to our latest report that we've developed together with Vogue Poland. And that report actually explores the most recent trends that we see in the fashion industry. And one of the most interesting things about those trends that we'll be talking about is that they are to a large extent opposing. So let me start with a reflection that really polarization is all over us. If you look at the politics, the division on the social issues, the division on what is commonly acceptable in terms of cultural or societal norms, it's everywhere around us. And if you look from that perspective, fashion industry, which you would think should be much more cosmopolitan, is no different. Actually, we have many of such divisions. Polarization is also clearly there. On the one hand side, we see a very clear trend that gained prominence recently around sustainability. But on the other hand, when you look at the market shares of fast fashion companies, they are clearly thriving, especially in such macroeconomic environment that we have currently. Then, if you look at technology, you look at AI use cases, how they are deployed at every single stage of the fashion industry, of the value chain, starting from design of clothes up to how they are sold to consumers in the shops, but also on the e-commerce platforms. AI is already there with a very prominent role. On the other hand, you also have brands that focus on craftsmanship, that are quite small, local, that localize the production to where the consumers are. And lastly, if you look at global supply chains, and there will be a very interesting panel on that later on, so many companies, so many of our clients now speak about nearshoring of their production footprint. So reversing everything they've done over the last 15 years because of constraints, because of risks related to macroeconomic situation, risks related to geopolitics, risks related to disruptions in those supply chains. But on the other hand, when you still look at where is the largest part of the suppliers in the fashion industry located, and if you look at the cost base, it's clearly countries like China, Bangladesh, that have their own issues. So there's no difference when you look at the fashion industry with respect to that. So in the report, and I have only 10 minutes, I'll not go into details, but I just want to flag some of the most interesting elements that you can read in our report. We'll focus on 3 of those opposing trends. So on one hand side, we'll ask the question, what is the future of human and human interactions in fashion industry in the future in terms of creativity versus more manual tasks? And what will be the role for machine, for automation, for AI? Then, if you talk to many fashion companies these days, they complain a lot about increasing number of regulation, reporting requirements. So the role of regulation versus autonomy in the future. And the last but not least, a very important question about the future of local footprint versus truly global footprint in terms of production, in terms of sales, in terms of the design of the clothes. So let me start with this first element, just to give you a sneak preview. So asking the question, what will be the future for us, for humans, in the fashion industry of the future. So let me share with you at the beginning results of a recent research that we did among our clients that have implemented Gen AI use cases along different parts of their organization, both business function, but also back office support functions. And it's more and more pronounced these days. We see companies across all industries doing that at scale. So there were a number of fashion companies also involved in that study, and the results in terms of productivity that those managers report are really stunning. So from those that had those Gen AI use cases deployed, they reported from 80 to close to 85% satisfaction in terms of time that they saved through using those automated tools, increased speed, improved quality of their work, giving them opportunity to focus on things that matter more versus things that are just manual or low value adding. So clearly, very, very good feedback. Over half of those participants actually reported that when they were to estimate the saving of time that they get through those tools, those people that actually use them actively during that period, they would estimate that it give them up to 5 hours or sometimes more than 5 hours of time saved per week, which is huge. It's just a huge result. So I think it's unquestionable that it can give you the productivity boost, also in the fashion industry, for the players here. However, the real question is whether there is some impact of using those tools on someone that is most important here, so the end consumer. So does applying AI in even a bit more creative task has any toll from consumer perspective? But before I share some other results of the study that you can read in the report, let us pause here for a second. And I will have a question to you here in the room. Look at this picture. And I would like to ask you whether this picture that you can see here is created by a photographer, the actual human being, or it's generated by AI. Just two options. So now I'll ask people who think that this is the result of the human work, a photographer, to raise their hands, please. Okay. And now, people who believe that it's a result of AI, please raise your hands. I think most people think it's AI. And the truth is that it has nothing to do with AI. It's 100% human, no AI involved whatsoever. But most of the room actually was wrong in that case, but there was some polarization. And that's true, because these days it's very, very hard to tell the difference between AI-generated imagery and creative projects versus those that are generated by the humans. And this was also confirmed by our research, where we basically gave to people pictures that were either generated or by AI or made by photographers and asked them to classify which one is which one. And what you can see here, the results are pretty shocking. Basically, people cannot tell the difference. I mean, you can say that, yes, I mean, actually, younger people may be a bit better, but still, almost half of them got it wrong. And if you look at other age groups, they just couldn't tell the difference. So we looked at that in a bit more depth, from the creative process perspective and impact on the consumers. And we asked the question, okay, so maybe there is some feature where AI is better or human is better. If you look at these pictures from emotional load perspective, from the creativity, from clarity of what it represents, visual appeal, engagement, innovativeness. But the results were basically the same when we asked the same respondents to score without them knowing which picture is generated by whom. The results were really, really similar. And you can say, yes, there is a bit of advantage of the human being, but as you can see from that, it's negligible. It's almost non-existent. And with the current pace of technological advancements, the current pace of how those algorithms are getting better and better every second, I think very soon this will be at least completely even out. So really, to answer the question, what is the future of human in the fashion industry versus the machine, you need to look at the report. I will not disclose that now. Looking at the second phenomena that you can read more in the report, so regulation versus autonomy and self-regulation, there is this big question whether the regulators are actually hindering development of the industry by putting too much bureaucracy, too much red tape, too much reporting requirements versus what's really needed for the industry to thrive. But to answer the question, what is best for the future, we also need to understand where we are really coming from. And the facts are quite brutal for the fashion industry. The facts are that fashion industry is one of the biggest polluters globally. So 10% of the global greenhouse gas emissions are coming directly from the fashion industry. 20% of the clean water pollution comes straight from the textiles manufacturing process. So no wonder that those institutions intervene and put more and more regulation to counter some of those trends. And you can read more in the report about different types of regulation, what is coming up, what impact will have it on the industry. But I want to stress one more thing that is a bit polarizing here, that it's not only red tape, it's also some support for the industry, especially for the brands that are developing and scaling up with this environmental consciousness in mind. And lastly, looking at local versus global trends and how this will affect the future. Is the future more in the hands of global international players or proliferating smaller local brands that are close to local communities? Well, first of all, let's start from where it all begins, so with the consumer. And again, from some other studies, we see that consumers really are seeking to connect with the brands. That's a very important dimension that they look for. And they are ready to switch, and they actually show in their shopping behavior that they switch between brands, for example, to a more sustainable brands where that connection exists. And most of them prefer online savvy brands that build their own communities that they can find some engagement with. And fashion companies actually notice that. They know it very well. And they lead the way in slightly different ways. So we see more and more of the big global companies investing in digital, in technology, to create those digital communities through which consumers can connect. A lot of work focused on loyalty, building all these communities for consumers, while local brands still remain very relevant by localizing the production, by actually focusing on craftsmanship and really getting close to the local communities. However, it's not so black and white. We see that many global players still want to have this local relevance. And you can see the example here of Adidas, who has cooperated with 3 actually African artists to update their famous Samba shoes collection. And that was a great success and a great relevance in the local communities and on the global scale. And completely the other way around, you see some local brands, in this case, the Ukrainian brand that actually took some of the local Ukrainian motifs, taking them internationally, showing them at New York Fashion Week and bringing them to the global clients. So also those boundaries will somehow blur in the future. So is the future polarized? Well, it's surely going to be multidimensional. And in the report, you can also read some more details how fashion companies will respond to those trends by deploying Gen AI use cases, embracing these innovations that are coming up, but with more and more focus on responsibility, and finally getting closer to the consumers at much faster pace to be able to respond to those changing consumer needs faster and better. So at the end, I can only encourage you to download the report by actually making a picture of this QR code or going to Vogue website. And I hope you'll enjoy the reading. Thank you very much.
Much of the conversations in this segment will focus on sustainable sourcing and transparent supply chains, which are becoming increasingly vulnerable to climate disruption and geopolitical upheavals, as we've heard earlier this morning. The next panel will explore how new technologies are transforming supply chains. Let me introduce on stage Anna Wiącek-Kocot, Managing Director at BCG, who will introduce her panelists.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, or even good afternoon already, as we have some delay. I will have a pleasure to discuss the transformation of fashion industry through technology, but also through sustainability agenda. And with me on the stage, there are Leila Ertur, who is head of sustainability at H&M Group. Hello, Leila.
Hi, thank you very much for the invitation.
Magdalena Bornos-Paciorek, fashion industry manager at Google.
Hey, everyone.
And Dagmara Brzezińska, VP Sales of Integer.pl.
Hello, everyone.
Fantastic audience. Okay, as we have only 20 minutes, I need to somehow catch up the delays. We'll try to organize our discussion along the fashion product life cycle. So I will start with sourcing. Leila, in 2021, you joined the pilot of the project that was led by Stella McCartney, Google, and World Wildlife Fund, which was about the Global Fiber Impact Explorer. We are 3 years later, so where are you with your sourcing strategy and materials traceability? Also, if you can include the polyester role in the overall sourcing process. Thank you.
Sure. Hello, everyone. What I believe is you can only take an action if you can count. So if you would like to take steps, if you would like to see progress, you should be able to know what is your impact. So there are different ways of measuring your impact. We have been traditionally collecting data from our suppliers and countries, but we also understand that, especially with the pandemic, we have to figure out more efficient ways of collecting our data and to be able to set ourselves for better future. We in H&M Group, I hope you have heard, we set one of the most ambitious goals for the industry. We would like to decrease our emissions 56% by 2030, and we would like to decouple our growth from resource use. So what we are saying here, we want to be a growth company, but we want to detach all the negative impact that fashion industry could create from our growth and production. So we team up with great partners like Google. One of the main streams for us to understand as well, how could we work with our current quite a diverse, very tangled supply chain, and also create some kind of database for us to base when we are putting the strategy out, but also when we are taking the actions. I'm a true believer of AI and tech. We also in our department, tech team within sustainability, because I also think, again, if we are not accurate about traceability, transparency, which I still think is an issue in our industry for all the different levers of supply chain, it's very difficult to take action. So we are using AI both in impact analysis for the product, but also different part of our business, such as to calculate the production quantities, optimizing size and fit per different locations. So we have different streams also when it comes to tech. And your question about polyester, I also heard that Dana mentioned in the opening session a little bit coming everywhere. So, I mean, talking about decoupled growth from resource use, we need to work in different ways with all our material basket. How we work with cotton versus polyester or lab growns, you need a very strong ideation strategy. And for polyester, we have our goal. Next year, we're going to be 100% recycled in polyester. But we also know that there's a bit of evil in that strategy. The evil is polyester, recycled polyester available right in the market is a PET recycling. And we have been thinking about how could we also lower the impact even further. So we've gone out and looked for textile recycling for polyester. We couldn't really find anything that we can fit and scale for our size. Then we have invested a company called Saire. It's a 50-50 joint venture, basically technology company, again, finding out how do you do textile polyester recycling. Next 7 years, we're going to invest around $600 million to make sure we are bringing polyester, textile recycling in scale, which is open for other like-minded brands as well. So for me, I think polyester is going to be one of the other materials which we want to reduce and detach ourselves from natural materials first and then focus on recycling towards textile. So I feel we are quite comfortable to say by 2030, when we see our total product basket is 50% recycling, polyester are going to be just one of the material there.
Sounds wonderful. Thank you very much. And Magda, moving to the production part of the cycle, over 30% of the clothes which are produced, that's stock. So the question, how we should manage this dead stock before it really happens, so that we can, first of all, plan the right level of demand, then the plan what consumers will buy, but also later on utilize the stock in a proper way.
So thank you. This is actually a very important question, and I love it because I heard it a lot from the clients. Hey, Google, please sell me this dead stock. But, it's before the dead stock is created, it's actually several things during the process that actually happening, yes? So for the purpose of the audience, for the purpose of this event, I would divide that into 3 steps. One is pre-sales, something's going on there, actual sales, and after sales. All those 3 etages are actually makes the difference when it comes to the dead stock. So with this pre-sales stage, there is a number of technology that you can use to actually forecast what your particular consumer would want to buy. You can actually have a lot of databases right now to use for technology to create this forecasting. So you can use social media to predict the trends, yes? You can use the weather databases to just influence the weather per particular market because it's actually the very common actually factor. And then you have, for example, the macroeconomical situation on particular country. If you exporting goods to countries, it's like everything you can take and use the technology to forecast a bit, to get to know your user more. Or actually within the Google searches, we have this opportunity to see how the client actually see the vertical, your vertical, yes? If it's like the client that is going through very sustainable materials, looking for organic cotton, looking for, 100% alpaca sweater and so on. So getting to know the consumer from the search perspective is also very important to be relevant. And also within ad tech, there's number of things that going on, especially when it comes to artificial intelligence, which is obvious that we don't want the customers overload with the ads, but be with the right message, with the right product in the right time, yes? And right now, we as a human, we are really complex, especially in a fashion industry, because previously we were typing down I like to buy black shoes. Yes, that was easy. So that much competition, and it was easy from the campaign perspective to work on this. right now the searches have around 8 words instead of 2, so that's a lot, and it's really hard to guess what the final user wants to really, what it really means when he types down dark chocolate sweater, fall, winter, 2024, near me, and for I don't know, rainy day, yes? So you cannot predict what to respond to the client with the ad. So there is a lot of technology, a lot of AI to actually read this intent and work on that. So within this pre-sales and sales process, it's a lot of things going on that you can make this, because with the technology, we used to say that you need to say a big digital transformation, a big things. But I believe that this Kaizen approach, like each day you are 1% better than the other, it's good. And what's good in Google, it's the technology, it's really democratized. So it's not reserved when it comes to Google tools just for the, small enterprise companies. Each of you actually can play with that and can learn more, which I really want to encourage you, because in the end, it's actually influenced the whole vertical, the dead stocks, and the whole processes. So I mentioned the forecasting for the pre-sales, but you need to remember also that the huge impact on the environment also has the transportation, also has the of course the materials. And with this transformation, I read this really interesting case study that we ran last year with American Airlines. So it's important, the aviation and the transportation through the air, especially now when you have like ultra fast fashion brands that actually use not anymore the seaside, but they are actually use aviation to transport those $2 t-shirts, and they invest in the airports, and they even try to buy them just to control them. So I think it's important to also make the small adjustments when it comes to the impact of aviation. So we ran this project out of the insights that you probably notice all those whitish flary traces after when the plane flies, and we are showing to the kids, hey, look, the plane is flying. So actually this contrail, which is called this white trace, it's one of the most harmful impact on the atmosphere. So it's around 35% harm responsible that aviation creates for the atmosphere. So we run this project that, thanks to Google Lens and thanks to Vision API, we can detect where there are areas and how to change the attitude to actually avoid that. Yes, so American Airlines use that, and this is one step. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Magda.
Yeah.
We are running out of time, and I have lots of temptation to ask additional questions.
You cannot stop me. Else, like
what part of the problem it solves, really, but it goes into much more education and relations with investors. So let me switch to the last part of the supply chain, last mile delivery. Dagmara, you championed in the parcel lockers as a, let's say, solution for the carbon emission. Can you share with us some numbers, some figures, how much it supports the environmental agenda? And also, I would ask you how it's, let's say, perceived by the consumers, if that's the direction they want to really follow, or that's something that take them out of the comfort.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I think this is, of course, some may say, the most boring part of the whole fashion, because logistic doesn't sound like, choosing fabrics or even inventing and creating. But in the same time, it's incredibly complex, and it can also bring additional value for the consumers. So in terms of the last mile, which is the last moment when consumer is receiving the parcel, so from the parcel locker until the consumer, this is the most important moment for the logistic companies. So logistic industry is working super hard to make the biggest the highest quality of the service for consumers, but at the same time, it's incredibly important for minimizing the carbon footprint. And in terms of the minimization of the carbon footprint, there isn't any other option that is more optimized in terms of the carbon dioxide emission than parcel lockers. And in this context, we have to be absolutely clear about this. This is 98% of carbon dioxide emission that is transmitted less when we are using the parcel lockers. Why is it also so important? Because in terms of the lockers, one might think, well, it's easy. The parcel is going from the warehouse, from the depot, then it's going to the courier. But in the same time, the courier that is actually bringing your parcels to the automatic parcel machines of InPost is actually can bring 1,000 parcels and deliver them in a day. In comparison to home delivery, this might be around 70, 80, but in the same time, the same courier needs to go around the city and choose 90 to 100 addresses versus 1 or 2 parcel lockers, 1,000 parcels done in one shot. This also actually proves that this is the most efficient source as well for us to deliver. It minimizes this carbon footprint. In the same time, it's hyper convenient as well for the consumer. Let me remind you, 24,000 parcel locker machines in Poland. So 23 million people in Poland have the access to APM machines within 7-minute walk distance. And we are not using the cars to get our parcel as well. So we are also in the same time not emitting as consumers to pick up the parcel additional carbon dioxide emission. And that's really an important factor because we have to remember that this 98% that is more efficient in terms of carbon dioxide emission is hyper important for the environment. And that's one thing. Of course, Poland is a pioneer. We are always, being the biggest and the most relevant enabler for the e-commerce. We are creating new solutions, and we are right now seeding this solution as well to the Western Europe. And it's actually Poland that started this trend, and I'm really proud of it as well, that it's a Polish company. And right now, because of the cooperation with in other countries, having Mondial Relay in our portfolio and also developing InPost in other countries, we actually are changing the consumer behavior because consumers perceive this option as well. And we see this in Kantar. 82% of our respondents in Kantar, so independent research agency, says that really the locker, our locker, InPost locker, is the most environmentally friendly. ESG is not a point for us that needs to be taken like just by the way. We are talking about this for years. ESG group strategy that we have is a vital point in our business strategy. And that's why we are creating many additional tools to optimize the routes of the couriers and also create actually the most relevant delivery methods. And that's why actually as well, saying about the innovations, that was the innovation that Poland brought to the logistic industry.
You mentioned consumers, but there are also entrepreneurs. You are a big driver for e-commerce. So the question, what role you play, how you educate entrepreneurs in this area?
Absolutely. So looking at the number of merchants that cooperate with us in Poland, this is a vast amount of dozens of thousands of merchants that decided to cooperate with us. Because, as I said, 82% of consumers, shoppers, they see how important the environmental impact is, and it's going to grow. So let's not fool ourselves that younger generation will not look at environmental impact. They will. That's why we are electrifying our fleet. We have right now the biggest fleet of electric cars, over 1,300 cars that are purely electric. So 70 million parcels every year are delivered right now with electric fleet. And also, having the lockers, which are totally automatized. They do not need any electrification. They just run on solar panels. That's something that we perceive as one of the trends. And that's why actually I might say, it's incredibly important to educate also by the fact that we are constantly talking with them. So my team is not a sales team, as you said, VP sales. It's not sales. It's about the business advising. It's really showing that our solutions, like implementation of in-post pay, for having very fast checkout, but also for consumers to see what kind of shopping they have and have more control over shopping, which is also a very important ESG point, is actually one of the points that we have to look at. So indeed, we are not only going in logistic area, but also we are going far beyond.
It would be great to see what's the overall impact of this parcel lockers versus the original traditional version of delivery. Thanks a lot, Dagmara. And maybe the last question, as we are running out of time. Leila, you are for a long time in the fashion industry. I think all your career is, most of your career is in the fashion industry. So looking from this, I don't know, several years perspective, let's say, what are your reflections on the sustainability? Should that be a competitive advantage? Should that be a compliance requirement? Or should we treat it as a kind of foundation for this industry?
Good one. We have our long-standing commitment to our customers to offer best fashion, quality, price with sustainability for many years. So I have never seen sustainability as a standalone topic for us. It's been part of our business. It's been how we make decisions, how we make investments, how we create our company culture as well. So I believe if you are doing sustainability just as a good communication tool, it's a totally wrong path. It's also, I mean, like you have touched base, upcoming legislations, pushing truly the brands to be more transparent, report about their impact, about products. But also I do see it's us who wants to liberate fashion for many. We have to take responsibility on our actions. Like you said, I worked in production about 20 years, so I have seen the companies now our size and scale, how we can maximize our positive impact towards social environment, but also all other impacts like climate and circularity. So, I mean, what we have been doing for many years, basically working towards innovations, acquiring innovative companies, fostering their ability to scale, bringing them in our supply chain, make sure we give more chance. We work with industry partners, we work with like-minded brands, countries, European Union for legislations to make sure that also our efforts are visible among all others. And the last piece is, of course, we seek for transparency and traceability in all our actions. So when you put all three of them together, I think it's really difficult to be a long-standing company if you don't have a good sustainability strategy blended to your business goals. Last piece on that one, I mean, our business goals mainly decouple growth from resource use. So we want to grow, and while growing, we want to detach ourselves from all other impact. So for me, it's a very hand-in-hand approach. So our side is sustainability is everyday part of what we are doing today and what we want to do in next decades.
Thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And thank you.
We'll now be looking at some good business practices. And VEJA's success story is a perfect example of that, showing us how fashion supply chain work from raw material to finished products. Let me introduce on stage François Guillaume Morillon, co-founder of the French beloved sneaker brand VEJA.
Hello. I'm just trying to push my presentation. I don't know if you know the meaning of the word VEJA. Someone know here in the audience? You know? So? It's a Portuguese word, and it means to look, exactly. And so today, I will have you look at what is VEJA. And so to take you to the journey of how did we have the idea, and how 20 years after having the idea, we have a company that sells almost 4 million pairs of shoes each year that are made in Brazil with fair trade, organic and recycled materials. So it all started with this man, my best friend from high school, still my best friend today, and my business partner, Sebastian. And it all started actually in New York City with a bottle of vodka. Yeah, I know we are in Poland. I'm going to lie to you if I say it was a Polish vodka, because it was not actually our bad. It was an absolute vodka, so Swedish vodka. I'm so sorry. But I'm going to tell you the truth, today. So I'm not going to lie. And yeah, we were, at the time, we were working in banks. I know it sounds strange. So we were finishing our MBAs in like business schools and working in banks. And one night, it was the beginning of spring, so I had a little terrace in my studio in New York, and I said, okay, let's buy a bottle of vodka and let's drink. And we needed to drink because I think we needed to express that there was something in our lives that were not okay. And actually, we started like first sip, and then the truth started to come out. We were not happy with the jobs that we had embraced, the careers that we had embraced, almost like an automatic pilot. Like, you need to go to business school and do this, do that. And then we were sitting in banks in New York City, in glass buildings. And we were not enjoying what we were living, and we had no hope. Like the people we were working, our bosses, we didn't want to have the life that they had and the preoccupations that they had. It was only about restaurants and clubs and I don't know what. And so we started drinking, and that night we took a decision that was not VEJA yet, but that we would quit our jobs and that we would do what we want to have a happy life. And that at this time, we decided to go down from the towers that we were working and to travel the world for 1 year to see the reality of the world, to take the pulse of the world and to see the problems that the world was facing. And so it was not like tourism. We created the first company that was a consulting company, because also we had no money to pay for the trip, because 1 year is a long time. And so we created a small consulting company, and we went to see very big French corporations. And we said, okay, we are young, we are not smart, but I mean, we have done like some studies. So we hear that now sustainability is a new important issue. We were in 2002. So it was something that was coming up, but people didn't really know how to address it. And so we want to go and visit your factories, your supply chains, your operations everywhere in the world, and to give you some advice. Is it relevant? Is it not relevant? Should you communicate? Should you not? And the companies, they were very interested, because at this time there were not so many consultants in sustainability. And so we could set up a 1 year of traveling in India, China, South Africa, and Brazil, so the BRICS, without Russia. Always complicated, Russia. So we decided, okay, let's go on the ground, and with the idea that we would build a strong consultant firm. Actually, we did not. We created VEJA. So what happened? What happened is that there was a lot of deception in what we saw. So we went to see Carrefour, Lafarge, so big companies, and also carrying operations in China, in South Africa. So a little bit of everything, like energy, mining, supermarkets, farming, and clothing manufacturer. But everywhere we were seeing the same thing, that the companies were not addressing the real issues. They were always presenting some small, beautiful, nice projects, but that were not like really addressing the issues of the product that they were making or the service that they were addressing. And so we visited 65 different projects, and only one got our attention. And it was the only client that actually had no money to pay us, because it was a startup company that was doing fair trade in Brazil. And it was a French company called Altereco. And we went to visit their supplier. That was a supplier of palm hearts, like the product that it was grown in the forest, in agroforestry systems. And there we found something that worked, that had a good social, economic impact through a product, not through a nice charity program. And the brand in France was a small company, but they were cutting all the middlemen, buying directly from the small producers in Brazil. And there we said, okay, that's what we want to do with our lives. It works. It brings money to people who need. And thanks to this money, people can preserve their environment, because it was the Amazon forest that we also discovered in that occasion. And so we came back, we gave our reports to the big corporation, we said, okay, it's not going to be for us. And also because we were feeling that the big corporation didn't really care about like the advice that we were giving them, that was basically go and take care of your products and do them better, calculate the impact, and then try to have a better impact instead of doing like marketing charity green projects. And we said, okay, no, instead of helping big corporations to do that, let's do it ourselves. And then, what are we going to do? Okay, food was already taken, like fair trade coffee was everywhere, and then we looked at our feet. We said, come on, we are sneaker addicts, we are sneakerheads. Only during that trip, we had bought like, each of us had bought like almost like 15 pairs of shoes. So we have a shoe issue. We have a shoe problem. So let's face it and let's try to make something out of it. And so that's where we had the idea of doing a shoe that had that with the best impact possible, like the most positive impact. And our trip ended up in Brazil, like the whole world tour that we did. And so we said, okay, let's go back to Brazil, because we had a feeling that it was the right place where we had like met a lot of energical people, lots of amazing projects. And we started to go on a journey of looking at the ingredients. Okay, you have maybe too much information on that, so I will actually skip it. But just to give you an idea of like the geographical space, and so the trip that we took, visiting all these little dots. Of course, it's a journey that took us 20 years. So in the first place, we needed cotton to do, because our first shoe was a canvas shoe. We got inspired by a Brazilian volleyball shoe that is called the Volley, that we relaunched this year for our 20th anniversary. And it was a canvas shoe. So, okay, let's look, what is the best cotton available out there? And then we found agroecological cotton in the northeast of Brazil. It's a cotton that is grown, it's the opposite of a monoculture with pesticides, if you want to have a good idea. So it's a multiculture, so you have cotton associated always with two other crops, so usually corn and beans, because in Brazil people eat a lot of beans and corn, but sometimes with rice, sometimes with sesame, so the producers choose, but they have to raise it together with food. So they have food security, and cotton is just something that comes on top. Because if the harvest is not good, at least they have enough food on the plate. And of course, it's organic certified. So we found this project amazing. Okay, let's do a contract with these people. And then we got inspired by the fair trade deal. So we pay in advance. We pay a price that allows the families to live well from the cotton that they plant. And they have the safety that next year when they will harvest, VEJA will buy it. So started very small with 15 families. Today, it's more than 2,000 families. We needed rubber, of course, to make our soles. And the rubber, we had now experienced the Amazon forest, and we had seen that it's possible to preserve the forest through economy. That means paying a fair price for a product that preserves the forest. I don't know if you've ever seen how it is, the latex is extracted. You can have a look on our website. But the extracting of the latex is something that does not harm the tree. And actually, it helps preserving it, because for the latex tree to be standing there, nobody planted this tree. They are wild rubber trees. And in order for them to produce latex, they need to be in a forest to have like the whole ecosystem working. So through like one family is actually preserving almost 300 hectares of forest. But to do that, they need to receive a much higher price than the market price. So today we are paying a price that is almost 5 times the price of the market for like commodity rubber, let's say. Then year after year, these two ingredients are really here since the beginning. And of course, it got bigger. And now we started the cotton with 15 families, almost the same for the rubber. And now it's also almost 2,000 families. So we had to build also teams to take care of this. We always value the fact to be on the ground. So we have teams going there all the time. Of course, to make shoes, we need leather. So our leather came a little later, like the work on the supply chain, also because of all the problems that started to appear in the media about like Brazilian leather coming from deforested areas. And so facing this problem, we said, okay, let's try to find the best leather with the best impact. And we found it in Uruguay, where the biome is very appropriate for farming. The Pampa biome that you might know is like very big open fields with usually one cow for 1 hectare. So you have space. And here again, we found a project that they sell the meat that is organically certified, and we buy the hides. So today it's almost 80% of our leather, and the 20 other come from the south of Brazil, which is the same biome and the same kind of farming. So I'm not going to go into the details because we have a lot of amazing materials, but this project is rather new and we didn't really talk about it yet. It's a recycled PET supply chain. Everybody's using recycled PET, and we were using it for a long time. When we need resistance for a material, we use recycled PET. But there is always a black hole on recycled PET. You don't really know where it comes from. Yeah, it comes from China, but what kind of PET is that? Is it really recycled? And some stories about people making bottles and like making the thread like with like recycled but not used plastic. And so we said, okay, let's try to face it. And again, we went to the ground. We went to see people doing recycling. So these women and these men are in the south of Brazil, in Minas Gerais, and they are doing this for a living. But then we connected with the industry in Brazil, and we created the first fair trade PET supply chain. So we applied again the same contracts with a fair price. So we pay the double as like we double the price for the recycled plastic, and it goes to the cooperative and then to their pocket, and they have a guarantee that they're gonna receive this money at the end of each month. Always thinking along the supply chain. How can we have a positive impact everywhere? Logistics. We work with a company in France that is doing social inclusion. So hiring people that were outside of the job market because they are disabled or they had like problems in their lives. And so since the beginning, it's almost 200 people that were brought back to the market. Again, this is not something we created. We found like good initiatives and we connected, and of course it grew a lot. And I know I exceeded my time, but it's impossible. It's so many things to say. But I wanted to talk about something that rather new for VEJA. That is a project that started 4 years ago when we started to look at the ACV, the life cycle assessment of our shoes. And we realized that there is no recycling yet in Europe for sneakers, and so the best way to take care of the end of life of a sneaker is actually to repair it and to wear it longer. So to postpone the recycling issue, and this is how we entered in the world of repairing, opening one first repair shop in Bordeaux. And then we saw that the demand is amazing, especially from the young generations. They love it. And they love to watch the TikTok videos as well of the before and after, and so yeah, some images of the first one was in Bordeaux, and then we opened in Galeries Lafayette in Paris. We repair all the shoes, not only VEJA shoes. This is our repair center that is in our logistics center, so where we repair like the shoes that come back through internet. And actually, the last store is a store dedicated to repair, where in Paris, where we repair shoes, but also clothing. And and yeah, London, Brooklyn. So now each time we open a store, we have our repair center, and like the waiting list is like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So we need to open more. And that's it. I think you have now a better idea of what is VEJA. So look.
Thank you also for like normalizing wearing sneakers to summits. You know, I mean, it's a good thing. So as you can tell, bold ideas cannot really gain traction nor scale unless there is funding. So highlighting the importance of green investments with the Agnieszka Kulas, Managing Director and Partner at BCG Poland, with her panelists.
So thank you everyone for being with us. So today we want to continue the topic of sustainability, focusing more on like financing green transition. And today on the stage, we are joined by 3 amazing leaders who are driving this change towards more greener future. So Agnieszka Wolska, Vice President of BNP Paribas Poland, responsible for corporate banking. Ulrika Leverance, Head of Green Investment, H&M, and Sandra Gonza, Sustainability Strategies at Quantis. It's great to have you here.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I was thinking about today's panel that, you know, there are 2 groups of people, business people. One group is so much focused on like financial results. Ulrika, you remember that you used to be CFO, right? And the second group is more focused on impact, on like emission targets and how to merge those 2 worlds, like how to bridge, you know, that discussion. So I wanted to ask you, Ulrika, what is your experience from H&M group? So how did you solve this issue? How do you address the challenge of like speaking same language?
Thank you. Yeah, I would start to say that it starts with a mindset, that you have a long-term strategic mindset, and that you allow for long-term investments and innovation, because in order to stay relevant, competitive, and also resilient, we need to invest in the future. And I think everyone understands and finds it normal that you look at investments such as invest in innovative material, and knowing that that takes a long time until that actually makes sense financially. But there's also the investments in the environment and climate investments. For a fashion retailer, of course, comparing the normal investments that we're doing with something like investing in a solar park or replacing a coal boiler with a biomass boiler is a total different payback time. We talk about 15, 20, 25 years payback for that. Now, these environmental investment, they need to be done. If you look at the impact that we have as a company and how we can affect that, that's our scope 3 emissions. And the scope 3 emissions, to reduce them, that's the production and fabric and garment production mostly. For H&M, it's about 50% of our emissions. And in order to have them reduced, our suppliers or our supply chain, they need to reduce their scope 2 or scope 1 emissions, meaning they are the one that needs to perform changes in their facilities. So this is where we need to invest. And again, they are long-term. On the other hand, we also know that with traditional evaluation, looking at, we know that with the DCF models, you have about 20 to 30% of the value of a company in the first 1 to 5 years, and the rest is the terminal value. So having heard that, it should be a clear thing that you do invest in these and that you see the value. Now, that is easier said than done. The first thing you need to do is to make sure, or what we did was to try to find out what will it cost. And that you can do with models like abatement curves, looking into in what areas can we invest, how long will it take to reduce emission in those areas, and what is the most likely cost for that. But that doesn't mean that you overcome the short-termism altogether, even if management is planning for this, because you have a business where it's very easy that business activity, day-to-day business activity, that they take overhand in front of climate actions. And what we then did was to say we sort of wanted to free our business organization from having that responsibility and said we place a separate resource and a separate budget for climate.
And Ulrika, what KPIs do you use to measure progress? Yes, so if you are moving into the right direction.
So when we take that away, that means that business can continue measure as usual, and we can use other KPIs. We look at the targets. Why are we doing this investment? We do it because we want to reduce emissions, reduce water, reduce chemicals. So we have targets and we have goals, and we measure the KPIs in percentage or share of how this specific project will lead us towards the target. 2% of the target it takes care of, or 3% it. And then we look at the efficiency, we look at the cost or the investment per ton reduced.
Thank you, Ulrika. And Sandra, I have a question to you. You work for many popular brands, fashion brands. Most of them, we say it's like over 85% already declared the emission targets. But like the targets are just part of the strategy, and strategy is just a strategy. So the question is, what are the key actions you would recommend those brands to take to really move from strategy to implementation phase?
Yeah, thank you. And thank you for having me. So I think what we've found, especially at Qantas, we did a study together with BCG and Textile Exchange last year, was starting to look at materials. We already know, for example, that materials account for roughly 2/3 of environmental impacts for brands. So what we've started to say is, look at your material strategy. How do you start addressing that to understand where reductions can start to happen? What is the environmental impact within the materials that I'm working in? And there is a great opportunity from a financial perspective as well to be investing in the resilience of your supply chain from the perspective of materials being able to reduce your impact, but also with climate change and the changes within, let's say, climate pattern, weather patterns, we're seeing that materials in general are at risk. So the price is fluctuating within materials and being...
Raw materials are just part of the story, yes? And I have a question to you, Agnieszka, as like the person leading BNP Paribas business with like a strong presence in sustainable green financing. I wanted to ask you, how do you deal with like complexity of supply chain? Yes, so very often we all know like fashion industry is located across the globe. Very often some of factories are located in the locations when, let's say, regulations are not yet so strong. So how do you manage that as an international bank? So what's your strategy here?
Okay, first of all, it's a great pleasure to be here with all this kind of ladies, since banking industry is all males, so I'm really happy. Now, on sustainability, banking is not about numbers, not anymore. It's about kind of being sustainable, being a reliable partner. And this means that in assessing kind of creditworthiness and assessing who do we bank with, we take into account not only financial metrics, but also this kind of sustainability metrics. And on each and every kind of client, we do ESG assessment. This is incredible, but this is actually happening. And in terms of the fashion industry, what we need to have in mind is that 80% of carbon footprint is supply chain, what you mentioned, Agnieszka, right? And there are a lot of suppliers located in different locations. So what we do, depending on the scale, with big name, like, you know, the top brands and the top European group, we have independent audits because we as a bank cannot do it ourselves, right? In terms of smaller names and smaller brands, we just have a kind of independent assessment of the suppliers, taking into account, you know, the kind of how far they are in terms of
I don't know, the social policy, labor, and so on. And with each and every, we are checking on material controversies. So if we don't find material controversy, that's fine. If we do find material controversy, we just try to clear it out with the company. That's the way it's being done.
And do you think, Agnieszka, it has like impact on the business strategy, so that like companies are, let's say, not treating green targets just like as part of their compliance or regulatory agenda, but more as a source of building the competitive advantage?
I mean, definitely, and this is a kind of a conversation that we are having. To what extent this is a must, and to what extent this is a move forward, in a sense that to what extent the customers and, you know, the change in the customers' preferences really obliges and requires that the fashion industry is getting more and more sustainable. For us, it's a visible trend, and for us, we are working with big names really, and we see that each and every big name has a sustainable and ESG strategy. And this is not only due to the regulation, but this is also a part of their kind of brand and marketing campaign.
And Sandra, what's your view on regulations? So how do you think the fashion players, fashion industry players should prepare to react to like new regulations coming into place?
So, I mean, we know in the next 2 to 4 years, there's roughly 35 regulations coming in, and that's just the start. I think one of the things that we really need to say, our work with brands, is start to understand your supply chain intimately, but start to assess, like start to understand what is the impact within my supply chain. And that will mean you need to start to understand what frameworks are you measuring that against. Are they aligned with things like what European directives that will impact you? So when you're starting to do these assessments, there are multiple that are available. How do you make sure that they're aligned with the current benchmarks and the current trend towards regulation? I think that's a starting off point. And once you start having that information, that makes your decision making a lot more informed as you now make decisions for the brand moving forward.
Yeah. So regulations are one trigger, yes, of actions, business actions, but the second are innovations. So I wanted to ask you, Sandra, about your perspective on like to what extent the brands, fashion industry players can build on some science-based innovations as of now to really move towards more, let's say, greener future?
I think it'll go back to the first answer that I had, and it was really around you need to start investing in innovations. But before blindly investing in innovations, I think you need to start evaluating and creating certain decision-making frameworks within your companies to say, what are the innovations that are out there? There are multiple that exist. Does it answer the problem that my brand has? And this goes back to understanding if I intimately know my supply chain and I know the challenges throughout it, I know likely which innovations might suit me. And based on that, using science-based approaches, you can then start to evaluate the different innovations that exist and whether they match your solution. And I think not only science-based evaluations, but financial. Because I think when you're starting to invest in innovations, let's take recycling, for example, you start to understand, is there a feedstock challenge? Is there a return on investment from that perspective before going in? I think there's a lot of challenges that we've seen in the last couple of years in terms of innovations and how you're betting your hedges on these coming up innovations.
And this is great point, Sandra, yes? So no innovations, no investments without financing. So I wanted to ask you, Ulrike, as head of green investment, what innovative financing model do you find like useful or attractive to finance the decarbonization of fashion industry?
To answer that question, I need to just quickly talk about which I would see is the biggest hurdle, and that's the fragmented supply chain that we have. So we share supplier with all of your brands, meaning even a large retailer as H&M very often only has about 5% of the capacity or the output at one specific facility. And that means that, of course, it's hard to do the investment yourself. You can't just replace 5% of a coal boiler. You need to replace the full. And you need to pay for the full one. And we're happy to do so. But if you look at the long-term benefit and the efficiency, that's obviously for that specific brand not so efficient. It becomes more efficient if we go together. Also, it's about the commitment from the brands to the supplier, because many of these processes are quite challenging capacity-wise, and it takes time to make a new technology work. So the supplier needs to know that all his customer, and that's us brands, that we are behind it. Now, we started with a finance solution where we support our suppliers with various projects and have done so for a couple of years. I think the first year was good. We supported 17 suppliers with financial, both loans and direct investments, and that led to about 200,000 ton reductions totally in 60 in our value chain. However, we can't do that on our own. So what we try to do is, together with consultancy guide us, set up a finance model called Future Supply Initiative, where brands can go together, and also brands that share supplier goes together and together find projects, impact projects, that where the supplier gets both the technical support but also the finance support through a bank, because we are in the end also not banks. We are not the best in giving that financial support. And we have the first cohort up and running, and that can actually be scaled quite easily.
So Agnieszka, I wanted to ask you about different examples. So you as BNP Paribas are like the first mover, let's say, in financing supply chain. So do you have any practical, real examples of like similar models that Ulrika was describing that were financed by a bank?
Yeah, we had a first supply chain financing in fashion with one of the sports brand, a kind of a globally recognized. And then we financed actually their suppliers based on achieving environmental and sustainable goals. So that was linked to this one. But what we see is that we see a lot of names like Burberry, for example, issuing green bonds. We see a lot of names issuing sustainability-linked loans where we have a separate KPIs and targets that helps in achieving this. And we have also, and we are also advising, for example, on the purchase of PV farms to some of the also leaders in the industry. So this is the way, you know, banks are trying to help in this route, I would say.
Thank you. So maybe Ulrika, the last question goes to you. So what is the future of green financing in fashion industry?
I hope that we can all come over the short-termism and that we find a way to measure impact in a way that makes it, how to say, more transparent what the long-term value is. And I do hope that we find more models and infrastructure for the brands who I know want to partner up. And it's also that we say we do not only need to partner up with other brands, but also with organizations such as yours, technical advice, and also the banks, and that there is more creative input into those models. And I will see that as the future.
Thank you, Ulrika. Thank you, Sandra, Agnieszka. It was great to have you here today, and I hope some of you can continue the discussion in the backstage with our special guest today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last year, over $500 million was invested in next-gen materials, from mushroom leather and spider silk, as we have just seen, to Victos made from coconut water. These innovations are often seen as a future of fashion, yet producing them en masse at competitive prices remains a significant challenge. Exploring the smart materials of the future will be Vera Banash and her panelists.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. In the world of sustainable materials, one thing is clear. Communication and collaboration are essential to driving change. Today, we will explore how partnerships between innovators and the brands can accelerate the adoption of next-generation materials and what lessons can be learned for the future of fashion. We have incredible guests with us today. Dr. Amanda Parks, Chief Innovation Officer, Pangaea. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. We have Or Yarkoni, CEO and co-founder of Colorifics. Welcome. And we have Kenji Higashi, Executive Vice President of Sustainability, Spiber. So before we really dive into specific, I'd like to start by asking each of our panelists to briefly introduce their company's work. Let's start with Amanda.
Hello, thank you so much for having me. Lovely to visit Warsaw. I'm Dr. Amanda Parks, the Chief Innovation Officer of Pangaea and part of the founding team. And my background is actually in material science and computer science. And I've founded companies in biotech and worked in kind of hard tech, electronics, wearable tech along the way. So I really came to fashion through the back door. And we got to the point of funding Pangaea where the founding team was working together in an investment fund. I had wanted to see money going into new materials. It's one of the biggest problems. And as we were investing in these new companies, we found that the fashion brands weren't necessarily meeting them halfway to get the materials into commercialization. So Pangaea was born out of this desire to show that you could make beautiful, responsible, functional product that is really responsible and made out of these new materials, and do it in a way that the materials are ready enough. And the philosophy that we developed around the materials for Pangaea is something that I've called high-tech naturalism, which is really looking at, first of all, how technology and sustainability work together. So a lot of technology in the world are developed that are kind of antithetical to nature and to sustainability. And so it was looking at how we can use technology to actually augment different kinds of potentially waste, or also have high-tech processes, as we're going to talk about here with our collaborations with these guys in biofabrication. So a whole different model, also focused. We have some of our own technology that we develop, and also really focused on collaborations with the best and brightest innovators out there. We don't have to be doing everything internally. We want to help these guys get their materials into market. If you don't know our brand, you might recognize us for our bright colored tracksuits that went viral during the pandemic. And there has like a text block here, which we call transparency, which says a little bit about how they're made and what they're made out of. So,
thank you so much. Let's go to Or.
Hi, my name is Or Yarkoni. I'm CEO for Colorifics. It's a real pleasure to be here on this esteemed panel. What we do is engineer microbes to produce, deposit, and fix colors and dyes onto textiles. Nature makes every color imaginable, and all rivers still run clean, and we thought we could bring this to the industry. So in 2013, we started the idea. In 2018, we really launched the company, and it's been a pleasure to work with brands such as Pangaea and H&M on what we're doing and trying to make a difference to the industry. Dyeing with biology can reduce water consumption by 78%, energy by over 20%, and emissions by over 30%. So it can make a real difference to how we make things globally.
Those are really incredible numbers. Thank you for sharing them. Okay, and what about Kenji?
Hi, I'm Kenji Higashi. I'm from Spiber. We are a fiber company. We developed from scratch a very new kind of fiber. It's a protein fiber. We have a fermentation process where we have big stainless steel tanks, like what you would use to make beer. We add our engineered microbes to these tanks. We put water in there, and we put grains and nutrients in there for the microbes to eat and produce proteins. Now we can then extract these proteins from the tanks and make them into a solution and push the solution through small holes to make fibers. So these protein fibers, they perform similar in many ways to natural protein fibers like wool or silk or cashmere. And they're much lower carbon footprint, much more sustainable in many ways. So that's our technology.
Thank you so much. So we just heard a lot about technology, about the science, and we have a fashion brand, Pangaea. So my question for you, Amanda, will be, how did you incorporate those type of scientific discoveries into your production line, and what were some challenges that you faced along the way?
Yeah, well, luckily, we've known these two companies for a while. They're amazing innovators, and that's one thing that I like to say is our brand is quite young, but my relationship with scientists and startups goes back much further, and that's a really important part of actually cultivating these kinds of personal relationships. I think one of the, we first you go about and scan and start to understand who you want to work with, what's the best technology out there, and it is a kind of process of due diligence across the science and the companies. And then I think, one of the biggest challenges, and I think that is underestimated, is that you need to have a third-party partner in terms of however you're going to manufacture it, right? And for example, with Colorifics, we had a third-party partner that's in the dye house that we share in Portugal. That allowed us to kind of all be on site. So you really need to have this triangle of the brand, the innovator, and the fabricator all working together and each kind of pushing each other. And I think that's the other thing. It's really, my job, a lot of it is what I call scientific diplomacy, which is kind of trying to push everybody. You got to get the fabricator to try out new things and to do the tweaking. You got to pull the brand in to say, especially with more traditional brands, you got to take on some of the risk and really sort of work through the process. And then you got to just get everybody speaking the same language with science and fashion is not easy. So.
No, absolutely. And thank you for doing that. I think it's extremely important that, the brands also put the innovation and the science in front. And this is something we can clearly say about your products. So now let's talk about material innovation and in your perspective, working with fashion brands maybe, or how does this partnerships or this type of partnerships help in scaling and commercializing the work that you do?
Well, our partnership with Pangaea was actually quite early. So our team was small, the number of colors we had available was also very limited. And finding a partner in Pangaea that can see through that, can see what the potential is, and is willing to work with what you have then is probably one of the hardest things for new companies to do, because the product market fit isn't always perfect, right? So finding the perfect partner is the priority. And that's the kind of thing that your first launch can give your company. And we're very fortunate to work with such great people. And it helps you understand a lot better the problem you're trying to solve, getting it to a real product to market that consumers can actually engage with, and seeing what the reaction is, because that ends up being that first domino that actually starts the process of getting you into supply chain, showing people this can work, makes real product, and it does sell on the market. So it's critical.
Inside our brand, we call it fashion for a reason, not a season. So what colors do they have available? What do we want to make with it? And when is it ready? As opposed to going on some sort of product cycle that's more traditional.
Absolutely. So, and Kenji, for you, in this type of partnerships, do you think they are really important in bringing the innovations to market?
Absolutely. Spiber started out as a university project in 2004. A couple of my classmates decided to try to replicate spider silk in the lab. And it took about 10 years to have fibers that we were able to use to make a fabric. And so the first 10 years was, how do you make a material? And the next challenge, which took more than 5 years, was how do you use that fabric in a textile? Now, when we first made a fabric, it was a fabric, but it was not going to work in a textile because when it gets wet, it would shrink dramatically, and there were lots of problems. How do you spin it into a yarn? How do you weave it into a fabric or knit it into a fabric? How do you make a garment out of that? And is that garment going to perform the way you want it to perform? Those are major challenges, and it took us many years to overcome. And it was critical that we had partners like Pangaea that were able to work with us closely and to be patient and solve the problems together with us and with our yarn producers and our fabric producers as a team. So that patience, I think, was key.
Thank you so much. I think it's very important that we state here that, the science that we are talking about, those are years in the research and the development in the laboratories, but then they are landing in the customer's home. So it's really about democratizing science. It's about translating it into product, which is not an easy task, and we all understand it. So Amanda, speaking about it, can you give maybe an advice to other companies that would like to replicate your success? Like what kind of steps they can take to really make sure that they are also bringing more innovation on board?
Yeah, I think, success is a relative term because, the market is tough and we're staying focused on innovations, but it by no means is the best mode towards profitability. I do think that brands really need to, so outside of the science, which you can put the science first as much as you want, but if you don't change around your business and financial model, it's never going to work because you're never going to have, there will be this point in time where the cost of goods goes up as you're integrating a new material, a new innovation, and you have to think about other places in the model where you can remove money. Like, for example, we instead of putting multi-millions of dollars into celebrity marketing, we'll pull the profit and put it back into the science lab. But, and so just really thinking across the organization, you have to be clever and really working as a team. Sustainability and innovation is not this separate thing from design and finance and marketing. It has to be fully integrated. And I think that's one of the things where big established fashion brands really struggle to get the buy-in across and that work together, just because it's not how they were, that's not how they were put together. So shifting those models is the biggest challenge, I think. Because usually the people inside the innovation and impact teams want it and are going after it, but you need that person who can say, yes, spend the extra 10 cents per meter on whatever, right? Or sometimes a lot more than that, but in general, sometimes it's those make or break numbers that really will pull something into the market for real.
Absolutely, and it's not an easy task to balance out all those qualities to really make sure that the product is making sense. So we need more people like you who understand science and are willing to communicate that. Or I will have a question a little bit about the future. What really excites you now about the future of sustainable materials, and what is the next breakthrough that it's going to happen from your perspective?
So I'm particularly excited about all the new biomaterials coming online, like fiber, like mycelium. There's a variety of companies working on that, and I think that will replace quite a number of products. I'm quite excited about the new recycling technologies for plastics as well. My hope is that one day we can fully reutilize plastics without it ending up in the oceans. And I see a lot of good steps towards that, but I think probably the thing that excites me the most is the big shift in regulation that's taking place. Because the biggest hindrance to our sustainability in the last decade has been greenwashing, the pretending that this is working, right? And taking away that curtain, taking away that illusion is actually going to drive more change than any one material on its own.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. And Kenji, for you, what do you think its next breakthrough it's going to be? And also, what needs to change for the faster adoption of these new solutions?
So one big breakthrough that I am very hopeful and looking forward to is biological solutions for circularity. So, for example, today we use sugar from sugarcane or from corn as the feedstock to produce our protein materials. But it's also possible to use agricultural waste like bagasse from sugarcane or corn stover. These types of natural biomass wastes can be converted into sugars and fed to fermentation to make bread protein or other fermentation products. It's also actually possible to use, for example, cotton or wool. Natural fiber wastes can also be converted into nutrients for fermentation. It's possible. We've done it in the lab. We know that it works. There's some challenges for scaling, but this is something that is going to happen, or we believe that it's going to happen, and it's very exciting to see these potential for biological circular solutions.
Thank you so much. And I also wanted to state something that you haven't said already, because we are talking about science, and to some it might feel a little bit abstract, but I would like you guys to tell about what you are wearing today.
Great. So I'm wearing a wool shirt dyed with colorifics. So there's 0 chemicals that went into this. All of our products are like that. We have a much wider range of colors now, but I thought this was quite autumnal.
So you can see that this shirt has been already dyed with the technology, which I think it's pretty awesome. And Kenji?
So I'm wearing this scarf. This is a Burberry scarf. It actually just came out last week. It's 30% brewed protein, and it also has wool and cashmere blended in. But it's very soft and comfortable and has great breathability properties. So very proud of this new product.
So as you see, I think that those two products deserve a round of applause, absolutely. And Amanda, you wanted to mention something, and I think I've interrupted.
Oh, yeah. Well, so first of all, I just wanted to jump on what's the next big innovation thing and to point out something that's often missing from these conversations. So the materials themselves are very important, but treatments are also really important. And the thing that I'm most excited about right now, in addition to all the stuff we have around the biomaterials, is something which is called laser plasma physics. So multiplex laser surface enhancement. I'm going deep into this space. And what this is a treatment that, most things, there's the invisible toxins of fashion, the pre-treatments, the things like literally pre-dye, the things that you do to kind of create water repellency, like all these mercerizing, every single thing that happens to a fabric can actually make an organic cotton garment very toxic, right? And so, and also has a lot of impact. So this is a technology that has no water, no chemicals, and uses 90% electricity. That's like a chamber that, it's basically a low frequency laser and has natural gases that are superheated into a plasma state. And you run it through and you basically create like an invisible patina on the fabric. That's kind of how it works. It doesn't change the look or feel. But these are the kinds of things so the evolution of physics, this is literally you're programming the periodic table. I'm just getting really excited about it technically. And putting it onto biomaterials, this is the combination of the future of tech. So everybody look into multiplex laser surface enhancement.
Thank you so much for this wonderful insight. And also, I think to wrap up our conversation, I really would like to ask you to share your final thoughts, like an advice, maybe piece of advice to material innovators, brands, or even consumers, how they can actively contribute to this shift towards more sustainable materials. Maybe let's start with Kenji.
Okay, actually I have a pretty specific project that we're working at Spiber. Also Pangaea is part of this, and there's several other brands and dye manufacturers, textile companies that are joining forces with us. We call it the Biosphere Circulation Project. So I mentioned that you can use textile waste like cotton or wool and feed it to fermentation. But one problem is, depending on the types of dyes that you apply or the types of finishing chemicals that you apply, it causes big problems for the ability for the natural fibers to be converted into nutrients. Which dyes cause big problems, which dyes don't? Which finishing chemicals cause big problems, which ones don't? If, as an industry, we can agree to shift towards dyes and chemicals that cause less problems and don't inhibit the ability for the fibers to be used in a circular way, then we can shift towards more circularity, more biological circularity in the industry. So my advice or my call for action is, if you're a brand or a textile company, please reach out to us and join us to figure out together which dyes we should be using, which finishing chemicals we should be using, and which we should be avoiding.
Thank you. What about you, Or?
I'd say that the biggest shift that could make a difference to these innovations is if sustainability departments spend part of the budget measuring and communicating and part of it doing things. That's part of what I think is missing. There's a lot of companies and brands that have sustainability ingrained in their communication, but not really in their action plan. So it's about measuring how much CO2 we're doing, and if we change to that factory, we'll cut it by 3%, which is good, but it's not good enough to bring the change that's actually necessary. So if the sustainability departments actually spend part of the budget on action, on actually piloting things rather than just measuring, we will see a lot more change.
Thank you. Yeah, I so agree with that. It's a really good point. So outside of the financial stuff that I was talking about, advising brands to kind of shift up their financial models inside, I'm really interested in the next generation of what I call side streaming, right, or waste valorization. So fashion does not exist in a vacuum as an industry. It's very much tied into agriculture and to almost every other material and energy field in the world. And looking at different supply chain metrics, and this is very much upstream, but for example, we're doing a project right now that's looking at waste sargassum, so these giant seaweed blooms that are taking over the Caribbean and into South America, and it's coming to Asia. Like it's a climate change problem, so it's going to be ruining a beach near you soon. But the point is that there's a joint project across kind of areas that's looking at how do we collect, clean, detoxify, and then separate on site. We've made a mobile kind of shipping container mini biorefinery on site where you can actually extract ingredients down the supply chain. So, one thing that goes into bioplastics, one thing that goes into feedstocks, we're taking the cellulose for fibers and looking at the process holistically with 5 different innovators and what they need to get out of it. It's complicated to organize, but being part of these projects, and like Kenji mentioned, these cross-brand, cross-industry things are just so important to get to the next step, because no single brand or no single innovator can change things alone, and we have to be talking to each other more.
Absolutely. So this has been a really incredibly insightful discussion, and it's really clear when the innovators and brands connect forces, really work together, something significant can happen and we can accelerate adoption. So absolutely, we need more collaboration. We need more communication as well. We are very happy that we had this talk today. Thank you so much. And if you are an innovator, a designer, or a consumer, we really all have to play a part in building this communication and this community needed to drive sustainable change. Thank you so much, everyone, and let's give a big round of applause to our amazing guests. Thank you. Thank you.
Whoa, mind-blowing, absolutely. I think that all the fashion people should really take a field trip to the scientific labs, and we should just kind of switch around the conversations. We are now breaking for lunch. Please be back at 2 p.m. as we're starting promptly on time. You can find the agenda on the QR codes on your little badge. We have updated the agenda, so we're not behind the schedule. We are right on time. And let me tell you, everything works. See you in 40 minutes.
The fashion industry's problems have escalated, yet so has the movement to confront them. Greenhouse gas emissions continue to rise at alarming rates. Ultra-fast fashion giant Shein alone has tripled its emissions, surpassing any other fashion company. Major brands face increasing scrutiny for greenwashing and failing to disclose critical supply chain information. Investment in recycling and sustainable innovation has also taken a hit. Meanwhile, our planet is heating up. Production and even wearing of fashion is becoming increasingly untenable. Extreme weather patterns underscored the urgency of meeting climate goals. With another hottest year on record, CO2 emissions projected to rise over 40% by 2030, the fashion sector can no longer afford to ignore its impact. The economic crisis has only worsened conditions for garment workers worldwide. Rising inflation squeezes their livelihoods. Soaring temperatures lead to health issues, absenteeism, and lower productivity. Fast fashion and luxury brands alike have come under fire for fostering a negative brain print, fueling overconsumption through relentless marketing and influence. Fashion weeks got bigger. Influencers sold more, and the culture of excess expanded. There are, however, reasons for hope. The European Parliament has passed rules holding brands accountable for their supply chains, labor practices, and product quality. Additionally, 6 more pieces of fashion-related legislation were debated within the EU. First is set to take effect in 2024. And brands are responding. Major players like Tommy Hilfiger, H&M, and ASOS signed groundbreaking agreements to raise wages in Cambodia. Resale platform Vestiaire launched a smart storytelling campaign to challenge overconsumption behaviors. The Orr Foundation's Speak Volumes campaign urged brands to disclose their production volumes, bringing more transparency to the industry. The path to a sustainable future is clearer than ever. The stakes have never been higher. Time to act is now.
Just a little refresher from this morning. In an industry often criticized for excess and exclusion, and rightly so, we shouldn't forget that we, and by we I mean consumers, creatives, and CEOs, have the power to use fashion as a vehicle for change. Today, we're not just discussing trends or aesthetics. We are tackling some urgent questions. How can fashion drive social transformation? How can it help dismantle power structures, decolonize education, and lead the fight for sustainability and justice? Well, there are no better women than these 3 that I'm about to welcome on stage to address these issues. Please welcome Sara Sozani-Maino, Creative Director at Fondazione Sozani. Frederica Brooks, Dillis-Williams, Professor Dillis-Williams, Director of Center for Sustainable Fashion at the London College of Fashion, and Frederica Brooksworth, Executive Director of the Council for International African Fashion Education. Wow. So, the conversation around sustainability often feels a little abstract and removed from immediate action. How do you see activism and education actually come together, to create more urgent action? Whoever feels like starting first. Yeah, Sarah.
Works, yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Well, thank you for having me. Really happy to be here. And, well, obviously, I do think that, activism is then associated to the fact of creating education and awareness. I think this is something fundamental, and probably, this morning there were a lot of different talks, and it came out, obviously, that we're all here to try and strive and create consciousness to people about what's happening. And obviously, we're not here to dictate a law or something that we have to do, but it's a way of seeing things in different perspectives. So for my side, I've been always supporting the new generation because I always thought that they are our future and they need to be supported. At the same time, you need to do choices because once thinking of, giving support, visibility, and then you think, well, I'm giving also visibility and support to produce more and to do more things on the market. So you think, okay, I'm doing it right, I'm doing it wrong. But I think in the end, you have to really support all those projects and or visions that are really planning to make a change. And the change is done throughout many elements, which one of them is education, which is fundamental. And I do think that education is not just linked to schools, to fashion schools or education in school, but education in general. So even here today, we're here to educate because you listen to many different stories and people, and at the same time you discover, you get passionate, maybe you don't agree, but at the same time your mind is thinking and saying, okay, and you're meeting a lot of people that probably you wanted to meet or maybe you didn't know. So this is a way of creating. Then whether you can agree with some point of views or not, that's another matter. But at the same time, we're all here because we think that change must be done, and it is happening, and it's happening in many different ways, and we saw it today, we're going to see it later with all the projects. So I think this is a matter of being then, in the end, activist.
Absolutely, and I would say that knowledge sharing is not only limited to educational institutions. I mean, exchanging good business practices is also essential. Dilys, speaking from the perspective of the educational institution and a major one.
Thank you, Susanna. Am I on?
Yeah.
Am I on? Yeah.
Yep, you're on.
Thank you, Susanna, and to everybody and amazing speakers. Just to say, I think already we've seen the spectrum this morning from Dana kind of putting it out into the room about the ubiquitous nature of fashion on the one hand, but then almost the reverse of that, finding out the incredible ways in which some of the Ukrainian designers, for example, are looking at identity and connection and sense of belonging, and the myriad ways of thinking about from finance through to biomaterials. Thank you, because I think this helps us to think about the different facets of what it means to be a creative in fashion now. It isn't just one thing, and I think that's the first thing to say about fashion and education. I think fashion should be about activism always, because fashion is about being relevant in the world. It's wearing something that means something and challenging the status quo. That is fashion, isn't it? I also think that education is not about solving problems. I think education is about developing capabilities, knowledge, and agency to be able to do things. And I think that we have to really remember that, because it's very easy to fall into, oh God, we've got a problem we've got to solve, we've got to deal with the symptoms. If we are thinking about what education can do, it can change the world because it changes how people think and then what they do in response. I also think that education is about developing new kinds of knowledge from new sources. And I think that the fashion education system in the Western world has been very small and narrow in its view. And I think that is expanding. And I think that's a much more activist approach to thinking about where we find things out from and what we call knowledge. There's a lot of information out there that isn't necessarily knowledge as well. I think that education is about working out who you are and what you can contribute in the world. And that in itself is thinking about what you can do. But then I think, inside and outside of university, but particularly when I see students inside university, education does something unexpected when people get together and they explore ideas. And that, to me, is the transformational element, because being relevant in the world is changing all the time. So I see students doing things that I wouldn't have imagined 5 years ago. And I think that space to be able to experiment and feel safe and trusted is really part of education as well. And all of that is about a sense of challenging the status quo.
And it also goes to show that the learning process is not only one way. The transfer of knowledge does not go from the person of hierarchy, like the professor to students, but it actually goes both ways, and you can get just as inspired.
Absolutely, I learn all the time. I think there is a tension there, because certainly in the UK, students are paying a lot of money to come and study. So they come and you know, they want to be able to feel that they are spending their money in the right way. But I do feel that there's a sense of mutuality. We're all learning from each other. So how I can use my experience, which is quite a long time now, to be able to support their ideas, but at the same time that I can learn from them, that I think that is absolutely part of it. And that's why with the centre, it's not just learning with and from people in the education system, but it's across all elements of society.
Frederica?
Yeah, and just to add to, well, thank you for having me on this panel. But just to kind of echo what Sarah and then also what Dilys has been saying, I think when it comes to education activism, it's essentially just interlinked. I don't think you can actually separate the two. When you think about education, it's acquiring knowledge, right? So today, I mean, I've been here for a few hours and I've learned so much. Even just the last panel, we were talking about materials and so much. Like, I was like, oh, I want to go into a lab and actually see things being done. And I think when we, you know, with education, it's about acquiring knowledge, and that can be done in many different ways. So not just actually through someone speaking, but also gaining knowledge from things like research papers as well. Books, also another thing as well. Even just now thinking about podcasts, for instance. And with activism, it's actually putting things into practice. So Dilys mentioned when it comes to education, it's not actually about creating the change and solving things. You can't just essentially solve things because you're there to actually learn, to be able to gain the knowledge and wisdom, to be able to put it into practice. But with activism, it's actually going out into the field and actually working, being proactive, looking at how can we actually create change in the right ways to go about doing so. So I don't think that they're actually separate, but I think it's definitely a way to, they're interlinked. And I think that knowledge exchange is actually very important when it comes to education, learning from others as well. It doesn't matter in the hierarchy, I definitely agree. But I think definitely knowledge exchange is really, really important, especially if we want to create change. Dilys, you mentioned there needs to be representation when it comes to education. That's very true, because we need to ensure that our mindsets are actually broadened, that we are not being biased in our opinions and beliefs, and to also challenge things that we've also learned as well. Because I think a part of education is also unlearning things that we think we know and ensuring that we actually have the right tools, knowledge and resources to be able to go out and actually effectively create change.
But also so much is about unlearning, and we'll be discussing later like the whole decolonizing mindset, starting, you know, from like curriculum to also the people who are teaching. And that brings me to, well, no significant change will happen unless there is a change of guard. And, well, Sarah, you've been in this industry. You started at Vogue Italia 30 years ago. Was it 1994 when you started your internship? It was. So you've seen a lot of changes. Who would you say are the gatekeepers, and what role do they play in like maintaining status quo?
I started really young. It was a long time ago, but I was really young. And well, I think that the gatekeepers are all those who want to keep the past, the heritage, bring it to the present and evolve it to the future, because this is what I always say when I meet all the young generation and students. It's, you know, everything has changed, and change is part of life, and sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not good, but we're not here to discuss that. So I just think that then, in a way, those gatekeepers are all the people that really want to keep what's been done in a good way and has a value, and really keep it something important in today's life. Because when I speak to the young generation, they always, not that they always all think, but the past is old, or what shall we do with it? And I think this is something really important. So with like the whole experience I had, I always kind of look behind, because not because I'm nostalgic, or sometimes I am, but in a way it's to see, you know, what's missing now, because for sure there are many things we're missing now that we had in the past, and maybe we're not thinking about it. So I think that those gatekeepers are all those people that really think that, you know, what heritage is very important. And I always say, when, you know, young generation says, well, but maybe everything has been done. And I say, no, it's not has been done, because you can get something that has been done and it just evolve it in something that you give value to, or evolve it with obviously the changes that's happening. So I think there are all those people that really keep everything together, because sometimes I just think that people think that the past is past and that 3 months ago it's already forgotten. Instead, there are all aspects that we need to always keep and give value. So this is very important, and I always say that the values of people are the most fundamental part. And to finish up, when like designers and creatives say, okay, how can I come out in this industry? Right now, I don't have really the right answer, because I think there's too much, there's a lot going on and there's a lot of things not working. But I always tell that the most important thing you have to do is always attach to your values and to your visions, because that's the only way you're going to keep grounded and be seen. Because then if you begin to listen or to follow mainstream or follow too much social network, you're going to be lost. So it's always very important. And this is what I did in a natural way, or sometimes I also push myself about really being stuck to your values, because those are something that nobody is ever going to take you away. And that's the easiest way then to be kept grounded.
It is actually really interesting, because I normally associate gatekeeping with just like maintaining the status quo, but you're actually referring to, you know, protecting cultural heritage. It's an interesting take. I don't know, Dilys, I'm curious to hear what are your thoughts, and also Frederica, because I always just think of it as like someone who's like protecting the access and, you know, fighting for the privileged.
Yeah, I mean, I think it can go both ways. And I think everything that Sarah said, I absolutely agree with. And I think that nobody can really take away your values from you. And so if all of us think about how we live by our values, there's nothing more apt than fashion to do that, because we're all wearing a second skin. We're always all saying something about ourselves. So in some ways, we are our own gatekeepers, because most people, not everyone, but most people can make some kind of choice about what it is they wear and don't wear. So that is up to us. But I think that from your perspective of gatekeeping, it's true to say that at the moment, the big and small businesses don't actually have an incentive to do what it feels ethically right, because the model of consumerism and neoliberal capitalism does not encourage that. It's a disincentive to do good. And actually, for us to live well, we have to go beyond the metrics of the economic mantra and logic that we have. And that's why in the centre we have a fourfold well-being economy philosophy to our work. You know, for a designer, what is the cultural contribution? What is the social contribution? What is the economic contribution and the environmental contribution of your work? So that kind of model is something that we find a lot of businesses we work with want to do, but the gatekeepers are the guys who are short-termists, we heard it earlier on this morning, who are on boards that make decisions that do not factor in anything other than the economic. And it's very short-termist, and there's not going to leave a legacy. It's killing fashion, and it's killing our only source of life, which is nature, which is biodiversity. We heard it from VEJA. Having that kind of mentality is really rare. It was amazing to hear the VEJA story, but it's unusual still at the moment. So the gatekeepers are the guys who are grasping and holding on to the old ways of thinking about power and divide, because there's a few people making a lot of money. Some of the wealthiest people in the world are working in fashion, and some of the most vulnerable to climate and social injustice are women living in places where there's climate change, they're not getting a living wage, etc. So you've got that whole span, and at the moment, that power imbalance is still very intractable.
Absolutely. As you can tell, we have a lot of fashion students in the room, but also activists. So thank you for a cheerful reaction from the audience. I love an engaged audience. Frederica, well, also speaking on the subject of gatekeeping, and cultural heritage. I mean, you could say that African fashion is having a cultural moment right now, and is sort of, moving from the margins and being recognized as a central to the global international fashion industry. There is actually an exhibit in New York at FIT called Africa's Fashion Diaspora that I'm really dying to see. And it's celebrating Black designers across the world. And coming back to that question of like decolonizing education, how can it be done? So I'm just sometimes thinking that, we don't say European fashion. We don't necessarily say North American fashion, but we just take an entire African continent and simplify it and call it African fashion. And we're going to give them one book and one exhibit, and that's it. Perfect. It's having its momentum. Is that it, or is that more tokenizing?
So actually, maybe what I can do is go back to the point on gatekeepers, right?
Yes.
Because it all ties in. I think sometimes we also need to recognize that gatekeepers mean different things to different people where they're based. So an example, if we take it from a context of maybe people on the continent of Africa or in the diaspora, gatekeepers to them will be the media, because they don't get the exposure that is required for them, for people to understand about, who they are, what they do, and so forth. So I feel like sometimes the term gatekeepers just means different things to different people, depending on where they're based.
It's true.
So then now going back to the whole context of decolonizing, I think just if we think about just even people's understanding of Africa as a continent, there are 54 recognized countries and many islands, and Africa in itself is very diverse. There are 5, sub-regions. Even when you look at Sub-Saharan Africa and then North Africa, very much different in how they operate. And then West Africa, the fashion industry is completely different to Southern Africa, East Africa, and then also Central Africa. I think the reason why African designers often get, I would say, categorized as one thing is because I just think the mindset, typically how people have come to know Africa as just being a whole as well. And that even goes back to just the exposure, because the truth is, most people learn about fashion either inside a classroom or through the media. That's the truth. Now, when you look at the media, unfortunately, designers who are from Africa or the diaspora are not really represented there. And when they are represented, the title Africa fashion designer is used. And I think that misconception is that when people think about African fashion designers, they think about designers who design for only Africans, but then that's not the case. A lot of people say they don't like the title because, yes, they're African. And you find that the reason why someone may call themselves, may say I'm an African fashion designer, is because people are very proud of their heritage. And they want to ensure that people understand where they come from. So people can always, even when you look at people's collections and so forth, they will always tend to have their heritage and things involved inside it. However, I think it's just a misconception where people often take people's backgrounds and then kind of represent it to be, these are the consumers that they design for. Because, and again, misconceptions, because let's take Burberry, for instance. We may not always use the word European, but we would have British luxury brand, right? If you think about Hermès, for instance, a French luxury house. So I think it just has been over the just decades of how fashion has really been communicated to people. So unfortunately, there's this misconception. But I think over time, now with more coverage in the education system, in the curriculum, what people are being taught, and also in the media, I do believe that we will start to see significant changes as well. Me being here, I'm a diasporan. I class myself as being British Ghanaian, born in the UK, but I'm in Ghana all the time, to be honest. And, people like me and other people being able to represent and speak up, I think a lot more people's mindset will be shifted and they'll be able to just learn more. And it's not people's fault if they don't really know how to address people, but I think it's just how things have been communicated over the past just decades, to be honest. So, yeah.
Absolutely. And actually, I wanted to bring Sarah into this point because even though you now no longer represent Vogue Italia, you've spent a significant part of your life working for Vogue and really disrupting things and working from within, setting up Vogue Talents in 2009. Sarah is known to be the best talent spotter. She helped launch careers of many designers, including J.W. Anderson, Simone Rocha. She really recognized early on that in order for emerging designers, not necessarily young, because we're not doing ageism here, anyone can pick up designing at any point in their life. But in order to do that, you need 3 things. Well, actually more, also talent, many things. But let's say you've got the talent, You need recognition. That's media. You need someone to write about. You need visibility. You need funding. You need investments. And you need mentoring. You need education. Can you tell us a little bit about, your relationship with designers and that's, that part of your life?
You need a lot. Well,
you need a lot.
No, but well, the reason why I started this was mainly because when I started working, I'm trying to make it brief because it's 30 years, so I'm going to make it quick. But when I started working at Italian Vogue because basically the editor-in-chief at that time was Franca Sozzani, who was my aunt. And basically I finished studying, I was willing to work, and so she helped me out. She opened me the door and told me, why don't you come to the magazine and try and see, to do an internship. We're talking mid-90s, so it's much different from now on. I mean, the time was slow. So basically, long story short, I found someone that opened the door to me. Mm-hmm. So while I was working at the magazine, I realized that the new generation in Italy was not really coming out. And then I looked, obviously, I've always been passionate of traveling. I looked around and I understood that there were many creative, talented people that didn't have the support or to be seen. So this is how it all started, because I always think that in the end, there's always you have to give back. And this is probably my only aim of what I do now, is the passion and thinking, because the new generation is our future. So we have to support and give visibility, but it's also giving back, because I do think that if you are in a position that in a way you can make change or create awareness or consciousness, you have the responsibility of giving back and giving something to who comes after, whether you have a family or not. It's not that the matter. So this is basically, I tried to make it short, the reason why. And I think that there are, when I started, I started also going into places where, Fashion Week, it was just Paris, London, New York, and Milan. And then I started traveling. And when I used to go to Africa, 10 years ago, they were looking at me as if I was crazy, saying, why are you going there? Or Africa, or even Asia, or wherever, or other places which were not those capitals. And it was just because, talent is everywhere, and it's not just about because you are in the right market. Obviously, if you're in a market where fashion is more visible, it's easier. But since I don't like easy things, I went to markets where it was more difficult. So this is also the challenge of bringing out creative, because I always say about creative, it's not just about fashion designers, where they're not seen. And not seen, it's not just about because they don't have the opportunity, because there are social issues, and that's why the whole word of responsibility. I don't like to use sustainability as a word, but for me it's responsibility, because it's social, it's ethically productive, rights. So we are all responsible. So this is how it all started, and it's always also gonna probably end until I want to work. And this is also the values of the foundation and of all the work I do in different ways, through education and schools and events. But it's that, and then trying to give obviously awareness that we have to do work for a better world. But it's not about, we heard it this morning. Sustainability is important, but we're not going to be ever 100% sustainable. So it's a matter of being to do a better future and work and do less harm, and try to work that in the best way possible. And today we have many examples of how many people are doing that in many different ways, because myself, I feel that I'm still learning. So sometimes they ask me questions, rather say, I don't know how to answer this question. Maybe, Dilys answer. So it's also a matter of being totally transparent about where you can get. And it's always about the community, because the more you work together, the more you can, everyone covers where they cannot get to.
Mm-hmm. And also Dilys, I mean, I have not mentioned that the center that the Dilys helped found was a really pioneering place for sustainable education. It's been 16 years that you now run it. And how much has the perception of sustainability changed in that time? Because you teach sustainability to young designers, but also, you know, people involved, like practitioners of fashion.
Thank you, and super interesting to hear from Sarah. And yeah, we're all learning. So I set up the Centre for Sustainable Fashion because I'd worked as a designer and myself didn't really understand what good design meant. I was working for Catherine Hamner. I went out to India and recognised the harm that I was causing. So at that point, people were not taking any notice of the ideas of sustainability, the idea that actually that social and environmental aspects of design were connected to the economic elements. And it started very much from a perspective of problem solving. And I had lots of students come up to me because I did some crits at the University of the Arts, and they were aware of the problem and said, I don't want to do harm, what should I do? So it started from that, and it started with myself and Nina Stevenson, two people, and over the 16 years, so it was kind of 10 years before that I'd sort of been working towards it in my role as a designer, but it really went from thinking about what can we do about this situation to realizing this is a philosophical idea around interdependence, around us being more than human, around the underlying principles of ecology. It's a new discipline. It actually involves, as you heard earlier on from Amanda, it involves lots of different interdisciplinary connections. And that is so exciting. And I think the expansion of what it means to be a designer or be creative now is amazing. I mean, you're going to hear from one of the graduates from the course on one of the other panels, but we've now got 16 or 17 years of graduates that are doing amazing, incredible things around the world in lots of different ways, using those capabilities and skills in realizing that the product, what we wear, is a kind of mediator of hope, of optimism that you heard this morning. It's not the end point. The material is not the end point. It's us living well together and working out how to do that in a more than human world. That's the ultimate exploration, and we'll be spending many, many years doing that. But I think that expansion from thinking, what material switch should I make, to actually what is the philosophy of life? Martin Luther King said, we've learnt how to fly like birds, swim like fish, but we haven't learned how to walk the earth together. And I think that actually ultimately is what we are now thinking about, and looking at fashion as a means to do that. And it links soil, soul, society. It links every element of being human and more than human. And so I think we're more excited now than ever. I think we've got amazing graduates. I think the problem is bigger than ever, because all of the two sides of, you heard it this morning, of amazing ideas versus the mass increase in consumption and in volume. It's the volume problem. And at the moment, there's an inaccurate maths. I'm not very good at maths, but I can even myself think that it doesn't add up to be producing more and more and more volume.
Also, we don't have the data. I mean, that's what, the Ors Foundation campaign, Disclose Your Numbers, is about, that we don't really know what is the amounts of the production.
Yeah, we don't. So yeah, we've got a bigger challenge than ever, but we are more feisty and bold and optimistic and radical than ever. So that's a very potted history.
To keep us on track, this is already sparkling red. Just to close this off, Frederica, we have, fashion students in the room, activists, like I said, who want to make a meaningful impact. What would you say to them? What is one takeaway that you would like for them to take?
I think in order to make impact, I would say definitely just develop your knowledge. It's really important to ensure that you have the right knowledge and wisdom to be able to just go out there and support yourself. But I would say collaborate, because I think from time to time we are all frustrated and we have certain things that we want to be able to accomplish. But I think if you actually want to be able to, like this is saying, if you want to go fast, do it alone. But if you want to go far, you actually do it together. And I think it's really important now to be able to collaborate and actually create, because I feel like you can actually create a lot more impact by working together as opposed to just doing things independently, silo. Of course, you can definitely do things independently because you all have your own visions and values and so forth. But I think definitely it's working together because typically at the end of the day, everyone has the same vision of what it is that they actually want to achieve when it comes to making this industry much better. So for me, collaboration is very, very key here.
And this is actually a perfectly way into our next power, and I mean it, power speech by Zaya Guarani, who will speak about the collective action. So thank you so much. Yeah, you can. Timekeepers, I wish I could just go on forever, but then I'm the one, feeling responsible for the time. So, despite fashion's reliance on natural resources for its most luxurious materials, the indigenous and local communities who are caretakers of the 80% of the world's biodiversity have long been excluded from corporate sustainability conversations. There's this one girl that's shaking things up, Zaya Guarani, the first indigenous Brazilian model to gain international recognition. She is more than just a striking face. She is really, truly a force of nature, weaving her ancestral wisdom into a global fight for climate justice.
Hi, everyone. I'm so deeply happy to be here. It's an incredible opportunity to be in a room with such incredible people, change makers, the one that are reshaping fashion industry. Well, my name is Zaya Guarani. I was raised in the heart of the Amazonian rainforest, Brazil. Well, I had been raised seeing the catastrophe, the violence that my people has been faced for decades, for millennia, for all their lives, just to try to raise up and trying to show the world that the cultural heritage, that the connection, deep connection with land and nature is essential for our living, for our future. It's really, really heartbreaking, and it's really hard to even remember that as a kid, seeing deforestation, annihilating, and displacing many different indigenous communities, not just in Brazil, but around the world. And I was raised having this call inside of me, this mission, the mission where how I can help my people, how I can raise my voice to the world, to show the world that we are here to dialogue, that we are the guardians of nature, but we are not just protecting for us, we are protecting for all of you, for the future of many different diverse people around the world. Well, when I was 15 years old, I had an opportunity to move to a big city like Rio de Janeiro, São Paulo. I studied for 2 years, and with 17 years old, I moved to São Paulo to search for this biggest dream of having a place to raise awareness and voice, not just in fashion industry, but to all the industries that we are here. And we really want to change with you. Change to a better future where we have regenerative ways of thinking and acting. And everything started with a practice because, in a way, a lot of people always imagine or understand that we are just living the forest, having this lack of understanding that we are inside of an inexistence path, that we don't belong to the city or not to the systems. So then I understand that it was really crucial to bring indigenous creatives, not just to fashion, and another sectors. So together with another indigenous leaders, we create a collective of creatives, indigenous creatives that are paving a way for many others that are coming the next generation. And then I signed with a big agency. I became the first indigenous model. I learned English. And then it was one more step forward. The step where it takes me today here in front of you. Well, why is indigenous knowledge so crucial to the fashion industry, to the future of fashion? We have been the defenders, the guardians of nature. We defend the biodiverse ecosystems, and being front line of the devastation that is taking our place is so hard, but at the same time has so many things and ways that we can change that path. And our traditional ecological knowledge is really the key of reshaping fashion, of bringing a really true towards future for sustainability. And we have this urgent need right now of changing, because climate crisis, it's showing us, nature is revenging herself, showing us that she have offered a lot to us. And where we are taking all this opportunity of having resources, how we are pushing that forward is that we are thinking about ourselves and we are thinking about our deep connection with nature, because we really need her to keep surviving. And we're gonna need the resources that she's still giving to us to keep producing, keeping doing dreams of maybe searching and having the next material, natural material that might gonna be innovation. So our deep connection with the sustainable way of living is harvesting natural fibers and having the deep knowledge of the plant-based dyes. This practice can revolutionize how fashion sources, how we can manage new raw materials, incorporating the ecological knowledge. It's a way to go to a faster circular economy in fashion. It's reducing waste and conversing biodiversity. The power of authenticity. We are inherently connected to nature, but embodying this relationship more than like the modern consumers are craving. Because imagine, we have to have this connection to what we wear, to what we produce. You know, I think with the time we forgot that everything comes from nature, that you are nature. You are not separate from it. And to keep living, we have to have this deep respect with her and ourselves. And I have a call for action for you here today. To get involved in projects that combine this traditional knowledge, that recognize that mixed with technology, we can really have a prosper, regenerative ways of living. And bringing indigenous voices and faces while focusing on cultural respect and the cultural heritage. Because the future is ancestral. And the future, it's, well, with the power comes responsibility. So we have to take in consideration that responsibility of the power we have in our hands to really change from the heart. Well, I think it's that, and thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
overhaul the fashion's industry take, make, waste model, we need systemic change. Helping us rethink fashion from various perspectives will be Alicia Jordan, Senior Circularity Manager at Zalando, and her panelists.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Today we have just a tiny, small topic of rethinking the whole fashion industry and the systemic change for sustainable future. So we will hopefully we will focus on the how today, actually, because there's been a lot of why, and I think we all know now why we need to do this. And we really want to focus on what are the tangible solutions that we can take as an industry right now. So with that, I have esteemed panelists with me that are really working daily, hardworking to transform this industry on the ground. So I'm really, really looking forward to this conversation. I have with me Pippa Smart, who heads up sustainability at Tekla, a Danish brand creating elevated and functional homeware pieces based in Copenhagen. I also have Laura Ponerau. Laura is a project manager at Halotex. Halotex is an established fabric and garment manufacturer based out of Spain. And they also recently launched their new recycling innovation initiative called The Loop. And then online, joining us, we have Valerie Langer, a fiber solutions strategist at Canopy. Thank you so much for joining us, Valerie. I also know that it's been some difficulties, so I really appreciate also that you could join us online. And Canopy is... No problem. Yeah. Let's give them a round of applause. Thanks. Just to mention before we go, Canopy is an NGO, for those who don't know, with a mission to protect the world's forest, species, and climate, and help advance indigenous communities' rights. So we really have an amazing crew here, I would say, that's representing diverse perspectives from the industry, which is really what we need when it comes to changing the fashion industry. So I'll start with Pippa. And when we talk about change, there's some things when it comes to the internal motivation. So what motivates you as a brand or a manufacturer or another entity in fashion's value chain to actually embark on this sustainability journey? I think it's really fascinating sometimes to see this journey of different brands and partners in the space and why they even went on this sustainability transformation. And Tekla actually recently became a B Corp. And I love B Corp. I've also been working with B Corp. And just as an introduction, B Corp is a certification where a brand needs to demonstrate high social and environmental performance and actually make a legal commitment by changing their corporate governance structure to be accountable not only to just shareholders, but to all stakeholders. So Pippa, could you tell us what motivated Tekla to embark on the B Corp journey? How did you manage this process? I know it can be quite a daunting process. And what kind of tangible changes came out of this transformation for you?
Yeah, so what kind of motivated us at Tekla to become a B Corp was kind of, as you've already stated, it's a really high standard. And it's also a really holistic standard. So it's a brilliant framework, basically, to guide you on best practice. So it's an assessment that you can use to really see what does good or what does excellent look like in multiple areas of having high environmental and social impact across your business. So with us being an SME and quite a new brand and very much the beginning of our sustainability journey, then it just really felt like something that was a brilliant tool to actually use this. And I think, you know, when you're also an SME starting on these things, anything that can kind of provide you with guidance, almost like a shortcut to being like, this is what good looks like, is a really helpful resource. So that was, yeah, the high standard and the kind of the guidance it gave us was really what motivated us to go for it. Yeah. and maybe to touch a bit more on, you also asked me how, right? So I think we approached it in a really practical way. So once we actually made the decision to become a B Corp, then we basically turned it into a project. So we basically identified, like within Tekla, who are the key decision makers, who are the stakeholders internally that we need to engage and like bring along on this journey for change. And what's also so helpful with the B Corp framework is you can basically assess yourself and see where my business is at now, like what do I score? Because it's a point-based system. So to become a B Corp, you need to score a minimum of 80 points across all the different impact areas. And so we set a goal of getting to 90 points. And so we did the kind of baseline score, and then we were like, okay, what do we need to do to get to 90 points? And then we ended up managing to certify with 91.7. So we were very proud with that.
Amazing, congratulations.
Yeah, so that was very good. So we just kind of ran it really like a project and then kind of delegated out those tasks, these initiatives we need to do. And then I think another key part of the how was also because it really will like touch on so many different areas of your business, then you really need to communicate like that the change is coming. So we did a lot of work like doing presentations to the whole company of like, this is why B Corp matters to us. There's going to be changes. You're going to see changes to policies and practices. This is why. And then at the end as well, we really made a point of celebrating like, oh, we've had this achievement. And also then we were able to really look back and say, these are the specific things that got us to B Corp. So,
and before we move on to the next question, if you could give us maybe like 2-3 tangible examples of the change that it actually brought to your company.
Yeah, it's because it's such a comprehensive framework, it's quite hard to pick out like 1 or 2 initiatives. It's really like cumulative. But I would say the biggest kind of tangible change was really that it just did allow us to basically put these like foundational groundwork, like policies and practices into place and kind of embed them as the company kind of grows. And also just to facilitate a lot of conversations with like leadership, with other teams. I would say, yeah, those were the most kind of tangible changes I can see now. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you for sharing. Laura, I know Halotex also basically from inception has been a company that was really looking into how to reduce your environmental impact. And it's not that easy when you're actually a manufacturer and you have all this big machinery, you're making the fabrics, you're making the garments. Obviously, it is quite resource intensive. So if you could tell us a bit more about what you think was actually your internal motivation. How did your commitment to sustainability start? And maybe mention 1 or 2 kind of key initiatives that you are running right now. I know you're running a lot of them on the ground, but yeah, it would be amazing to hear more about that.
Okay, well, first of all, thanks for having us, because it's not often that the suppliers have visibility on this kind of panels. So thanks for having us. It's great that we're able to connect directly with the brands and all the other innovators here. For us, I think it was a bit of both the internal and external motivation. There was definitely a leadership within the company that sustainability was the vision that we wanted to follow. So that was very clear from the beginning. We started our sustainability journey around 2007. And from there, I would say that without this internal motivation, for sure, we wouldn't be here today. But then, of course, the external motivation, understanding the global climate crisis that is happening, all the experts that were telling us about all the impact that the industry was having. So I would say both had an impact. And then in terms of key initiatives, I would say like, for us, taking care of our own waste was a big thing, and it helped us become circular with our waste and being able to create a recycling factory within our factories, be able to trace our waste, put it back into the loop, present it to the brand. So I would say that we have done different sustainable initiatives within all the production chain in terms of water, energy, efficiency. But in terms of impact and how we understood how we needed to work, our designers, how we need to build the new fabrics, understanding that we needed to use the waste back in, trying to force the brands that they wanted, we needed them to see these new fabrics. So I would say that that was like one of our main projects.
Yeah, it's amazing. And we will dive into your recycling initiatives also a bit more later. And I remember also you mentioned the dyeing techniques that you were really looked into. Could you tell us more about that as well?
Yeah, so I think in terms of dyeing, we implemented some water initiatives and technologies that we collaborate with other innovators. For us also, because we really recycle all our waste, growing in the garment dye technique has been huge for us because the waste is white, so it's easily to put back in. If you have color waste, you can do it, but it's a bit challenging. Sometimes you don't get the Pantone that you want, and maybe the designer doesn't want that waste to put back in. So I think in terms of dyeing, we have been growing in the last years with the garment dye.
Yeah, really interesting. And you've been also working a lot with innovators in this space, right? And connecting maybe to the other panels that we had about material innovation. It's also interesting to see how the dots really have to connect. So these innovators then have to work with manufacturers like yourselves, like Halotex, to really bring this to the ground, to the final garment. Zooming out a bit, when we're talking about transforming fashion and the supply chains, I want to speak to you, Valerie, about Canopy's work. I mean, obviously, Canopy intrinsically has been working with sustainability from day one. That's your mission, to bring this to the industry. And recently, you really galvanized the industry to support the textile-to-textile recycler Renewcell with your Next Gen Solutions campaign, when you're also advocating to use waste instead of forests to make packaging and textiles. Could you tell us more about this campaign and just like your overall mission for maybe those who don't know Canopy? What is the key objective and what has been the progress so far?
Right. Well, Canopy is a not-for-profit or an environmental organization, and we work with over 900 brands around the world and their producer suppliers in order to help them shift away from ancient and endangered forests in the textile and paper packaging supply chain. So the first part of our work many years ago, because we're 25 years old as an organization now, a lot of that work was just having companies understand that there, especially in the textile field, when we started here, that there are forests in viscose, rayon, lyocell. Most people thought it was a synthetic material, but actually it's a semi-synthetic. It's made from wood fiber that's treated with processed with a lot of chemicals. So in order to help the brands that we work with ensure that they're not at risk of sourcing from orangutan habitat and caribou habitat, endangered species habitats of that sort. First, they had to identify where their supply was coming from. We helped them do that. We now produce something called the Hot Button Report, which helps guide brands to which viscose producers don't have ancient or endangered forest fiber in their supply chain. But that's only the first part. You know, that's making sure that you don't have the worst of the worst in your supply chain. And really, from a sustainability perspective, we want to get to the good, not just stay away from the worst. And so increasingly, Canopy's been shifting to what we call next generation solutions. In the textile supply chain, that's primarily circularity. So taking the cotton, whether it's in blended cotton polyester waste or pure cotton, like denim, for example, and T-shirts, and instead of having that become garbage on the shores of Ghana or ending up in the landfills in India or in Europe for that matter, to actually take that as a resource, to not consider anything to be waste, because nature doesn't actually have waste. Waste is not a natural concept. Everything in nature gets recycled back into something else again. At ambient temperature, at ambient pressure, and with whatever energy the sun can deliver. That's it. And so using what we currently call waste as a new resource for the next generation of viscose type textiles or lyocell is key. And Renewcell was the first mill to build at commercial scale. to do this. And we realized when Renewcell was, the golden child, went up and then all of a sudden failed and went bankrupt very quickly after they opened, that it really takes a fashion village to make circularity work, that no one company, no one brand can actually do this on their own. And so our campaigns in the fashion textile world of wood-based textiles has really pivoted towards helping brands collectivize their purchasing power, and even at the early stage to create a more pre-competitive way of sourcing and buying the first to market circular textiles. So we have a second chance because Circulose, the Renewcell got bought by an investor called Altor in Sweden. They have a chance to open again based on whether enough brands will buy their product. And in order for that to happen, the entire value chain has to buy, because it doesn't matter if you're H&M or Inditex or whether you're a small designer, a luxury brand or fast fashion. You don't buy pulp. Pulp is the first end of that value chain. And so we are working with multiple brands in a pre-competitive project called Optimize 30 to narrow the number of suppliers and to narrow the value chain and the types of materials that are created with Circulose in order to get economy of scale benefits.
And
that's my long answer.
Is that a project that any brand could actually support or join? Any size?
Yeah. Well, at this point, it's easier for a brand that buys a fair amount of man-made cellulosic textiles because it's a volume play. But we see the smaller brands and their designers as being absolutely critical to this success of circular textiles. And that's because I think it was Leila from H&M who said this earlier on one of the earlier panels, that they only buy, let's say, 5% of, even though they're one of the biggest in the world. And Inditex Zara is the same. Between them, there may be 10 to 15% of the man-made cellulosic purchases. So the vast majority of the procurement is going to come from small and medium-sized brands. And so those brands who will never, ever speak to a pulp producer, who don't buy textiles very far down away from them in the value chain, those small brands actually have to have a way to collectivize their procurement power, or they will never make a minimum order quantity. They will never get the advantage of an economy of scale contract order when the first to market innovations happen. And so this is where Canopy is creating some platforms for brands to be able to tell us what they want, and we hold that private, and then we can then collectivize their purchasing power down by helping them make the right connections. This is a place where a nonprofit can have a very particular strategic role to play in shifting a system that is 150 years old and very well established and needs to shift.
Definitely, and it's an amazing initiative, so cross-cutting and really putting the leverage where we can make some collective impact and coordinating the whole industry really to move into the right direction. Yes. And highlighting the role of small and medium-sized brands. So we really can't be looking just only to H&Ms and Inditexes, but we all as small designers, SMEs can actually play a role here. I think this is quite an important thing to say here to, I think, this room full of young designers and smaller brands. You all have a role to play, 100%. Speaking of this, Tekla is actually an SME, and you have recently launched a supply chain engagement program. And it would be great to hear more about that. So we've spoken a bit about materials, and this is this lever of change. And energy is another big lever of change for the fashion industry. So I know this was the focus of your program. Would be great to hear more about that.
Yeah, of course. So, we have basically started like a new supplier engagement program, but the focus for us right now has very much been on climate action and energy use in production. That's been the kind of objective, has been to engage with our suppliers on this topic and start a dialogue with them. And one of the key reasons is, as you kind of touched on, is that when you're measuring your impact, especially just looking on like a carbon lens, you quickly realize that the vast majority, as a brand at least, the vast majority of your impact, your scope 3, is coming from your suppliers, their scope 1 and 2. And so if you kind of want to influence that or move the needle at all, you need to start engaging your suppliers. So it's kind of quite like an obvious next step. And then with Tekla's case in like particular, then because the levers normally are, okay, what materials are you using? That has a huge impact, but also the energy you're using in production. And we're already working with 99% of our material mix is organic cotton. There's still obviously some improvements we could make there, but that's already like a kind of, our baseline is where I feel like a lot of brands are trying to get to. So then we focus much more on energy. And so we ran a supplier kind of engagement workshop and education sessions with 5 of our biggest suppliers, well, 3 of our biggest suppliers and 5 suppliers in total, where we were really focusing on educating them a bit more and sharing tools and resources on learning about climate impact. How can they measure their emissions? How can they measure the impacts of different reduction initiatives they have? And we've seen some amazing results from that. So, one is now we actually have a bit of a shared language. We also did these workshops with a Portuguese speaker, like an expert from Portugal, and our supply chain is mainly in Portugal. So that was an incredible way to kind of do things. But the results we've started to have now is that 3 of our biggest suppliers, they'd actually been working on installing solar panels. And now, because we've kind of done this work together with them, they can kind of take this further and start measuring the impact of these things. So they've seen that they've had a 73% reduction in their scope 1 and 2, which has contributed to a 2.5% reduction in our purchased goods and services, so like basically our production emissions, despite having an increase in production of around 16%. So that's really motivating to see that happening, and it's exciting.
You really saw the real change coming from this engagement and direct engagement and speaking. Yeah, also speaking the same language, I guess, because at the end we're all humans speaking to each other, and we just need to find the same language for those things. And sometimes when you hear scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, okay, but actually what is the tangible? Do you really need to understand this methodology? Probably yes, look it up. But also you can actually do something on the ground with your supply chain partners with this.
Yeah, exactly.
And I know we're basically at time, but I do really want to speak to Laura before we leave also about your current recycling pilots and all the initiatives that you're doing in the space, because connecting to what Valerie was saying about no brand is using pulp. No, it actually has to be converted to a final garment. So fabric and garment manufacturers like Halotex are instrumental. They are the key unlock in actually making it happen. So it would be amazing to hear more about your initiatives before we wrap up.
Yeah, I'll be fast, Spanish fast, but I totally agree with what Valerie said. Like, collaboration is key. We cannot do it alone. No one can do it alone. So, and we have been with circulars throughout their process, presenting to the brands fabrics and garments, because as she said, brands and designers don't buy pulp. They don't know what to do with it. So we have to be there helping them throughout this transformation. And also, I think our focus right now in terms of recycling is focused on the post-consumer, because we all know...
Which is really the hardest.
Yeah, it's the hardest, and everyone knows it's also like probably the biggest that we have now. So we are focusing on the post-consumer recycling through mechanical process. We are innovating in the machinery, and we did this through collaboration. We created a company 2 years ago called the Post Fiber, that we launched next year. And we did it through collaborating with 4 companies in Spain from different parts of the value chain. Alone, we couldn't have done it. So our goal is to introduce at least 10-15% of this fiber to the new garments. And that's how you start going to, we understand it's a a lowest quality of fiber than a new virgin one. So that's how we need to test, need the brands also to be on board, to engage, and all together we can try to put this into the market and, you know, and reduce the problem that we have with the all the garments that we have around laying in landfills.
And also achieve the quality that actually people would like to buy, right? Because that's also the critical piece of the puzzle.
Yeah.
Great. I mean, I think as a last remark, it would be amazing to hear from each of you an advice of what steps right now the brands can take. We've had amazing initiatives, amazing pilots, strategies. What do you think people who are here in this room can do, anchoring in what we discussed? Maybe let's start with Pippa.
Yeah, I guess I think, maybe kind of like playing off the things I've just been speaking about, then the big learning I had, I think, from the supplier engagement program was really finding actually that local expert. So you need to kind of find with your suppliers, like, who is the person to engage with at that organization, like who's the stakeholder you need to connect with. And then if there are any barriers around language or cultural understanding, can you actually find someone on the ground that speaks that language, that knows that context, that can help you kind of bridge the gap and kind of deliver the content, and actually so you can start having that dialogue moving forward. So I would say focus on that.
Great, thank you.
Should I go?
Laura?
Okay. I would say it's, again, the collaboration part. And also for us, it's presenting to the brands post-consumer fiber within all the fabrics that we present, also pre-consumer fiber that from our own factories. I think that is our goal, to, you know, try to also innovate within the knowledge that we have, and be very open to also sometimes fail. And that's okay, because you're trying and you're evolving. So I think that's what I would end up on.
Yeah, I think it's an important point that when you're embarking on change, you need to embrace the fact that sometimes it's just you're trying different things, and sometimes it's not going to work out. But at the end, and it's not a linear process, you're going back and forth a bit.
And it's not like it's not like a short-term result as well. Sustainability is about long-term results. That's why also.
And last remarks from Valerie, and I can see Susanna's already kicking us out. So.
Okay, well, then I'll be quick. With the first thing is, one, put budgets towards buying the innovation, not just doing innovation, so that you don't have to invent the wheel every single time. There are materials like circulose are already out there on the market. Don't wait until there's the Ferrari before you buy the electric Ferrari. You buy what's on the market now in order that the innovation can consistently improve with scale. So go with what is there now and do it with your friends and allies in the fashion village. That's what I would say.
Thank you so much. Thank you to all.
Okay.
I know, changing the system can feel like a daunting task. So to lighten up the room a little bit, we'll move into skincare. Plant-based skincare. We'll hear from Nuria Val, the founder of Rose Beauty, in a conversation with Karolina Sobańska.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karolina Sobańska, and I have a pleasure to be here with the co-founder and the creative director of Rose Beauty, Nuria Val. And I believe that, yes, bravo. We've been talking about sustainability most of today. We've covered it from different angles, and it was mainly associated with fashion, obviously. But we have a beautiful opportunity to chat about beauty, which is also a fascinating and evolving industry. And I'm more than happy to be here with you, Nuria, and to ask you about sustainability in regards to clean beauty, natural beauty. Those are big words, and many of us have heard them over the years, but I wonder what it actually means. I know there's no definition of it, but for you as a brand owner and someone who has evolved with the brand over the years, what is the essence of sustainability in a beauty brand, in your case, in Rose?
Thank you so much for having me. Rose was born as a sustainable brand with the desire of offering transparency, offering ethical practices, but also an effective and pleasant experience in the beauty industry. And so sustainability is integral to our products, our packaging, our the way we grow. But I think sustainability for us is also learn as a company, as a founders, and learn with the community and have all the information and all the knowledge we need to be able to become an advocate for sustainability and in order to make better choices.
I also find your story especially inspiring because when we talked backstage, you shared that in order to think about your brand as a sustainable brand, you had to reverse engineer that because the values of the brand and what you represent as a brand is so inherent to what you do in your personal life, in your personal brand. So to you, it was really natural to build a brand this way. It was not a strategy. For many people, being sustainable is a strategy, which is also great because we see it as an evolving trend. But for you, that was the only way to do it, right?
Yeah, I wasn't really into beauty before starting the company. And the main reason is because I couldn't connect with any skincare brand. I couldn't really understand what I was applying, and I didn't understand the list of ingredients. So when I met my co-founder 5 years ago, we thought that it should be a better way to do it, and we should know what we are applying. And that was the main mission that we had, to make something that people who is not really into beauty can understand. And yeah,
I feel like from a consumer perspective, you can get a little bit confused, especially because many brands use those big words to advertise. But I wonder, you use the word mission. Many people think that when you create a brand that's so rooted in values, and it tries to be sustainable, ethical at every stage of production and development of products, it's more of it's a mission. It's it's a vision, it's a hobby. It's not a real business. Can a brand that's so rooted in values that you represent also be profitable and then in the future scalable?
At Rose, profitability and sustainability can go hand in hand. We intentionally decided to grow on a sustainable way, which it means that we self-funding the project until we could reach profitability. So I'm proud to say that since 2023, Rose is a profitable company. And this is just the proof of making something that stays true to your values have had a positive impact in our business.
Do you feel how do you feel about the scaling opportunities? I mean, I know that you only use supply chains that you've checked that are sustainable, that are local, that are ethical. Those are usually smaller producers of certain resources. Do you feel or do you know whether it's possible to really scale up as a business that derives their products from those specific ethical sources?
I think ethical suppliers can scale up as the demand for sustainable and ethical practices increase. They will be more ethical suppliers, and the ones that already exist, they will change the practices to be able to provide their services. For us, for example, when we started the company, we established our lab, and they were just starting as a natural cosmetic lab. And it's funny because we were one of their first clients. And today they are able to deliver big amounts of productions, and we are ready to keep growing with them.
But as we see the trend for sustainability in beauty evolving and rising, we can observe bigger brands adapting more sustainable practices. Do you feel like you've gained enough experience to be able to tell what kind of changes or practices could be implemented by bigger brands that produce in huge volumes that you've experienced and you feel like would benefit them? Benefit being the key word, because at the end of the day, it's about the profit.
People are demanding more transparency, more trust, and more ethical practices. So I think emerging brands like Rose's Transparency engage a community to be informed. And we have a highly informed community that are willing to support brands that they align with their values. So I believe that traditional brands in the beauty industry, in this case, will need to adapt their practices to this new demand, and they will need to fit it in their business models accordingly.
But do you feel like there is a pressure mainly from the consumers, as the consumers are learning, studying, educating themselves, or being educated through brands like yours, that they just have different standards, and then cosmetic brands have no other choice but to adapt because people are just so much more aware?
Yeah, because at the end, it's sales. So if they want to keep selling at the same level, they would need to adapt to the new customers' expectations.
So you mentioned community a lot in this conversation and in many other ones that we had backstage. How do you foster your community? Because Rose, it's not only about beauty. You have a beautiful platform where you post many inspirational content, and I feel like it's more of a lifestyle than just a cosmetic choice. So which areas do you also cover, and how does it affect your community and then makes you grow your brand?
Community lies at the core of Rose. We consider them as co-creators because they shape the products that we launch, and they are part of the lifestyle of the brand. And I always like to say that Rose is a lifestyle brand, and the cosmetics part is only one part of all we can bring to the community. And we try to stay close to them, and we try to have an open conversation all the time and hear their needs. So I think they are part of what we are building as a community. I think personally, since I started Rose, it's been the most special and most important 5 years of my life. I became a mom. I started a company. I built an off-the-grid house. I did many important things. And this community has been part of it since almost the very beginning. So we are kind of growing together, and they are experiencing similar things, so we can be inspired by each other. And this sense of community, I think it's one of the most special things about Rose.
One last thing I wanted to cover, because I feel like it's especially interesting with regards to your brand and the whole industry in general. We mentioned that Rose is a skincare brand, but you have some new projects and new challenges as far as growing your variety of products is concerned. And I know that you've been working on a makeup project and makeup products within your brand. And I wonder, how has this journey been? I have not seen many skincare brands that actually extend their offerings and offer clean makeup products. This seems to be pretty niche, and I know that you've worked a lot on that. So if you could share the challenges and the outcomes or any reflections that you've had on that journey.
Transitioning into makeup brings new challenges when it comes to packaging, ingredient sourcing, and the complexity of the formulation. when we want to keep having a clean formulas. So it has been very challenging. And for the last 2 years, we've been formulating and testing. And I'm happy to say that we're almost ready to launch the full collection. And I think in the skincare part, it has been an evolution. We are now having more better formulas than it used to be. But in the makeup part, we still have so much to do. So we wanted to take a different approach. We wanted to work on a line of products, which is still skincare, but it has some color. It has something different to enhance beauty in order to feel better and not hiding it or changing it. And of course, we want to keep having the same 100% plant-based formula, which is the challenge here. But I think this would position Rose on a very pioneer area in the cosmetics and in the makeup industry.
Yeah, you're definitely pioneering the industry. So I'm really excited to see how that evolves. And I'm sure I can't wait to test those products. What's your next step for Rose? I know that this project that we just covered is a huge new thing, but are you the kind of visionary that is seeing one step ahead and also projecting new things for the future?
Yeah, the dream, I think since we started Rose, as we see Rose as a lifestyle brand, and we would love to have a beautiful hotel where we can share all the experience and all the lifestyle of the brand and a sustainable way of traveling and thinking and sharing it with people that it's aligned to our values. That would be the next big step for us.
Well, I think it's a beautiful dream, and I wish you that from the bottom of my heart, and I hope the next conference is going to be at the hotel.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Nuria.
Thank you so much.
Continuing the theme of authenticity, it really is the trend of last year. We were exploring authentic communication. So exploring how brands can communicate values in the digital era will be Szymon Machnikowski, PR and Marketing Director of Vogue Polska, in conversation with our wonderful panelists.
Good afternoon and welcome to the panel discussion, Marketing for Change, Authenticity and Brand Building, with my amazing guests, experts in their fields, Anaïs Durand, a Marketing and Communication Director of Toast brand, and Sophia Rowe, one of the industry leaders, stylist and pioneer of content creation. Just to contextualize our conversation, when I was thinking about the panel, I also thought of recent milestones in terms of marketing and communication. And to be fair, during first days of autumn, I couldn't think of anyone else that Patagonia's 2011 campaign, "Don't Buy That Jacket." It's already 13 years ago, but that was strong, which was a campaign in opposite to Black Friday spending crash. Although this message was strong, in my opinion, it was a little bit utopian, and message by less is never as loud as message by more. How should we communicate the change in times when communication itself is so intense? Anaïs, how do you see that from brand perspective?
So thank you, Simon, and thank you, Vogue, for this amazing invitation. We're very proud to be here, be part of the change. Obviously, for when we are talking about
communication strategy, I think it's very important to tackle this as an holistic view. We discussed this morning a lot about how it all comes together, and obviously branding, marketing, and communication strategy is a very big part of that movement. As you said, in these crowded environments, communication, I think, has never been more complicated to really come through and to really get the message out there for brands. And here I will quote what Sarah just mentioned in the panel before. I think what is absolutely clear is to stick to the value, to stick to your DNA and what you really stand for as a brand. First, because it's what makes you different and what makes you salient in order to make sure that you resonate and connect with your audiences, which is, at the end of the day, what it is all about. In those, having 100 years, we celebrated our 100 years anniversary in 2020. So it's true that this authenticity is something that we have in vain and that we have thanks to a very, very rich heritage. We are born in Barcelona. It's true that we also believe and strongly bet on self-expression through style, and in that case, through jewelry specifically. And I think with these elements that makes us so different and so unique in the market, this is how we go through with a message that is always true to ourselves and that helps us to come through in a very crowded communication environment. What has been amazing, like I've been 8 years now as a chief marketing officer in TOS. When I first started, we had this communication cycle with 3 campaigns a year, easy platform. Instagram was already big. Now we are talking about always on campaign, always on strategy, multiple platform. Last year only, we created 64 campaigns in terms of how to make sure that you are relevant with the different audiences that you are tackling to really come through with your message. So definitely a challenge that needs to be tackled in order for us to craft the next 100 years.
Thank you so much for this answer. And Sophia, speaking about the change, you work a lot with social media, and sometimes algorithms dictate a lot in this world, what we see, what we get. How can we reach the audience with our message content in terms of algorithms?
Well, I think just commenting a little bit on what you said, and it's all about authenticity. I think this is, in general, what brands are looking for, and how to stay authentic is a really big question. It's a very transactional, creative world today. It's very data-driven. And I think exactly by staying true to yourself is the way to break through. As an example, I remember I started, 7, 8 years ago, and I was advised not to post anything in black and white, because obviously that's not a favorite of the algorithm. It did really turn out to be influential with my approach within that industry that I work in. And I think it also shows some kind of stubbornness to your core values, and this will create trust amongst your followers or your community in the end.
And which moment have been the most important and the most impactful for your career?
Which brand?
Which moments?
Which moment? I think from the very first moment, it just started as a hobby. I mean, everything I do today, I did in my room when I was a child. So it was just a natural way of me for expressing myself, and it turned into this job. And I think back then there was not even anything called influencer. So naturally, I did not know that this would turn out to be what I'm doing today. Sorry, your question again?
My question was, which moments impacted you the most?
Which moment? I didn't do any education, but I did take a flight. I stepped out in Paris Fashion Week when I was 21, and I think observing culture and meeting people within the business has really changed a lot for me. A lot of inspiring conversation, and I think also it has really forced me to look inside and really understand what actually I stand for in this world where so many people have a voice. And it's been a very rewarding journey so far.
Perfect. And Anais, I was thinking, you told me a lot about communication. And just coming back to this question, what do you think about communicating better in opposition to less or more? Like making better choices, wiser choices?
I think it's critical, as you said, to now calibrate very, very well the where, the what, and to whom. I would say the good point is that now we always have more tools. I mean, Sophia mentioned algorithm, mentioned indeed this link and connection that you have to your audiences. This is a critical part. It's very important also to communicate potentially less to something that is more, that resonates better with the different audience that you have. And here I think every time more, marketing is all about connecting. It's not about selling. This connection has to come through cultural connection, cultural elements that you really be relevant for once again, for the audiences you are talking to. When we, 5 years ago, we started with a bit an evolution also of the brand that really put the self-expression of the people through jewelry at the beginning of that. We understand that the audiences that were more likely to go there were connected to music, for instance. We've been one of the first jewelry brands to be connected with music festivals, such as Sonar in Barcelona, Primavera Sound. And it was interesting to see a fine jewelry brand presented without any products, in a moment where the audiences were open to understand what we stand for beyond only our business. And I think this is part of how to communicate better through this connection to your audiences.
And turning to you and the Toast brand, there is a strong connection to both your heritage and longevity of your products. Can you provide some context on how these values shape your approach, particularly in terms of communications or guiding principles?
Yeah, as I was mentioning, it's a 100 years brand. So the legacy and the heritage that we have is something that is very, very deep to our hearts, and that we understand is empowering us to build our future. The two platforms that really are key for us is this part of heritage through a family-owned business in Barcelona. We actually have an archive of the brand that is something that we refer in terms of design, in terms of creativity a lot, in order to fuel always new ideas, innovation, and creativity, but being very loyal to what you stand for, to your brand value and DNA. And the second element that for us is absolutely key, I would say, is the part of the craft. We are fine jewelers, and it's incredible to see that we are now in a moment where we are actually suffering and in a big challenge to find jewelers, to find the hand of the jewelry people and motor. So Toast already 5 years ago started the Toast Jewelry School. We are partnering with 10 schools through 5 different countries, where we are training jewelry students to come to our atelier and to make sure that we understand how to recycle, restore the pieces. Being a jeweler is a very hard job. It's like black dress, you are with fire, with metal, you work with gold, and this is something that needs to be trained and to be educated, so that we also have the new generation of jewelers together with us.
And Sophia, you have a strong personal brand. How did you build it over the years?
Well, very good question. I worked a lot. First of all, I think it's just like purely passionate driven. But how do I build it? I think with my Scandinavian heritage, I grew up naturally with a sense of sustainability, which leads me to the next pillar in my brand, which is my mom, who has influenced me a lot. She works in interior, and that world is way slower than fashion, for sure. It really is a much more thoughtful process to get a sofa. Like, you think about the wear and tear on the fabric of the sofa. Like, would this last long? Is it a classic? Is it an investment? Like, is it something that I want to look at for a very long time? And I think I brought that kind of approach into fashion just naturally by being brought up with that mindset. Then I went partying a lot and had a great sense of pop culture, people, and really understood that kind of pace. As I said, I took a flight to France, and I think that has influenced me a lot too in my aesthetic and my way of doing image. So I think all those 4 pillars are like my fundament for everything that I do in my creative work. And as you say, there's so many formats today, so many platforms, and unfortunately, everything has to be created like within a very short time frame. So what I do is just really using those 4 pillars as my personal compass. It's a way for me to make sure that I stay within my original vision. And I always return to it whenever creating, whether it's a shoot or influencer campaign or going to a show, getting dressed. So, yeah.
So what is valuable or significant for you when you select a brand to work with? Because I imagine you're at this stage of your career that actually you select who you work with.
More or less. I mean, there's always, like in everyone having a business, a creative business, especially like a balance between something commercial and something that you aspire to. I mean, it's all about that balance. And I think coming back to the pillars, I think in both ways, commercial or not, you really have to still stick true to who you are and your core values. And I think a lot of the brands that I get to work with now is also a great influence in my insight and knowledge of the industry, but also actually just like craftsmanship of how a garment is supposed to fit, the process of how doing a show or whatever it might be. So I get to work with a lot of brilliant people, yes.
And speaking about the future and future collaborations, how do you think will the communication in the future, the nearest future, look like? What will it change in that?
I think here, to what also we were discussing this morning, the future of AI, hyper-personalization, and really the messages that you address is definitely something that will create a lot of different paradigm. But every time more, I really strongly believe that, and coming back to our points, authenticity every time more is going to be the trigger that is going to ensure that the brands are really communicating what they have to communicate to their different audiences. So I think the platforms are going to change drastically. The formats also. To be fair, it's a trend that we have already seen in the past 10 years. It might change even more drastically, but I think the essence of what a brand needs to communicate will remain the same.
And what about you, Sophie? How do you see that?
Hopefully, I think that we will have more focus on communicating quality over quantity. I think we had a long period where everyone was very excited to have their voice on the platform. And I think we're headed into a more mindful space, well, hopefully. And I think we need to reevaluate a little bit how much and how many places we're communicating. I think it should be pretty straightforward. and important every time we say something.
We talked a lot about authenticity. So I have a final question for both of you, just to wrap up our conversation. If each of you could offer one piece of advice to someone launching their own brand who wants to remain authentic, what would it be? One piece of advice from you.
Well, what I did, I digged a little bit into what kind of woman I am. Can I see myself a little part as a woman in this project, and which kind of woman do I aspire to become? I think digging into a heritage and pursue some sort of pillars and compass will lead you into a great place.
I would say know very well who you are, be true to yourself, and keep different.
Thank you so much, and thank you for all of your insights today.
Thank you
very much.
And thank you all so much for sticking with us. No, this is not the end. We still have a great segment on design. We're now breaking for coffee. 15, 20 minutes. Well, we have Emily Adams-Bodie and Dana Thomas returning after the break. Trust me, it's one not to miss. designing a better future needs collaboration and cooperation. I know it's been a very long day, but trust me, we have a very exciting announcement at the very end coming from Brussels, coming from the European Commission. And right now, I'm excited to welcome back on stage the wonderful, renowned journalist, Dana Thomas, who will be joined online by Emily Adams-Bodie. Give it up for Dana.
Volume up, maybe?
So
for me to hear the Dana.
There she is. Let me do my little introduction first.
Oh,
Can
hi.
you hear us? Great. So I'm honored today to introduce to you Emily Bodie, the award-winning founder of the New York-based fashion brand Bodie. And she was raised in Atlanta, graduated from Parsons School of Design and the Eugene Lang College with a BA, BFA, dual degree in menswear design and philosophy. And she worked for Marc Jacobs for a while before founding her own brand in 2016. She's 8 years ago now. She's best known for using vintage textiles and handcrafted techniques to create one-of-a-kind items and promoting slower, more thoughtful approach to fashion. She was the first female designer to show at New York's menswear collections, which I just find remarkable. We are what year? And the brand has received many accolades for innovative designs and for being really green. So in short, Emily Bodie's a sustainable fashion revolutionary. Yes. Please welcome her live from New York. It's Emily Bodie.
Well, thank you for having me.
We're thrilled to have you.
It's such an honor to be here.
Well, tell us, how would you describe what you do and why you took this path?
Oh gosh, what I do is, I have a fashion company, obviously, and for me, it's so much more about preservation than it is even the making of clothes. I think that I'm forever inspired by narratives and personal histories and the techniques themselves, and what comes from that is the making of the product.
And you grew up antiquing with your cool post-hippie parents up in, going around to antique shops in New England. Tell us, what did this teach you and how have you folded it into your work, this passion for, as the French say, chiner des choses? You're out looking for little gems that people have tossed or have kept and then sold.
What it taught me is to cherish things and to remember. I think what the bulk of my ethos comes from perhaps the fear of things being forgotten. And sorry, I'm getting the sound of whoever's on the mic.
Just me?
Okay, I think that's better. Can you hear me, Dana?
Yeah. We hear you. Uh-oh. She can't hear us anymore.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, I'll just talk. I can't see you, but I'll just talk. But yeah, okay, so I started collecting things as, from such a young age. My mom and her asked me with picking out my high chair as a kid. And so much of that has shaped who I am, because I believe in the preservation of these narratives and of these antiques and of things that came before, because I feel like if you're a little bit more knowledgeable about something, and this is how it translates through to Bodie, if you're a little bit more knowledgeable about something, where it came from, what its history is, that you're more likely to take care of it. At least that's how I am. I cherish things that I knew were my great-great-grandmother's, and perhaps that's because I have not very many family heirlooms. Some people have trousseaus that belong to, their family for generations, and I know so much about my family history, but there aren't necessarily very many tangible things. And that's probably where a lot of that stemmed from. And going to antique markets, I fell in love with this idea that I could collect things and then pass them on to my children and pass on the stories and the reasons why they were important or the reasons why they were just bits of ephemera, why people cared about them, why people maybe didn't care about them, and how that shaped our history and our community.
But also there's the question of craftsmanship, right? That you're looking for beautiful things that have been beautifully crafted in a way that in our mass manufacturing, fast fashion era is becoming less the case. It's harder to find beautifully crafted items, isn't it?
Yeah, for me, it's definitely, you have to make that commitment because it's a strain, financially also on a small business to be able to invest in making things that have the handcraft as the foundation of what you're doing. But no matter what size business you are, even if you're just starting out, I think it's important to do what's natural to you. And for me, I like you said, I fell in love with these things that would have been, I guess, like domestic labors of love. So perhaps they were made for somebody's wedding or for the birth of their first child or even for their home. So they had something that was specific to their own lives that they made for that moment in time. And I think that putting in, such an emphasis into the making component is really valuable.
It is. And in fact, it's interesting because now that I think about it, I do have some beautiful pieces that my great-grandmother embroidered back in East Texas in the 1920s and the 1930s, like aprons and napkins. And they got passed down to me, and they're getting a little thin now, but they're so pretty. And that's what the ladies did. They sat around and gabbed and embroidered. It was kind of fabulous. And therefore, we have heirlooms and we have beauty. Now, you are best known for repurposing vintage fabrics, like quilts, like embroidered pieces, tablecloths even, or napkins and things like that. How would you describe what you do, like some of the gem choice pieces that you found over the years and how you incorporated them into your design? What are some examples?
Oh gosh, honestly, it's anything that kind of builds, or anything that you'd find in a domestic space. We do use dead stock, commercial fabrics as well that maybe were used for industrial reasons, but I'm more passionate about the domestic textiles. And when I first started, like you said, it was like the way in which I sold my clothes. It was like this, I'd have a rack of clothes. I'd have these Japanese buyers come in and they'd pick what they wanted. So once everything sold, that was it. It was just that one item. I could make something similar. And by doing that, I was able to scale my business really organically and, slowly, but really organically, because I technically had like little to no research and development costs because every single thing I was making. And that kind of spanned everything from like French linens from the 1920s that I, love and collect today, quilts, like you mentioned, napkins, tablecloths, handkerchiefs. I'd sew together like hundreds and hundreds of handkerchiefs. And what was important to me was having the ability to scale that process alongside building Bode and scaling Bode. So even still today, it's not the bulk of our product by any means, but it is something that I'm so passionate about and the team is so passionate about. So we carefully, we make sure that it's still part of our, output as a company.
And how do you source them now? Do you still go out to flea markets and antique shops yourself? Do you have a team that does that? Do you all have a source where you go and you just say, give us all of your napkins and then you sort through them yourself?
Yeah.
How does it work?
It's all of those things, it also, it ebbs and flows by what we need or where I am. If I'm going on a trip to Portugal, I might make time to go, do some sourcing, just as a sole person, but oftentimes we'll go to, you know, the bigger markets. Like there's a big one in Massachusetts and we've brought like 20 people. So it totally depends. But for the most part, we have dealers that we work with on a seasonal basis. And it's been easier because we can kind of ebb and flow. It's not just dictated by like these 3 shows in the summer or something. It's based on our relationships, what they're finding, whether or not we need a lot of white linen, or whether or not we need lace work, or whether or not we need, you know, some other kind of textile that we're interested in at the moment.
And of course, they know what you like and what you're looking for, so they can keep an eye out for it when it comes around.
Yes.
That's
yeah.
great.
And, you know, if we also, we don't do it very much anymore, but we used to buy kind of what everyone had, and then we'd sort through it, like you kind of said. And the problem with that is we'd get so many rotten textiles because they weren't stored properly, or, you know, oftentimes you're finding them in attics or really damp spaces, and they have dry rot or other kinds of rot like mold. And so we use a lot of those textiles for our store displays, or maybe windows, or our e-com backdrops, props. You know, if we have a bunch of lace that's rotten and we can't use it, we'll try to repurpose it for other projects, or do it, you know, as like a craft project in the studio.
And do you restore pieces too before you incorporate them? Like, say it's beautiful lace, but there's a little bit that's bunched. Do you buy silverfish or something? Do you restore it, or you just work around it?
Yeah, that's like the bulk of what we have. A mending team here that is so talented, and they restore textiles. You know, I mean, not only are they doing custom projects for people's weddings, you know, putting embroideries and things, or maybe studio projects, or if you know, we did a couple of suits for Bad Bunny for his performances. All of that is done in-house, and it's very labor-intensive work, utilizing a lot of antique trims and textiles. So there's quite a lot of repair that goes into it, especially, you know, if we're doing like beaded trims from the 20s, and there might be like whole strands of beads missing.
Right. Now you work a lot with khadi. Did I pronounce that properly?
Yes,
which is a fine Indian cotton. Tell us more about it and what makes it so special and sustainable.
All right. So, khadi is interesting. I mean, honestly, I think what sets Mody apart in the sustainable conversation, I guess maybe is what you'd say, is that I'm an innovative designer, or I've been marked as an innovative designer or an innovative brand, but we're not innovative in the sense that we're constantly using, you know, the new technologies that you might hear about, especially, you know, through these panelists that are equally as amazing. But we focus a lot on looking back on how things were done before that was even really a conversation. It was just the natural way in which you did things, like making a quilt, you know, repurposing all the old clothing in your house and making something useful out of it. And khadi is one of those things that it has like a 0 carbon footprint. It's entirely made by hand spun, hand loomed cotton. That has also like a really interesting political history because it aided in Indian independence. So it was a textile that when the British had moved the manufacturing out of India, that Gandhi actually was the main person to champion khadi to be able to create jobs back in India, bring manufacturing back to India, and thus kind of reinvigorate the economy. But it's basically the way of making khadi is like a cottage industry. So people can make it in their homes. You can employ people to make it in their homes on their hand looms with no electricity as well.
It's amazing. And it's beautiful. It's really beautiful.
Yes, it's beautiful. And the hand feel is beautiful. And yeah, we make many things from it. And, you know, sometimes I source it just as the product itself, like I would a tablecloth in America or a French bed linen in Paris. And then oftentimes we commission for it to be made.
Fantastic. Now, before launching your own company, you worked for Marc Jacobs. And Marc clearly has a different point of view of fashion than you do, at least today's view. He's all about now? What's the now? What's the new? What's the next, right? So how did your time there inform your work? Like, what did you take from it? What did you leave behind?
So I interned for Mark on special projects, and I interned for Ralph Lauren around the same time. And both of those companies, I was able to understand how to build a company, to the size that I wanted by working on these smaller teams and these more interesting teams. I thought that the way in which both of those companies kind of created their organization was really fascinating. I thought that, especially at Marc Jacobs, where he championed the youth and he championed like special projects, which, at that time were making, one of the projects I worked on was like making boxers out of their dead stock, their fabrics from like 10 seasons ago or 5 seasons ago, and then repackaging it as like little kits with like maybe a matching bow tie or something. And also thinking about how important it was to build the brand universe in the stores. So at that time, Mark had these buckets of like keychains and branded kind of little goodies, like maybe coin purses or things or t-shirts. And those products were important to kind of tell his narrative and what he cared about. He did a lot of t-shirts for nonprofits, and I think was like a really big takeaway, was his value he placed on community and talking about community and creating a space within his stores was really interesting.
But both companies, Ralph and Mark, were about big production, big reach, being global businesses, global brands. And you're growing your company slowly and thoughtfully. Why did you decide to take that path and not do big 7th Avenue global brand? Or are you still thinking of doing that?
I mean, I would consider us a global brand. I want to be a global brand, considered a global brand. It's really important to us. Our clients are all over the world. We show in Paris often. But you're right. I mean, the way in which our growth trajectory is one that is very organic. And one of the ways that I do that, or I've made those decisions, is with our retail stores. So like you said, not being in the high traffic retail spaces that perhaps you see like a Ralph Lauren. And I actually choose to put our retail stores in more neighborhoods. So our downtown store in Hester Street in New York, our LA store, our women's store in Tribeca, all of those brick and mortars are kind of off the beaten path. And that comes from my love of, walking cities and understanding, the importance of retail within neighborhoods. So
connecting with the community.
Connecting with the community. And when you have like somebody who's getting their coffee every day, and the stores there, or in Tribeca, we're, kind of flanked between like a vet and a workout place and a grocery store. It feels like we can really be active in the community and kind of cater to that neighborhood.
And yet you're not one to embrace mass production per se. A lot of your work is tailor-made, right? It's still bespoke. So
it's a huge part of our business, actually. So
in New York and in New Delhi?
Yeah, we manufacture, I'd say more than half of the production is in India in the last few seasons, but what's really been growing quite a bit for us is Portugal and Romania. I think that you have to be really malleable as a business and know what your needs are and what's happening in your country, and in terms of like tariffs and duties or what have you. But it's also where your relationships are, who can make the best product, who's investing in the machinery that you want to work on, who's investing in the people, who has, perhaps they have like a social good component, or for example, I brought like a little pile of clothes here, but, this is a sweater we did I guess it was 2 seasons ago, last winter, where this was a factory that we worked with that's like a 4th generation factory in Norway who has their own blend of 100% wool, Norwegian wool that, you know, has water wicking or, you know, different kinds of value placed within their organization that is interesting to partner with. And I think that as a brand, like I said, you need to be malleable and go where not only you're passionate about making things, but where, you know, you might be able to make the best product.
Now, how do you educate consumers about why your brand is responsible? How do you communicate this to shoppers besides them coming in just saying, "Oh, isn't this beautiful?"
Mm-hmm. It's hard, you know. It's hard because I'm not on TikTok, and I know that we could be, and we could invest in that, and it's hard to scream what you're passionate about and what your philosophy is when everybody else is doing the same. So much noise in the room, but I do what's most natural to me. I invest in doing it within the stores. You know, our store staff tell the story. We also tell it on our Instagram and our website, but really, since the very beginning, have told it on our hang tags. So when you look at a hang tag, it says how many were in that production run. Usually it says how many are in the production run if it's part of like a specific collection, if it's not part of our core product, and it also tells a story. So it might be like a really specific story about perhaps where that garment was found, or, you know, it's reminiscent of an American sampler that you could also visit at the Smithsonian or something like that. Or sometimes it's, here's one, like this is a beaded dress that is a reproduction of a 1920s piece. And I think that telling that story, we're able to make our customers and the people viewing the product a little bit more knowledgeable. And kind of how, when you were speaking at the beginning, you were like, oh, I remember I have these things for my grandmother, that somebody could be like, oh, I actually saw this in a family photo. And they're more encouraged to become a little bit more knowledgeable at the materials that shape their lives.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much. I'm afraid we're out of time. We've already chatted up our 20 minutes and then some. But thank you so much for joining us from New York. It's just been a delight. And we love seeing all those gorgeous fabrics behind you. Everyone say thank you to Emily Bodie.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. And see you soon.
See you soon.
all this commotion. I did promise you magic. I hope that we have delivered. I mean, what I would do to go thrifting with Emily, that was just something really special. But I'm telling you, this design section is amazing. The guests that we have about to go on stage will talk about repurposing, recycling, upcycling, and this is not just fashion. You just wait. Ania Konieczynska will be leading the talk.
Hello, nice to see such a great audience and nice to see such wonderful guests with me here on the stage. I'm Anna Konieczynska and I have a pleasure to introduce to you my speakers. First of all, Pauline van der Pot, the co-founder of the Visionary Lab. Welcome.
Thank you.
Yaira Abgofach from The Revival is here from Ghana. Thank you. And last but not least, Bore Akersdik from By Bore. I will introduce their projects shortly, and then they will dive into the details, of course. So Pauline from the Visionary Lab, she creates a creative studio that merges sustainability, fashion design, and storytelling. At the heart of their work is the commitment to repurposing waste. Waste, as you will see in the following sentences, will be the keyword of our panel today. Repurposing waste, seeing it have another life, reusing it. The revival, Yaira, of course, will tell us more about how it was born, but it's a community-led organization creating awareness, art, and jobs with upcycled global textile waste coming to Ghana, his home country. By Bore, thank you for being here, creates a digital-first textile innovation company that challenges the conventional norms of the industry by exploring new ways of textile creation that are less wasteful. So once again, waste comes into question. I would like to start with some facts that are both true and horrible and eye-opening, I think. Up to 150 billion garments are produced by the fashion industry every year, and each year as much as 100 millions of tons of clothing end up in landfills, which means not only that waste is being created, but also that air and soil is being polluted and the environment is being changed. Only 20% of textiles are collected for reuse or recycling, and only 1% of clothes will get recycled into new garments. So that's, of course, my way of saying that I would like you to answer the question for me, how to create stories that will change and reverse this negative trend, what to do to make the numbers of waste smaller and the numbers of garments reused bigger, of course. Let us start with Yaira.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for this platform. I think it's very important for people like us to have such a platform to speak and share our own story, and also for it not to show that we're alone in this problem, but then it's a collaborative effort. I think storytelling is very, very important. Positive storytelling is in the fundamental of, solution finding. And just the fact that there is something called negative storytelling is a big problem. I don't think that should even exist when it comes to storytelling. So, because storytelling is, to us, storytelling is embedded in personal experience, in things that we find ourselves in. And for that, it's connected to people, it's connected to how we see things, and the fact that we have to deal or address something that we actually didn't experience firsthand is a big problem. That we'll get into that later on. But then how we can actually foster or push positive storytelling is by being authentic, because stories are meant to compel action. So it has to be very, very authentic, because not every, story, a lot of stories are being told, but as to its authenticity and as to it pushing action is a question mark there. And also it should be factual and it should be data backed, because we're in a space where it's a global issue and not everybody understands or experiences the problem. So then that storytelling should be able to make people feel and put themselves in the shoes of whatever you're trying to do. So there are, various ways, but then the fundamental is for it to be very authentic, very factual, and also have a very, very strong visual representation and visual strength. I mean, for us at the Revival, visuals is key to us, and that is one of the main mediums of, our advocacy, our awareness, but also to push positive action.
Bore, what do you think? Is authenticity the key? And the visuals, you've been very present. You've been an ambassador of your own platform. And as Yaira also said to me, behind the scenes, you have to be there. You just have to be there in person to create some emotion, some traction, some, connection. Is it true?
Well, I think in his case, definitely it is. And I think storytelling and having a DNA in a product and understanding. We were looking at Bode before, and like the storytelling and the making and giving sort of that you have something that you can give through to next generations. If we look only 100 years back, and even less, all the big gifts that were passed down from generation to generation or were given to you when you got married were almost all textile. And it was one of the most valuable things that we had, because we understood how much time we had to put into it, how much time it took to grow, how much time it to make, and it protected us. And in that case, we lost that. We lost that story. We lost a lot of the part because it got scaled up, industrial revolution, big productions. And so in that sense, waste came from something because we changed the industry, we changed the making, we changed the relationship we had to it. It became common good. It became one of the cheapest things that we have, that we don't realize, like that we have it on us even anymore. So on the one hand, I would say, yes, the storytelling is important. But the other hand, I would say the realization that we look at it, that we say like, well, we have to make this system better. Well, I think the realization is there that this system is broken and this system doesn't work any further. So we also need to challenge the system, because we can keep recycling all the mess we make, but we're still cleaning up the mess and the shit everybody else is making. And that doesn't stop the problem of making the mess. So I believe that we have to really critically look, and we can look at other industries where we digitized it, there's robotization, there's change, there's like a lot of steps where we need to realize, like, how can we change the whole system? How can we rethink the system? How can we make it way and way more efficient, and not just efficient for more production, for hyper consuming, because of course you need legislation and all these steps, but it is one of the most inefficient and intransparent industries. And I think that is something that we need to challenge. And storytelling helps to make things that challenge that system. For instance, well, let's not look at the moment of sale, but let's start by looking at the moment of use only. We cannot promote the moment of sale if it's not used. Like, to rethink those systems. So it's for me a little bit further than just like, oh yeah, is it to waste, or is it the DNA, or a better point? I think it's really about changing systems.
So we need to educate about the value of textiles and garments. It's what you're saying. And also I would like to ask Pauline something connected to it, because you've been in the industry for many years now, and you've seen some changes in it, and you've seen what's broken and how to fix it. How is the world of fashion different from the one you've seen as a young woman, a young entrepreneur?
Well, I think I entered fashion world 20 years ago as a PR manager for a luxury brand. And then for about 15 years, I was a fashion writer for a magazine. And at some point, so I'm co-founder of the Visionary Lab, and we're a creative studio in Amsterdam. And what we do is we are visual storytellers, and we create unique, beautiful, attractive designs made of waste materials to create awareness for the issue of textile waste, and maybe for the bigger broken system of the fashion industry. What is different now is, after so many years in the fashion, writing about fashion and being a storyteller in a different way than I'm now, writing the stories, I wrote about collections, new collections, product launches, brands, and in a way, you're a channel of the marketing departments of the brands that finance the magazines, the fashion magazines, for their existence, right? And currently, the storytelling that we do currently, the visual storytelling, is storytelling through design. And I think that is a very powerful and strong storytelling, because it's poetic, it's art, it's creative. We create unique designs that are on the border of fashion and design and art. So it's open for interpretation, and it invites the viewer to reflect, because it's all made of waste. You won't, in some designs you recognize the waste, in others you don't recognize it at all. So what we do is we add value to waste. And or even we make designs that we make the waste more valuable than it was in the original product before it became waste. So,
so
my perspective and my view and my movings in the fashion industry have changed a lot.
So you've seen a shift between marketing and storytelling, like marketing being, as you said, promoting the product and the brand, and storytelling showing the roots, showing the people who make it, showing the things that are being made in the process.
Definitely, for speaking for myself, and I think speaking for you, it's not about prompting sales, but it's about prompting a message about rethinking waste. And so, yeah, definitely.
Yaira, Bora, do you agree?
Well, I want to jump in for sure. No, I think where the marketing is one of the biggest problems. I think if you look at where the money is spent, that's where the stories need to be told. And at this point, if you look at all the billions and of like millions per season per brand, but on the global systems, on any brand is screaming, buy me. And look at me. And it's not about use me. No, it's buy me. That's the only thing they care about. And that is all the moment of sale. And that not only happens to all the consumers or the users, I rather call them, but that happens throughout the supply chain, only focusing on the moment of sale. And I think if in legislation, in like the public opinion, if we would look at the moment of at marketing and would say like, well, how can we reshape the type of marketing that is allowed? How can we reshape the moment of sale to the moment of use? We all understood, at least like from my perspective, when I was working in a little bar when they cut all marketing on cigarettes, and it was like, well, we can't do commercials on cigarettes because it kills people. Well, why can we do commercials on new clothing because like when it's killing the planet? And
we are also talking that all of us are wearing reused or redesigned clothes. You are wearing clothes you designed yourself. Pauline is wearing her grandma's shirt. Yaira is also wearing his projects. So it's a way to educate people that, as you said, not the moment of buying, but the moment of using and then reusing and then upcycling also by yourself. But it's also what we have to do is teach people to value craftsmanship again and to become craftsmen on their own. So that's what Yaira is doing in his home country with the revival, because you are educating and teaching people how to take care of their garments.
Exactly. I think it's for us, I mean, revival started out of frustration and pain. The fact that we have to deal with, waste that we didn't create. A lot of the waste, I'm sure a lot of you have seen online, massive tons of waste on our beaches and landfill. And the majority of them were not worn brand new in Ghana. Literally, it's the cast off that we have to deal with. And just that whole, and it's not even beyond, it's beyond just the environmental impact, but then economically in the market. And I've been working in the market for 2 decades now, and I've seen the growth, the trend of how things are going in the market. Now things are worse. I mean, Ghana has one of the biggest secondhand markets in the world, where we move around huge quantities of secondhand clothing from the global north on fast pace. So then, it having a toll on the economic aspect, which is a lot of people in the market are in debt, trying to sell these clothes, trying to keep clothes in circularity, clothes we didn't wear from scratch or brand new, but we're still trying to sell this and make money out of it. But the situation right now is, because of the very poor quality of these items, it's totally, the business aspect of the secondhand trade is not viable anymore. So what we're doing is to be able to empower, because the problem is prevalent, but then the solution is not coming. And a lot of people are complaining. So then we decided to come together with like-minded people and create a movement that we're going to create value from the waste. Yes, this is meant to destroy our environment, giving us problems. But then what can we do with it other than cry about it? We create value from it. So, working with farmers and making farmers designers. I mean, work with farmers to create their own uniform, protected uniforms for them with textile waste that we have in abundance and in excess. And also working with the people in the market and say, look, we're in a big problem. Nobody's trying to help us. Why don't we take things into our own hands? Let's all, upcycle together. Let's all clean up the mess. Let's upcycle. So it's an all-inclusive, experience where, like the, 60-year-old lady is coming to our studio and saying, wow, I have this waste and what can we do about it? Or, oh, I see you wearing the last time what you came to take from us. You're wearing it and this is what you've been able to turn that into. So it transcends from it being a problem to become a creative endeavor, but also an amazing experience for people to say, oh, this thing that I could have thrown away could have been used for this. Like what I'm wearing from head to toe could have ended up in a landfill, but then I'm rocking it. I think I look good, right? Yes, and thank you. That's the beauty of turning something that is, supposed to make you, destroy you into something that you're making, you're benefiting or making value from. But that doesn't defeat the purpose or the reason that there is massive mess. It's a global crisis and we need to deal with it. So it's a collaborative effort and we shouldn't be left only in this. Ghana shouldn't be left. Kenya shouldn't be left. Uganda, all these countries shouldn't be left and just throw. And also in Europe, I mean, the fact that it leaves your country doesn't mean problem is solved. When it leaves your end, the problem starts with us. So it's not a one-man island where, okay, let them deal with it. No, it's supposed to be for us, to all come together and own the space and then own, the journey to find a solution to that.
Yeah. So as you were saying, collaboration is key. Boosting creativity is key. And you are all great collaborators. You've all done some special things with other designers, with other projects. Bora, you've been working with fashion houses. Pauline, you did the amazing Levi's and Vitra collaboration by using old denim to create the chairs, the Vitra chairs. And you, of course, Yaira, has a great collection of denim clothes at the shop of Victoria and Albert's Museum, which is a hit, a bestseller there. So do you believe that collaboration is the answer? Like, not only in your country, in other countries, being here, like being with us, it's also kind of a collaboration, like putting the message forward?
I think collaboration is not the only answer. I think it's just one part of it. There is also looking at overproduction, looking at the whole system, like Boris said. It's just unlearning the system that has created this mess and redefining what our understanding to consumption, our understanding to what we say fashion, because fashion shouldn't be making us look good at the expense of nature. There's a big disconnect between us humans and nature right now, because we shouldn't be having climate issues if we're in good terms with nature. So we need to think about that, but also collaboration is super key. I mean, with our collab with the Victoria and Albert Museum, it's made a massive, help to us, because so far last year we were able to divert over 1 million garments from landfill because of these collaborations. So then they are very key in moving and fostering circularity with this tons and tons of unsellable or unwearable clothing that are being sent to Ghana. So collaboration is super, super important. And I'll use this platform to put up a call for anyone that wants to collaborate with us and any other organization that is doing this amazing work. Just don't wait. Don't think twice. Just go do it. Speak to us. We're around. We don't bite. We don't kill. We're around. Let's have a conversation. Let's see how we can do it. No collaboration is small.
Woohoo! Over to you, Pauline and Bore.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I like what you said about we can cry about it, but we can also do something about it. And it's much more powerful if we do it together. And I'm a firm believer in exchanging knowledge and merging traditional craft with modern techniques and innovations and make crossovers, for instance, for our latest project with Vitra design brand and Levi's, a denim brand. We wanted to merge two different industries as both are, and maybe you can show some
we can see it, on the screen.
And because both industries, both fashion and the design industry, has a responsibility in the textile waste issue. So I think if we collectively, with different industries, we work together and we look for solutions and new materials and techniques, we're much stronger and we make more progress. And I'm very happy to be here. And this summit is organized because I do think we can all learn from each other and learn from each other's failures and from each other's success and from each other's recipes. And I hope this will, make us move forward faster.
Hopefully. We are running out of time, but I want to ask Bore one more thing, because we were talking also about game changers. It's such a modern word. We all want to be game changers. And you, of course, you guys kind of are game changers. So congrats to that. But what can we do to become one? Since, Bore, how do you see it? What has been the biggest breakthrough by Bore? When did you see that the change has been made?
Well, I see big red zeros, but that's a big
yeah,
question.
They are a bit scary, but
I think let's start with collaboration. I think collaboration, to tie it to that, is important, but I think the understanding of what do we mean with the word collaboration, because I do believe that collaboration talks about not brand to brand, but talks about academia, talks about governments, talks about the brands on itself, of course, but also everybody wearing it. So it's like a sort of quadruple helix working together. And I think in that sense, it is a reality that a sort of the fashion industry and textile industry is the most broken up industry, in a sense of scattered. It's such a lot of small companies. We were saying it before in one of the talks, even H&M and Zara only have 10% of a certain fiber. So we have to do it together. That's where I think collaboration comes from. And the reality then of how do you be a game changer? I think for me, it took me probably 15 years to really get access into the industry. And that access gave me access finally because I was working with big brands. I was making I was hitting Dover Street Market and the bigger shops. And only then I got access. And I think in that sense, I think we need to understand that we need to open things up. We need to give people from the get-go, from the beginning, access to responsible fibers, to responsible production. So for me, my moment of, I think, when I really thought I changed something was when, after those, maybe even much more, but a few years ago, I opened my supply chain, I digitized it, I open sourced it, and I had a first-year student coming into the studio, looking at the software, designing something the one day, and 2 days later, I saw it on the machines. And he posted it the week after, and he was talking about, I know where the yarns come from, I know where I produced it, this is my story, this is my DNA, and this is the piece I wear. And now a few years later, he interned at the studio wearing that piece that he made himself, and is one of the most proud things. And then I see DNA being ingrained, people getting access, people really having control over the steps that they're making. And I think that is something that we can do as an industry, because we can give access. We don't have to keep everything for ourselves. And that's I think for me is a big step.
Yeah, that's a great manifest. Yaira was asking me to conclude this panel with a bit of a call to action. So maybe if you could formulate just a little manifesto for the audience, what can we do together? What can we do even today to open up, as you said, the industry?
Yeah, thanks for including that, because I think there's a lot of conversation happening, a lot of talks, but then it doesn't reflect in the action. So we should take more actions. I think all of us in this auditorium, we should see ourselves as change makers. We should see ourselves as global citizens. And as global citizens, it's our responsibility to take care of the planet and to take care of our surrounding. You don't need to be a big institution or a big brand to do something to help save our planet. Everybody has a role to play in their own small way. And together, that collectively becomes a bigger reach. So I would want to entreat everyone here to see themselves as such and take actions so that you can boast and be proud about that, proud about the fact that you played a role in restoring our planet and restoring nature. But also, I think we should all be mindful about the way we do things, what we understand by lifestyle, because the lifestyle that people are living here in the global north is having a massive toll on us in the global south. We, when it rains, it's flooding. There's, illnesses and stuff as a result of overconsumption. So we should be able to think twice about, that old lady in Ghana or the little one in Ghana or somebody in Kenya. Just have that mindfulness when we are consuming, because if the current system of fashion was what is right, we shouldn't be having problems. We shouldn't be sitting here having this conversation. There are so many wrong things happening, and the power lies in our hands to change things. So let's all do our part in our own small way, irrespective of where you are, who you are, what you're doing. It's an effort, and let's take actions to make this world a better place, because it's going to be, we need to build a more sustainable future for generations to come.
Thank you.
That was it.
Yeah, he summed it up perfectly. Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Thank you for having my guests.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Thank you.
Continuing the theme of waste and repurposing, we'll be talking about using waste materials that would otherwise really go to the landfills. Flowers. What can you make out of flowers? Well, apparently, beautiful objects. I'm very excited to welcome on stage Marcin Rusak, multidisciplinary artist and designer, in conversation with art journalist Anna Theis.
Let me start this conversation in an unconventional way. Let me invite you to a greenhouse, so a physical structure that regulates temperature, humidity, environment. And now imagine that this is unconventional greenhouse. So one that preserves history, heritage, memories, and it creates at the same time a form of time bubble and time continuity. Ladies and gentlemen, let me present you the master of this greenhouse, Marcin Rusak.
Thank you very much.
Could you please explain us your connection to the greenhouses that you seem to cherish?
Oh, you said so many words that evoke my memories right now, but the greenhouse that you're seeing behind me is something that I was born into, I would say. My family has a history of being flower growers here in Warsaw. And they were growing flowers on an industrial scale, but my grandfather was this kind of mad scientist who would develop new breeds of orchids, for example. So he used to sleep during the day and he used to work at night because orchids, they reproduce at night. And I was...
Not only orchids, let's say.
Sorry?
Not only orchids.
Yeah, that's true. But going back to the greenhouse, I wasn't born in it. I was born around this. It was an industrial estate. And my first memory was just being around something that was already closing, because the business was running down. Netherlands started importing a lot of flowers into Poland, and my grandfather, I think, he abandoned the idea. So the greenhouse that you saw was much more about the cycle of growth and decay at the same time. So this is my memory. This warm air of the greenhouse in the summer, and the weeds growing out, and at the same time the whole landscape of those zinc planters and concrete planters just decaying.
Amazing. So today in your practice, you manipulate flowers, you create sculpture, furniture, you use bioresin. Some of the flowers that you introduce to your objects are, to my understanding, half rotten. Some get burned in the process. So what you do is praise of ultimate preservation, or is it praise of what is about to disappear?
Okay, I think
difficult question.
To start with that, I also need to say that I had nothing to do with flowers for like 26 years. The business was closed down. I wasn't thinking about it. I started studying conceptual design in London. And one of my projects was revisiting an object that would evoke emotions. They wanted us to think of emotions. And I chose a wardrobe that was my grandfather's wardrobe, that was Szafa Gdańska, some of you may know. It's this typical Polish and previously Dutch piece of furniture that is carved with floral motifs. So I went to investigate the plants industry and where to do it, where if not for the flower market. And before I entered the flower market, I stumbled upon just tons of decaying plants. And if you think of flowers, what they are to you, and if you know that this is a $40 billion industry, that is just full of flower manipulation, growing in Africa and growing in South America, importing this on planes, just for us to have this,
nice flower composition.
Exactly. A symbol of nature that we would put on our table. Then you think, okay, that's not only flowers, that's also a material, but that's also conceptually something really strong. And I started using flowers as just medium to talk about ideas I was interested in. And that was mostly creating emotional objects, something that we would, want to preserve because of the value in it, but not necessarily being able to. And this is how my series, for example, that you see in the background started. It's called Perishable Vases. I couldn't recreate an inkjet printer because that's something that breaks really easily. And I thought, okay, why do we need to keep the inkjet printer body for 20, 30, 40 years, if not throw it in the garden? So it was too difficult to develop a material based on waste flowers and bioresins at a time. So I went for the next best thing, which was a vase, an archetype of an object that we collect. So from Chinese vases to William Morris, this is something that we pass on from generation to generation. It has so much, value in terms of decoration, but also emotional charge. But if you think that this vase can suddenly rot in your garden, or if the environment conditions are met, moisture, temperature, so on, you then have this friction of wanting to preserve something, but you really can't. And how does this speak of the objects that are going to be left behind us? Are those the objects that we're going to preserve? Are these the objects that we're going to value? So this is how I started working with plants in general and using them as various sources of concepts in my work.
What is the magic behind disappearing? Because you told me in one of our conversations, you told me not everything that we create should last. And I was like, oh my God, when I buy a designer's object, I want it to last. I want to pass it on to my children. And then you told me, no, don't think this way. Why not?
I think exactly why I just started speaking about the inkjet printer. I just think that I mean, that was also my mind when I was graduating from the RCA, from the design course. You are, yes, you're driven to design new things, but you still have to find a reason for them to exist. And it's quite of a struggle in the mind of a young person. So I think if we look at the material landscape around us, of course, we're going to preserve things that have emotional value. Everything else, I think, could be designed with a time span. Let's say we design things that could have a 5-year time span, right? Or going that route, I don't know, 10 years. But another, I think, avenue thinking about this is museums. Museums have an insane problem these days with, if we think that the museum's role is to preserve for the future, they need to accumulate. If they keep on accumulating, they all stumble upon the same problem. They don't have space to keep it, to archive it. So the conversations I'm having with some people working in the museums and curators are, here this is the really tricky part, because we decided that these things are worth something, and now we have to decide which ones from them are going to, progress, and we're going to see in 50 years. So I think it's a broader conversation, but I use my materials to be able to even speak about that. That's a very visual tool. And I also use the aesthetics of the decay as a tool. So you're seeing a wardrobe. So the wardrobe, for example, is purely made out of leaves on the outside. And instead of the grandfather's cabinet, as I told you, was carved in wood, this one is literally changing with time. So its presence is changing in front of you, which I think is the really important aspect of design today, is the evolution of objects. So rather being bored with them, we keep on observing their change in front of us. And I think this is something really interesting.
Could you please explain us a little bit more about the process? You showed me some pieces that were created throughout metallization. What is metallization?
Yes, so maybe it's worth saying that my practice is very experimental. So I get vitality from experiments. This is what I live for. And within the palette of tools, within the materials that we have around us and processes, we within the studio, we adopt them and we try to observe how they can interact with the concepts that I was just speaking about. So on one hand, you can have decay and decomposition of things, but on the other hand, especially in collectible design, which everything is about preservation, we're developing materials and techniques that can help us preserve for longer. So metallization is a very industrial method developed for coating steel bridges with anti-corrosive layers, or for that matter, ships. And you literally spray with liquid metal, and you can coat things with metal. It's a substitute for us for casting bronze and casting zinc and alloys, which is very energy-consuming process. So here we invented literally coating natural elements with a thin layer of metal that allows us to preserve the internal matter, leaves, for example, with a more tangible material like bronze or aluminum.
But some of the raw materials get burned in the process, right?
Yeah, it's all an experiment. I think you can see this now on the screen. It's all an experiment, and during this experiment, some of the materials they burned out because the temperature can get to 4,000 degrees. But on the other hand, we were amazed that some fragile leaves, like the natural substance that is so subtle, was actually preserved.
Amazing. All of your work, I think, gained a new dimension when you moved the objects and your heart to the palace of Świdno, the Świdno Palace. Could you please tell us more about that unique venue?
Yes. So I used to study in the Netherlands, then in London for a couple of years, and I got back to Poland with a mission to set up a production site. But then I realized that my real mission was still ahead of me when I discovered this 18th century property, that I was completely enhanced and in love because of the ideas of the decay that were going around it. So it's an 18th century villa that is located on a 9-acre park where nature is literally taking over. And it was abandoned for, I think, 20 or 30 years. And of course, we didn't have the resources to start developing it, but also I really didn't want to, and I still don't know what's the future of this place, apart from the fact that the conversation of my pieces, which are in transition, we call them the living archive, because we don't really know when there's the beginning or the end of this living matter. We placed them in this building, and it completely changed the perception of how people see our work in the context of nature that is just in front of them, in the window behind them. But at the same time, you know, the role of a building like that today.
This is the building behind Martin.
Yes, this is the building. And the role of a building like that today, I feel it's challenging. It's kind of suspended in the past because of its history, but the future of it is really dependent on the custodian. And we have a lot of custodians who I think they use this to their benefit, mostly to create hotels and things like that. But at the same time, a building like this cannot live without the people and without the energy that people create. And me as a creator, I love to have conversations with other creators. So this is a perfect place for us to start building this conversation with current generation, with future generations, invite people there, have residencies, and create a more of a holistic place to speak about the concepts of education, preservation, and ecology, for that matter.
Amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, Marcin Rusek.
Thank you very much.
I know that we were meant to tackle overconsumption, but honestly, after the last couple of conversations, all I want is to acquire some of that incredible design. I mean, it really was something special. And now we're actually going to turn to design that's a little bit more approachable, I should say. It's something that any of you can get down with, because this is the everyday design, the everyday choices that we face. And it will be a conversation moderated by Agnieszka Aleksanwajda, Director of the Institute of Sustainable Development at Warszawski University.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having us here. And today's speakers and our guests are Brima Drohan. She's the managing director in Poland and in Baltics of Nespresso. And big applause, please. And we also have with us Hania Kokczyńska, who is the co-founder of furniture company Tylko, and big applause for Hania. And we will be talking about designing, eco-designing, which is actually in the heart of sustainability and in the heart of circularity. And it was a lot mentioned today as it comes to legal frames, as it comes to legislation, and regulation on also includes the eco-design. And as you can read the explanation of EU regulator, the design stage determines 80%, it is 80% of the success of implementing the circular model. So when you dive into the definition of eco-design in this regulation, you can see that both action but also information, transparent information is very important. And you also need to focus on the whole value chain. So I would like to focus on human action in these legal frames. And I would like to start with Brima, because you actually have sustainability in your DNA. And we talked yesterday, and before that, it was for the past 25 years that you focus on sustainability. Why? Because the quality of your product is the most important thing. So that's the reason that the connection between the environment and the production is so important. So I would like to focus on coffee first. And could you please specify the eco-designing as regards coffee?
No, that's completely right, Agnieszka. It starts with coffee, because Nespresso's mission is to serve the consumer a perfect coffee experience of the highest quality. And the business recognized well over 20 years ago that securing that quality coffee was going to be challenging because of climate change, because of the farmers moving out of the farms in the coffee growing regions. And the business at the time, it was very avant-garde, I suppose, initiated its own sustainable sourcing program that we call Nespresso AAA. And the objective was to work directly with the farmers, to train them, to educate them around sustainable practices, and ultimately how to produce more of higher quality coffees. It started with a pilot. There were 300 farms in Costa Rica. And last year we celebrated 20 years of AAA. There were now 157,000 farmers in 18 countries around the world participating. So it's been quite a journey. I guess it's, over time, as it's become I suppose the context has become more urgent. The emphasis also has moved within that from sustainable farming into regenerative. That's very important for us. And currently, 94% of our coffee comes through the sourcing program. And of that, 85% is coming from farms with sustainable practices.
And it is so impressive that you say, but we also need to mention that it's not only coffee, because you also have coffee machines and you have capsules, and it's also, you can focus as regards to eco-design. And what is your attitude, your approach in these cases?
No, that's very right. And actually, I've just focused on the coffee to start with. Sustainability goes through the whole, covers the whole value chain. And Nespresso is in itself a coffee system and covers the value chain from the coffee to the ultimate coffee in the cup and the consumer's home. So actually, you mentioned the machines and the portions and the capsules, and also, before I talk specifically about them, it's also worth reflecting on, because they produce something. They produce the coffee in the cup. And for us, a key indicator is the carbon footprint of that chain, of the full coffee chain. So over the years, we've worked on that, and we've got to a point where the carbon footprint of a cup of Nespresso is 23% lower than that of a cup of coffee produced, say, from a fully automatic machine, say, in your home. It's a bit counterintuitive. You might say, why? But actually, the parameters that impact very significantly the footprint are the amount of water the consumer uses in their home to make the coffee and the amount of coffee they use. With the system, and maybe this is a bit of eco by design, with the system itself, the water amount is regulated, defined, as is the coffee. So this allows the system to have a lower carbon footprint, if you will.
And you also have this fantastic idea of reloved espresso machines, and if you could tell about that.
Yes, we did talk about that. In terms then of the products themselves, of course, this is another area that there's been efforts have gone into over the years. The machines are now all, A-rated eco. 61% of all the machines we produce use recycled plastic. And indeed, just as you've mentioned, our latest steps and progress is about thinking about the machines themselves in terms of circularity. And we've launched in 14 countries with consumers now a refurbishment program. So rather than buying a brand new machine, we give consumers the option to take what we call a reloved machine. So it's the Relove program.
So it's also a storytelling and action that you are taking. And as we talk about loving products, I need to switch to Hania and her products, which are actually already loved by the users. And I would like to ask you, Hania, when you compare your approach to designing as you were launching your company and now, what is the difference? Or maybe there is no difference and you are just continuing the idea.
10 years ago, when we founded Tylko, we were a bunch of crazy designers, architects. And to be honest, we were really thinking that we could change the world. So we were brave enough, or maybe disrespectful enough, to think that we could disrupt the whole system. So we were also really impressed and amazed by the new, what technology is bringing to the design scene and the furniture industry, and we just think that we could do this just because we were believing in it. So that's how it started. So we were mostly driven by our intuition and also by our personal beliefs.
And you are also called by Die Welt as the bridge between craftsmanship and high tech. And could you tell why?
Yes, because as you may all know, craftsmanship is something that you can also always get what you want, because for example, if you are asking a carpenter to design a piece for you, the carpenter will take the measurements, will build the piece, and it all will take time, money, and your patience. But you will get what you wanted, exactly what you wanted, and what you exactly needed. In the mass production, it's totally the opposite. So you need to hire a professional designer to design the piece. Then you're producing a batch of thousands of identical pieces, and then the customer is getting only what's available and not on what's already produced. So we are in our model, we are combining these two perspectives, because you can by playing with our configurator, you can design your own piece and customize it up to 1 centimeter. And then, thanks to our technology, in the minute you are clicking the button, we are sending production files straight to the factory's machinery, and we're starting production. So, putting it simply, we are just mass producing unique pieces of furniture. So,
which is co-created with the consumer. And you mentioned again, there is a lot about the relationship between human and the product, and you call it love. And when you have the love, it is more durable because you take care of that. But I think that what is very important lesson for the textile industry, especially in fast fashion era, this is exactly the message, that you need to love the product, that you need to take care of the product, that it needs to be durable, but at the same time, you need to make it durable. But again, when I look at the textile industry, at the fashion industry, I also think about information, which is part that I mentioned about eco-designing. It is part of eco-designing. It is exactly as important as action. So what do you do in Tylko to inform your customers? Because we already have some legislation regarding digital product passport, but you have something already existing in your project.
Yes, but I would like to refer to what you just said, because at the beginning, when we started the company, we were amazed by technology and the endless possibilities that it's bringing to our model. But after some time, we realized that it's not the technology that our customers actually love, because they really love the bond that is created, this unique bond that is created between their co-designed pieces and them. So that's the magic, I think. And going back to the product passport, it's also, we have produced nearly 4,000 pieces of unique furniture so far. And we're also keeping all the production files, because actually in our model we are starting with the production files. So we already have everything that is needed to introduce a product passport. We have digital twin in our archives, so our clients can enter anytime all the information about their items.
Brima, and I would like to ask you about your future steps that you are planning to take as regards to eco-design, and from the helicopter point of view, from the strategic point of view, from the value chain.
So, well, maybe I will also touch a little bit also on the aluminium, just on that, because that's very much also part of our circularity. So, linking it to the question, our big aim is, of course, to be net zero by 2050, and we're trying to bring that forward as much as we can, and we have within our strategy, which we call the positive COP, we have a roadmap to get us there. Maybe just to give you milestones include having 60% of the capsules of coffee that we put to market, ensuring that they are recycled by 2030. Currently, and I think there's a whole really interesting topic around aluminium, because currently 80% of the aluminium that's used to make the new capsules comes from recycled aluminium, and we have then in most countries, and certainly here in Poland and Baltics, we have the organization to take back the used capsules and recycle them with a local partner to feed them back into the aluminium chain, the recycled aluminium chain, and that's a key part of what we do. So that's another step, and there's always more to do. We're quite progressed in some areas, But it's a journey, and we have a ways to go and a lot to do in that area.
Yeah, I like this sentence that this is the journey and you just need to find the point, your point in the journey. And Hania, what is your future planning as it comes to eco-design?
As we are now, we are in a very fragile phase of our life as a company, because I would say we are a teenager and we are moving from this intuitive approach and this intuition-driven approach to the systemic approach. So we are focusing right now on building sets of criteria for our future products as we are scaling up and extending our portfolio, because we want to ensure that our future products would be also sustainable. So this year we are finishing works around sustainable product definition that would allow our clients to assess in a very transparent way how sustainable our products are. So that's the goal.
Great. And as you are the real leaders of the change, of business change, I would like to ask you about your guiding thought that you have on day-to-day action and you would like to share with the audience.
Well, I would say in terms of coffee, because most people enjoy a cup of coffee, know a little bit about the source of the coffee. Find out where it comes from. Try and find out how it's sourced. And I'm pretty convinced with a bit more understanding and knowledge, it will make for a much more enjoyable cup of coffee, ultimately. So that would be my little...
I'm sure that everybody in the morning while having coffee will have this thought in our mind. Hania.
Well, I think innovation is key, but I also believe in regulations. I think they set paths and directions, and innovation is helping a lot to get there, sometimes faster. And also, I think intuition is very important as well. And from my personal perspective and from my company perspective, also systemic approach is very crucial to save the world.
Yeah, systemic approach, but again, acting with people, acting with business, with the customers. And to sum it up, I think that when I think about this guiding thought that I have on my mind, talking with the representatives from the business or from education, which is so important, what was stressed here before, is that when we start the change from inside, it will come also outside, and it both concerns us, the consumer, the society, but as we see, also the business. And thank you very much. And I would like to ask for the big applause for our speakers today.
Thank you.
Listen, this panel is going to be a surprise. It is a special announcement coming from Brussels. I don't want to prolong it any longer, but this will be about revolutionizing the Polish textile industry. And Agnieszka is returning in her role as the moderator.
Oh, thank you so much. And now we will switch to textile industry again. And our speakers, I am so excited about this discussion. And of course, about the announcement. So I would like to introduce our speakers. So we have Lisa Lang, who is the Director Policy and EU Affairs in Climate Geek. Here is Lisa.
Hi.
Then we have Frederick Timur, who is the founder of Fashion Innovation Center. Hello. And there is Ania Wierzbicka with us, who is the Director of Environmental Management Division in the City of Łódź office. Hello, Ania. So I would start with the sentence that we as the textile industry are on the critical crossroads at the moment. A lot was said today about refashioning, about the redesigning, about rethinking, about storytelling, marketing, production. And when we talk about fashion and textile industry, it's not, black and white. Because when we look to the European Eurotax report, we know that we have 1.5 million only in Europe of workers. And in Poland, we are the second strength in Europe, just after Italy. And then what is the huge problem? It is the micro brands that we are dealing with, because 90% of that industry, these are micro brands. And then, on the other hand, we have the legislative tsunami, as we call it. Why is it the tsunami? Because we didn't have enough legislation for the industry until 2022, when the strategy for the textile industry was announced. And not only there is the strategy for the industry, which is the industry strategy, but we also have the general provisions as regard the reporting, as regard the eco-designing, as regard the greenwashing, so the communication that we mentioned, and about the due diligence. And especially, we should be so happy to have the discussion, but the discussion is not enough. We have discussed for the last probably 2 years, maybe even a little bit more. Now we need to take a real step as regards innovation, technologies, connect, collaborate. We talk about collaboration, competition, we call it very often. So there is after this introduction, maybe a little bit long, but just to sum up everything that was said today and to go to the other action that we can take, I would like to ask Lisa about transforming this sector, because your voice is actually very strong. You're not afraid to say different things to make a change. So, Lisa, what is that change in fashion industry?
Okay, if you would have asked me that like a year ago, I would have said like, hey, there is a whole bunch of new legislation coming. It's not only for the fashion industry, it's for the entire, for all of the industries, because the European government has committed that we will go all net zero by 2050. And then in the last 2 years, there were a lot of regulations. It was raining regulation because it was for the end of the government cycle. And then it turned out that especially the textile industry will be affected by this a lot, because it has been not prepared for any kind of policy change whatsoever. It also was never really regulated for the last 30 years. Like the last big regulation we had was in 2005, when the EU took the cap off with China saying you can produce as much textiles as you want to, and that was a part of peace negotiation because trade means peace. That was the assumption back then. So, but actually that extra layer on top is now also because we are in the time of war. We are now looking at all of the industries from a strategic autonomy perspective, and everything is focusing on infrastructure. And again, the textile industry is popping up as a problem because we need to be more independent of non-EU suppliers. And especially the textile industry has turned out it's not digitized. Manufacturing is very little in Europe, if there's something we have learned from COVID. And what is happening now is that textiles itself, because of the lack of infrastructure, the lack of skills and digitalization, the lack of awareness of policy, is now flagged as a European security risk. It's a complete sea change. So that also means it's like a lot of other departments, ministries, and industries are now getting activated and called in to focus on an infrastructure problem in the textile, which is the textile industry. That also means it's like the realization is like the change is so fundamental, required, that we can't wait for the current industry to change because it will be so fast and requires so many resources and skills. The current industry can't possibly do that on its own. And because of that, and I guess that's like the announcement is like that we are actually working on a collaboration, and it was because of you and my wonderful colleague Kasia, who said like, hey, can you please come and talk about it now before the announcement, because Poland will be one of the fundamental partners in this industry reset. And that's also why I'm really happy that we have our partners from the Open Connector Alliance, Fashion Innovation Center here, because especially spearheading this with the city of Łódź, it's like, we need to really walk the talk on collaboration, because how can this possibly be done? We are talking about a time where manufacturing, the people who really worked, the people who really did something, all of a sudden are actually the ones which are the most important. So we are flipping the switch. We're going to talk with Łódź and say like, okay, we need to bring manufacturing back. We need to talk with the factories which are already on the ground, and we need to support them. And the support can't come from the industry itself, because there are no skills, no funding out of it. But the support will come from security, defense, and we need industry partners who have already figured it out, because simply we don't have time. Like the level of seriousness has changed. This is not only, you will hear the word sustainability less and less, but you will hear the word strategic autonomy more and more.
Now, I guess we can really understand and feel the meaning of collaboration. And Frederick, I would like to ask you about the technology and about the digitalization, because, you know, we talk about value chain and we talk about manufacturing. So please show us that it is the game changer.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, first I want to go back and look at the problem. What is the problem of the fashion industry in general? And I think some of the panels have touched upon it, and it's the sheer volumes. And depending on what numbers you're looking at, it's an overproduction with up to 30 to 40%. So that's the first thing we need to target. If you look at CO2 emission reduction, of course, if you produce 30 to 40% much, and even if you go with the lower numbers out there, 10 to 20%, it's still an extreme amount of overproduction. And there are other industries. So what we are doing, we are looking into other industries and how they are doing it, like the tech industry. We're working with a big company called Flex. It's one of the biggest hardware manufacturers in the world, making Samsung phones and TVs and all that. but they are a manufacturing company, and they sit with 0.002% overproduction. So what we are looking at is more is knowledge transfer. So we brought them in, and can you look at the fashion industry? And their reaction was, I can't really say it here on stage, but because it's not good words, but they were shocked, to say the least, about how fragmented and how broken the whole value chain was. And that goes back to the digitalization. There is no data, there is no digitalization, no tracking, no traceability. You don't know where to top an order, you can't top an order. And in the end, I mean, if you look at the overproduction and don't even care about the environment, it's still a loss of money. It's bad business. And also, it means that you're too slow. Today, the whole manufacturing process is too slow, which means that you can't react to trends. So me, and I might get, somewhat might get upset with me, but I would say that the fashion industry's biggest problem at the moment is that they're not relevant. They're not actually trendy. They're too slow. They can't react to trends.
So that probably would explain what the legislator meant, that we need to put fast fashion out of fashion. So it is all about production and planning the value chains and not allowing companies to destroy what you have not sold, or, the whole concept, the whole idea from the linear to the circular model. So Anya, my question to you, is Łódź ready for that? Because you have super rich history as it comes to textile. And are you ready to be again the great city of textile industry and the leader in Poland? I guess you are, but just justify it.
Hi, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I must say that we are always ready. We are the city that was really a problematic city in history because it was very hard for us. For those who do not know, Łódź lies in the heart of Europe, or almost in the geographical center of Europe. It is the third largest city in Poland. And in the 19th century, we were the second fastest growing city in the world after Chicago. And it all happened because of textile industry. So we were created by manufacturers. And right now we are also ready to take the change, to reset somehow. We also have the saying in Łódź that we are somehow a city, a reinvented city, because we had to adjust, and we are prepared always to adjust to the change. Because after the Second World War, the textile industry collapsed, so the city really was going down. It was really a disaster for us, but we managed to raise. And on the other hand, we are also the city that is focusing on the climate change. We are in the City Climate Mission by European Commission as 5 cities from Poland and 100 from European Union. So we are ready also for fighting for neutrality, for climate change. And I must a little bit switch what you said, because you are speaking only about manufacturers, about production. And I would also like you to remember about the consumption side. And the ones that use fashion and use the clothes and so on. We are in Łódź leading such a program for youth, which is called Łódź Schools for Climate. And there we created a challenge for youth, a challenge. I'm laughing that we are doing experiments on children, and it works like this because we gave them the challenge. We started from sustainable issues like water, energy, and meat. And I have a question for you. Are you ready to use only 2 liters of water per day? Or are you ready to use internet only one hour a day? And these children, first of all, they volunteered. They were not forced. They took this challenge. For 2 weeks, they had to manage to use 2 liters of water per day, to use energy for 2 hours per day, for example. And each of them at the end said, I'm proud of myself. It was my own experience. This is also how we should focus on this change here. And right now we are doing a second program also for fashion. It will also be called Reuse. And also, a question for you. Are you ready to buy less clothes
per month, per year, for example, by 50%. Are you ready? Perfect. We will take the challenge.
I take the challenge too.
So I hope this will somehow happen, because this is what we can do together. And we are ready because we've already started it. And I would also like to give such a challenge to manufacturers.
That sounds good. And I would like to ask you, Lisa and Frederick, what do you need to make this change? What sources? Who do you need on the board? What steps, what next steps do you need to make it effective?
I think it's like what we are asking all of the partners in the alliance is like, we are requiring everyone to go a little bit out of their comfort zone. Because like on the one side, we are sitting with, people from defense ministries, and who, focusing on satellites and microchips. We are looking into manufacturing supply chains, and they're usually looking at automotive and building solar panels. And then we say like, well, textiles. So it's like a little bit like, what? So it's especially when we say fashion, it's like, yeah, that's something usually my wife is dealing with. And and that's exactly the point. It's like, because we had a lack of diversity in conversation, that how could have possibly be that this industry, which was from policymakers in certain ministries, infrastructure, completely ignored, which then just happened to be this highly polluting, highly damaging, and now as a result, as the high security risk industry. Why? Because it has been looked at, because it wasn't in the room. And now something that's like, yeah, this is something my wife has been dealing with, has now actually become a major, major problem. On the other side, when we talk with, we actually don't talk that much with fashion brands anymore, because we know that they can't even participate. They can only join later once the infrastructure has been built. But like when we talk with the manufacturing side, with cities, for instance, it's like, okay, you usually deal with, other topics like mobility, carbon emission reduction for public housing, for public. It's like, no, we actually have to go into a way of living is like that we are producing everything closer to where we consume, where it becomes normal, like a city of Łódź, where it's normal that you're surrounded by factories, where it's normal, where you know how machines even look like, and you don't do that, not always with automotive. We are also doing with textiles. And then on the other side, from the creative industry, like, okay, we need to talk about digitalization. You need to be okay with that. We are talking about security risks. We're talking about war. We're talking about the context of policy, because you're a part of the ecosystem. You have been left out from this conversation for a very, very long time. So it's not about, because also I know you're fishing for money, right? So the thing is, like, actually the funds are there. They're somewhere else differently. What we are asking is like that be okay with that you will have to talk with people you haven't met from a thematic perspective, from a cultural perspective. I mean, it's not a joke. It's like, hey, like a defense minister, a fashion designer, a city council mayor, and a server park infrastructure person going into a room, ... But these are exactly the conversations which need to happen and happening right now.
Frederick, you would like to add something?
Yeah, I think we talked about, more concretely, what we're doing is that we are bringing all of these solution providers, as we call them, together. So we need, for example, data sharing spaces. And I know that this is a lot of tech talk for a fashion show, but this is what we need. We need to be able to share information from a manufacturer to a waste handler, between logistic providers, during the whole value chain. And that's, I think, here is the most important part, that we need this logistics or infrastructure in place, a digital infrastructure for this change to happen, that is across brands. But there is also an upside from a designer perspective. And if you digitize clothes, which we need to do to comply to regulations, etc., you can also start collaborating with the gaming industry, with the music industry. And we've done a lot of those experiments where we connected record labels from Los Angeles with designers from London very successfully, which is a secondary revenue stream for the fashion industry to make up for the loss, the eventual loss in the amount of clothes sold. And that revenue also have the potential to actually trump the sales of clothes if it's done smartly.
So basically, the thing is like the price you pay is like you need to have different conversations. And I know we are like the sustainability people, but we are the ones who are actually talking about the money. The incentive is if you reset the infrastructure, then the extra revenue, you unleash entire new business models. You reduce the waste, literally the waste. The side effect is an enormous reduction of carbon, of your carbon footprint. And on a digital value chain, you can add so many new business models. And we've seen this before. In other industries, by the way. So like this is not the first time that this has happened. It happened in other industries when they got digitized. I mean, like think just like about like the Airbnb and the Spotify and the Uber, right?
Yeah, and I just need to add, because I think it's a very, very important point, is that the industry itself is very focused on item price. And it's not just the fashion industry, it's workwear and even military uniforms. All of them are very focused on item price and not total cost. Because if you look at total cost, because everybody says it's too expensive to produce in Europe, for example. But if you look at the total cost, including the overproduction, including logistics and everything, it's really not that more expensive to produce in Europe.
And I think that we will dive in details tomorrow during the workshop that we have at Łazarski University, because we are running out of time. Actually, we don't have even minutes per. Anya, what would be your call to action?
My call to action is I would add some points to what you said, because I think we should also put on the agenda cooperation with the ones who work for AI, I mean artificial intelligence, and social media. Why? Because they are the ones that promote fast fashion. This is horrible what is going on in Instagram and so on. And on the other hand, we have to focus also on the smaller ones. I mean the medium and small companies from entire Europe, because this is like this. We are here today in a bubble. Everybody knows what we are speaking about. Everyone knows what we are going to and what the reset that we have to design the change. But the small manufacturer that is producing socks in small city nearby Łódź has no idea what is ESG and other stuff we are speaking here about. And the just transition is the one that leaves no one behind.
So I am really glad that we have you here today, that you are speaking loudly about the change and about the possibilities and about the designing the change. And I hope that we will meet tomorrow, and not only tomorrow, and it is just the start of a huge change. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I feel like so many words were said today that I just want us to sit in silence, but perhaps on our own, no longer on stage, and just let it all sink. But there was one actually particular sentence that stuck out for me in so many of the sentences, but it said, it takes fashion community to make this circular. We cannot do it on our own. And I think that the sense of community and collaboration was stressed throughout the day. So give yourself a big round of applause for sticking with us until the very end. And I hope it was worth it.